Me? Okay. Okay.
He's so bootleg. I love
Webcam.
it.
Gonna drag this like right
How you doing,
there.
Snoopy?
It's just
Welcome,
so
welcome, welcome.
cheesy.
Snoopy, one of our guests from
I
yesterday's
could do
shows. We
that.
had 2 shows yesterday and 2 shows today. So I got 4 interviews in 2 days. It's been pretty great.
Nah, but that's. I could
Good. You
just
almost
turn
there?
this off for now,
He's setting up the
and then
He's
I
so
entire
could
bootleg. I love it.
Justice League hideout just over this.
make this bigger like
I'm gonna
that.
start
I guess
calling
this
this
works.
Jarvis.
And then I'm gonna try typing in your
You
chat.
dropped me, bro. You dropped me.
Check.
It hurt.
You good? You almost there?
Oh man.
He's setting up the
Yeah.
entire
I
Justice
love how I just
League
kind of been
hideout
roasting you the whole
just
time
over
instead
this
of
chat.
being productive.
I'm gonna start
I
calling
think
this Jarvis.
Bro, this is the second
I
time
think
I
I'm
opened a
good.
beer with a lighter. And it happened on live. Yeah, I just did
You
it right
dropped me,
now
bro. You
with this
dropped me.
lighter.
Sorry.
It was on my lap, so y'all couldn't see it, but you
Sorry.
take my word for it.
Oh man, that's funny as hell.
I am right.
I
Oh
love
my
how I
god.
just kind of
No,
been
it's okay.
roasting you the whole time.
All right,
instead
welcome
of
to the
being
It's
stream,
okay.
y'all.
I'll
Are we
take it.
good?
You know, I'll take it.
We chilling? All
Bro,
right.
this is the second time I opened the
Hair,
beer with a
makeup,
lighter,
everything.
and
You
it
got
happened
that?
on live. Yeah, I just did it right now with this lighter.
Oh shit, let's get it.
It was on
Oh,
my lap,
man.
so y'all
Okay,
couldn't see
cheers
it,
to
but
you,
you take my
Julia.
word for it.
You're cool.
Yeah,
I am,
welcome.
right?
Well,
Oh
man,
my
it's so nice
God.
to
No,
have you on
JK.
the show, and
All
I'm
right,
glad
welcome
that
to
we
the
got
stream,
everything
y'all.
situated
Are we good?
and all set up so
Yes,
that
we're good.
you know
We chilling?
everyone
Chat
wants
said
All
that
right.
we're good.
they
That
can
we're
do that.
good.
Hair,
Yes.
makeup, everything.
I am.
You got
No
snacks?
Twitch
makeup
stream is
is
going
there.
against. Yeah, it is. Twitch stream is lagging.
Oh shit, let's get it. Oh man. Okay, cheers to you, Julia. Um, yeah, welcome, man. It's so nice to have you on the show, and I'm glad that we got everything situated and all set up so that everyone who wants to participate can do that. Um,
Right.
I am. Instagram is way in advance. Yeah, it is. The Twitch stream is lagging, but typically how we start out the show is, for the people who are not lucky enough to already know you and all that jazz, like myself, like who are you? What's your name? Where you from? Like what's the 411 on this individual before us? And what is your craft? Like what do you do creatively? And I'll start nitpicking from there, and we'll dive into holes and we'll explore a little bit. I'm more than happy to have conversation from the comments as well. So,
Mm-hmm.
let us
For
know what
sure.
it is.
All right. So my name is Brandon. I go by Static within the dance community. Um, I am currently 29 years old. I reside here in Long Island, New York. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Long Island is the actual landmass that has Queens, Brooklyn, Nassau, and Suffolk County. Because a lot of people aren't aware of what Long Island is. But I live in an area called Nassau, which is pretty much the suburbs. It's right next to Queens and Brooklyn. I'm about 20 to 40 minutes away, depending on traffic. In regards to my art, I'm a photographer and a dancer. So I've been blessed to be a part of the New York City community for the past decade. I got
Shout out NYC,
I
all the
got
good people in New York.
pretty much involved with the community via photography. So a lot of people don't know this, but I started shooting first. A lot of people see, B-Boy Static, and they assume that I've been dancing, for like all my life. And no, like I still consider myself, like kind of new versus a lot of the other people that I met within like the New York City community, because they've been there since they were teenagers and stuff like that, like since they were little. And I felt that with me coming into this community, like I was kind of like the new guy, even though that's not the case anymore because I've been rocking with a lot of the cats out there for the past 10 years. But yeah,
Mhm.
it started out with photography. And I remember I was going to school. Um, I believe I was a sophomore. I believe I was a sophomore in college. And my current crew right now, Marvel Heroes crew, at the time, I wasn't, affiliated with them, obviously, but they were the ones that invited me to like my very, very first battle to shoot. Only because back in school, I would constantly walk past their club room, and I would hear, oh, this, like dope, funk music and break beats and hip hop and, you know, even some house here and there. And I remember just taking little peeks without trying to come off as a creep because I wanted to know what was going
Right.
on, you know. And so
Definitely. That's funny.
I was drawn, you know, to, you know, dance, you know, by just watching them get down. And eventually, after kind of just like poking my head here and there, they invited me in. I remember they actually offered to buy me Chinese food that day, and they were
That's
like,
awesome.
"Yo, we always see you like peeking in here, so come on in, don't be shy," and like talk to us like there in between classes, and I started to make friends with them, and eventually, I think after just being within their company, they invited me to like my very first battle, and this was called the Battle of Shaolin that took place in Staten Island, and this was 2009. And I remember that
Where
was the first time that, you know, I saw Sway. That's the first time that I saw, you know, like Crazy Legs. That's the first time that I saw all these, you know, true hip hop heads. And I really honestly knew nothing about hip hop prior to me going to this event. Obviously, I listened to, you know, some hip hop music, but I didn't really consider myself like a hip hop head at that time. Like I, you know, would
mm,
casually listen to, you know, whatever the radio was playing, but that was it. Like I had no knowledge of the culture. I knew nothing about any of the four elements, or technically five, because some people consider, you know, like knowledge being the fifth element of hip hop.
where
Um,
I
but
subscribe to that actually for sure. I was thinking about that
yeah,
earlier. Yeah, I
yeah.
definitely subscribe. Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of like how I got started. But I always have to throw that out there that, you know, I was a photographer first, and, you know, dancer second, and now, you know, my identity in the scene is both. So people, you know, some people might know me more as a photographer, and then some people might know me more as a dancer. But
Right.
that's how I was able to, you know, I guess, get my name out there from me
Mhm.
dancing and with me shooting at the same time. So
I think that's great. I share that experience a little bit if I don't fall out of my chair first. Like I literally just slipped right off it. But I share that experience between dancing and lighting design. And, you know, like I'm a
yeah.
professional lighting designer and stage hands and theater person in all
Hmm.
capacities. So I produce a lot of theater and a lot of live art in other capacities. Like I personally don't I'm pretty non-traditional when it comes to
Hmm.
my interests, even when it comes to production. So in dance, like I was able to find my niche in dance, like when I started breaking when I was 14 in 2011. Yeah, 2011 summer. So next year is my 10th year anniversary of dancing
Nice,
with
nice,
hip hop specifically in the scene. And yeah, so it'll be a decade for me next year, which is dope. And I'm really excited. It's been a good 9 years. And
nice.
in that time, I've been able to use my lighting design within my dance career to pay my bills, you know. And so like the huge blessing that's been is never lost on me. And so I relate when you're like, you know, like some people know me as a dancer, some people know me as a lighting designer. Um,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and so there's that. And I feel I want to explore a little bit about the intersectionality of those identities for you, because I think this has come up a couple times in the last few interviews because everybody's so interesting. And I'm like, you know, most people have a few different interests. And how do you reconcile with that identity? You know, how do you reconcile with those interests and how you see yourself and how you're perceived? Like, I know for me, like I had to grow up a lot before I could accept like that you don't have to choose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that it's okay, and people are just gonna have to put up with it. But like, how was that journey for you? Was it easy? Was it uh, involved, or was it just like you were secure?
Yeah, so all right, I'm gonna keep it 100. Me me having, I guess some people will call it a blessing and a curse of being, I guess, groomed by the New York City community. It had its challenges. One, I felt that, you know, in the beginning that I wouldn't be able to enter this community kind of just like half-assing it, because this is like the Mecca, you know? This
Hell
is
yeah.
where everything started. This is the origin. So, you know, with breaking being, I felt pressure, and I definitely felt a lot of people feeling like, okay, here we have another wannabe b-boy because he wants a one fucking jam, and now he's inspired, and you know, blah blah blah. Because I think that the time that I entered, it was I was blessed enough to be able to catch a
What year
time
was this?
frame. This was 2009, 2010.
What was on the radio?
What
Just
was
for
on the radio?
context. Just for context.
2009, 2010.
I love to just build that world.
2009, 2010.
It was like Bruno
To be
Mars was still
honest,
new. That was
so
my
like
8th grade year
that was 8th grade for you?
for me.
Okay.
So I was listening to
Um,
like Black Eyed Peas still. I was listening to
yeah.
brand new Bruno Mars before he even debuted his first album. Like I was listening to, oh man,
I
just like
I I think I was listening to like a
Replay.
lot of Linkin Park. I remember like I was listening to like a lot of like alternate rock at that time period.
I was discovering Eminem and was like, what the
Really?
hell? Yeah, I was like, it's hilarious. Yeah.
Wow. Um, but yeah, bro, like I feel that I I definitely felt this pressure because people, you know, like there's no easy props here. So I definitely felt that I had to kind of work 3 times as hard just to be able to prove that, you know, I'm not just a photographer, but I'm actually trying to get into the scene in regards to being a dancer and a competitor and somebody that people can respect and actually see as an equal. And once again, I was very insecure because you have to keep in mind that I was going to battles and jams and competitions where these people have been getting down for, you know, like 5, 6, 7, 10, 15 years already. So the
And they were
cipher
probably second
for
generation,
me
third
was,
generation New York dancers too.
yeah, yeah. So,
You know?
you know, the cipher for me was like this super scary place. And I felt like I was like the main character in an anime who is
Hmm.
like just going to like the tournament arc for the first time, and like he thinks that, you know, he kind of knows what he's doing because he's been like dancing like with his friends at school. And then like when I started going to jams and stuff, I was just like, yo, these people are like fucking gods. I was just like, I could not comprehend what I was absorbing and being able to see what was happening in front of me, because I honestly thought that a lot of these people only existed in like movies and stuff. As cliche as that sounds, Step Up is the first thing that comes to my mind. I remember when I first started going to jams, I was just like, all that shit that I used to watch is real. There's like true culture. There's actual real like battles. Like people call each other out. Like
Yeah,
there's real beef happening between crews. There's history between crews. There's legacy, and like all of that was just like,
it's very
yo,
real for a lot of people. It's very real,
yes. And
especially in New
then
York.
you also had to keep in mind that some of these dance their bills. So, you know, some people like me, like I was just going for the experience and whatnot, but other people took breaking so seriously because they were like, yo, if I don't win this jam, I don't have rent money and things like that. So being able to kind of see that hunger and that rawness,
Mm.
that definitely impacted me, and it made me feel like, whoa, like once again, like this is not just some cheesy dance movie. Like this is fucking real life. Like these are people's lives. Like these are people's, you know, source of income, you know, in regards to them having other gigs like teaching or them performing. But I remember like, you know, jams, you know, if you win a jam, you know, you're going home with anything between $50 to $5,000 in your pocket, depending on like who's sponsoring it and blah blah blah. But people were taking jams very, very, very seriously. Excuse me. People were taking competitions, because there's a difference between a
A
jam
jam and a battle.
and then like a competition, and a lot of b-boys and b-girls tend to fuse the two. A lot of
Because people
call
don't separate the vocabulary like you're doing, and I'm really happy you did that, because I'm a producer. Like I have my jam that I throw every year in Boston. Rest in peace for this year, obviously, because Rona.
Yeah,
So I have to cancel it. But next year we'll be back. And with my jam, I'm like, it was very important for me to know the distinction between like the identities of a jam versus a competition, like a battle. And having been to a lot, like, so I grew up, I was 14, I'll be 24 this year. So again, 10 years. And I grew up going to a lot of different kinds of jams in my area, in my state, before I got out and saw other stuff. So I think I always understood, like, by the end of college, especially when I had already been like well seasoned in this, it kind of, it had to enter the conversation. Like, is the energy around the curation of a space dependent on the individuals that show up, or is it dependent on the message that you build up on the way to the event? You know what I mean? Like, how do you curate the people that are going to come? How do you curate the environment? What is the intentionality? And that word keeps coming up this week. What is the intentionality behind the creative decisions you're making and how you treat the event, right? And it sends a certain message that people resonate with. And I've been to events that have been just like straight battles all the way through, no cypher time at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that happens for a lot of reasons. And then I've been to events where it was like a park jam, and it was just a jam. There was no battles at all, except call-out battles, like if you wanted to. But it was like people were just dancing out in the park. This was when I first moved to New York City, And it was Ready to Rock crew held this. Shout out Ready to Rock crew in New York. And so I think that seeing that wide spectrum, everything in the middle as well, concept jams and shit like that, handicap jams, Seven to Smoke, shit like that, like all those different formats for what we do. It's important to understand like the intention behind it and what you're going there for, because I think it's going to break down into like whether you enjoyed yourself or not, and then it's going to break down to like whether you want to support that community or not. So like, not just holding the event responsible for how you feel, but also understanding like what you're getting yourself into when you show up, and not taking it out on the event for being the event. You know what I mean? I think that's something as people who attend that we need to start considering more and more, not just being serviced, but also how we participate and how we lend our energy to the space. It's a circle, So
I wanted to comment on what you just said, because some people, you guys know who you are, for those of you that are watching, and that's cool if you don't like what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it anyway. So I know that there's a a large number of people that only go to events, once again, to get paid, and they can really care less about the community aspect of these events. So a lot of the times, with me being a photographer, with me being a live streamer, and also being a videographer for a lot of these events, over the past decade, I've, seen crews come in, they have their game face on, and, like they compete.
Crew. The whole crew.
Like, the whole crew did.
I hate it.
And,
Every time.
It's like, I think that, yeah, it's one thing for you to be upset that, maybe you didn't agree with the judges, and if you didn't, then you can obviously speak with them, or if you want to be more passionate about it, you can call them out. But I think that for you to kind of like pay to get into an event, and for you to only be there for that reason of just, you're just trying to like win, and you don't really care about, actually having that social component of, catching up with people and ciphering, or just, because like jams,
it's
like I'm not gonna lie, man. Like jams are like, these are some of the only times that I'll bump into like a lot of, like my dancing friends, so I take my time there very, very, very seriously. So I don't want to just be in like streaming mode, or I don't want to just be in work mode shooting or competing. You know, I want to be able to actually catch up, even if it means that I'm small talking. And I'm not a big fan of small talk, but I will do it if I only see you at these competitions, because I understand that everybody's busy outside, and this is the one place where everybody comes together. So, you know, like, I mean, for me, I just feel like if you're gonna pay like, you know, $15 to go to an event, you might as well like reap all the benefits that the event has to offer, and that's the people that's being there. And even if you don't win, you know, like staying to the end to just to support, you know, what's actually happening, instead of you just being salty and then you leaving and then saying, oh, like fuck that event because we got robbed. Like, that's not the event's fault. Maybe that's the judge's fault, and that's something that you can communicate with the judges about. But like,
The
you know,
producers are not in on that unless they're skeezy, and there is a lot of that happens. I
hmm
understand, and I have been witness to it in my city, in my scene
yeah,
out here, where people were like, "Oh, there's a pattern here, and we understand what it is, and it's been going on for however long." So I've seen
yeah,
that, but that is so rare that, like, why would I throw an event to circulate money back? Like, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Like, on paper, it's not really. I wouldn't know a hustler that would think that that's a good hustle. You know what I mean? So like no one's trying to hustle you from production end. Like it's more of like if people are people, and judges have certain things, like if stuff is being done incorrectly, that's a conversation, like you said.
yeah,
Um, I think part of the culture in me is always like, yeah, a battle is a good, healthy thing. But at the end of the day, it's like if I call you out to battle you, but I don't tell you like why, and I don't try to have a discussion, like I don't really see how productive that ends up being, besides
hmm
your pride and your ego being fed in some way, shape, or form. And that if that's what you
that
need, if that's
word,
what you came for,
the pride and the ego, my lord.
if if that's what you came for, then like, all right, that's cool. Like I understand, like some b-boys are on that time, and some people, I'll say community members instead of b-boys. I think that excludes a lot of people.
Okay.
But I think that in the breaking culture, historically, like that mentality and that toxicity has been like so prevalent, and it's like, oh no, it's just that's the b-boy energy or whatever. And it's like, well, I mean, people change, energy change, cultures change. We're not out here trying to stick each other up anymore like
hmm
in the 70s and 80s. Like uh, we're living in a different context, and the culture needs to understand that the context in which the rules were set is no longer the context in which the world operates.
hmm
And I think that conversation becomes really, really prevalent when we talk about the music at these events that a lot of people have a lot of opinions about. You know, it comes up all the time. It's like, well, why do we listen to the same shit that like our great uncles were listening to? And like, I want to dance to like new stuff. And I'm like, well, like me too, dude. But I think that, you know, that conversation comes out of like a traditionalist versus a progress and ideology. And so I want to ask you, where do you sit? I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer, and I don't think that there's like a one way to look at it. But what do you think
Yeah.
about that?
Music, yeah. I'm very sensitive to music. I'm very sensitive of what I like to get down to. So when I first was going to a lot of events, I didn't know anything, and I remember, you know, listening to a lot of the classics from like the '70s, and like even like the going backwards. I felt that it was super fresh, and it was super, what's the word? It was just new to be able to hear like music and sounds that I wasn't accustomed to hearing, at least outside of my house, because of a lot of the music that we get down to is from like our parents' generation. So I remember as a kid, I would hear the same music that would be spun at jams, and thinking like, I
Mm.
remember complaining about how my mom wouldn't stop listening to James Brown, for example, and now I actually appreciate it as a dancer, but as a kid I hated it, and I just wanted to like, I don't know, listen to like what was playing. Um, so I guess, you know, from 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, I was absorbing all this, you know, old music, and you know, I learned like a lot of the DJs, not even just in New York, but for me traveling too, and me competing overseas as well. I feel like there's like a secret manual of like
It's a catalog, dog.
50
It's a
songs
catalog.
that
It's
every
50
single like
songs.
DJ will play at at like a breaking
Oh,
event.
dead. Yes, exactly.
So
And
now like
people
fast
feel all
forward.
kinds of way. Yeah.
Yeah, so now fast forward to 2020. Not gonna lie, I'm just sick of hearing, it's just begun. Go ahead, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me. But
It's so funny.
I've
I
heard
was
that
actually
song.
hundreds of times. Hundreds
Yeah,
of
and
times.
it's like
I know it, like,
I'm not even like an old head, but like
I could
at
drum
one
out that
point,
song right now.
yeah. So it's like at one point I really loved it, but like hearing that crap at practice and then hearing it, at jams and then hearing it at competitions, and every single time,
And at the club.
yeah, it's just like I'm like, all right, like even if I'm like out with like my non-dancer friends. Hold up, I'm out of focus. Out of focus. Hold up. Hold up. There we go.
Oh, are we
So
fixing our shit? Let me turn on my light that I've been wanting to turn on. Stand by.
But okay, I'll just wait till you get back. But I guess for those of you that are listening, real quick, yeah, I was just kind of it was super annoying to be able to hear the same thing over and over, and even like if I go out with like my non-dancer friends, and then it just doesn't even like make me want to move sometimes if a song is just really really played out to me. So to answer your question, I really want to hear more new things. And when I say new things, I'm not necessarily speaking about music from 2020, but there's so much music that exists that people just aren't playing, because I think that a lot of DJs, they're comfortable. They want to stick with what they know, and they want to stick with what they think that the crowd knows and will be able to dance to. But I know that if I was in a position of being a DJ, which I guess like very unofficially, I would say that I'm like the DJ of like my sessions that I host. I would spend every single week researching new music, because I'm the type of dude where, if you're coming to practice and you're playing the same, like B-boy mixtape that everybody else is playing at their practice, literally for like the last 2 years, I'm not going to want to dance. Keep in mind, I'm not going to want to dance, because when I go to practices, I honestly don't train. I don't train moves. This is why like you don't really see me busting out like a lot of crazy power. Only because like I feel like with a lot of power moves, that's kind of like the breaking variation of like working out, like being in the gym. Like you have to train that shit. Like you got to work on it over and over and over and over. You have to be very disciplined.
You gotta
Yada
take
yada
like 2
yada.
hours.
Yeah, of just like working on flares or just I was never really about that. So for those of you that have seen me dance, I'm very organic. Like I just do whatever I feel. And a lot of people would be on my ass, be like, yo, B, you need to get some power, you need to get some power. And I'm like, I have the ability to get power. It's just that I feel that with my dance style, I just wanted to focus with whatever my body wanted to do. Like I felt that in the very beginning of my dance, I saw everybody just training, trying to get like like windmills or head spins or blah blah blah. And
that wasn't the dance necessarily.
Yeah, that's
like
dope. But yeah, I wanted to be that guy that can go into like a room, hear music, and be able to get down. And when I say get down, I'm not just talking about breaking, because I don't identify myself as just a b-boy. Like I'm a dancer and I happen to break, because there's a lot of b-boys, like
together for like 8 months, dog.
Yeah.
On and off, obviously, but it was like a good 8 months of like, yo, what are you doing this weekend? Yo, what are you doing this weekend?
Yeah. So
my best times in New York, you were definitely there.
Yeah. Yeah. So I wanted to be able to be confident in my own ability to just, like get down to the music. And like I said, I'm not knocking people that are powerheads or anything, because, I give props, and I'm to this day, I'm very impressed, because like the level of athleticism that you need and dedication. But just for what I want and what I want to represent, when people are like, yo, like, what is Static about? I just wanted to be that super organic, funky dude who can two-step but still make it look good. You feel me?
I know
So,
exactly what you mean. Yeah.
yeah.
That little extra,
And,
like, I don't know what he's doing, but like, I believe him. You know, I think that's the thing, right? And so I say this all the time, and I say this about when I talk about dance. And I've been around professional dance since I was very young, on a very varied level. Like, I grew up in a Puerto Rican community, and I'm half Dominican, and so like Hispanic music, salsa, bachata, merengue, Latin ballroom was always there, and I learned all of those songs all growing up. Like, I have an entire music library that probably spans as much as my English speaking library, but in Spanish. And so I've been very blessed to have those cultures influence my dance. And when it comes to what you described, like the two-step, but like still look good, I have seen so many dancers that are not trained people, who are just people from, people who just went out to drink that night or whatever, or someone on the street, and they hear music. And there's something so real about a reaction that's unfiltered. You know what I mean? Like, just like they believe what they're doing. Like, people who don't have to overthink it. I think dancers get so trained, and then we have to train ourselves to think less, because we understand every little thing that's happening on the way to the end result of the move being executed, and the music and why it's working. And we start thinking about the history of the song, and we start thinking about all this, and like, what clothes am I wearing, and like all this other shit. And so I'm like, if I believe your truth, because you can't fake the funk, right? That's like my thing. Like, you can't fake the funk. I know a lot of people say that, but I try to break that down in as many ways as possible. I'm just like, if I'm being an honest, organic person, and I hear something that's making me react, and whether that looks clean or technique-wise, like, accurate, is not necessarily my goal. My goal is to feel that music first, before I think about everything else. So I think that being people, period, and it's something that I've had to grow to get better at. Not that I couldn't be organic with the music privately, but then doing that in a public setting, and how that affects my movement, right? And quarantine has been good for that. You know what I mean? Like, exploring like what makes you organic, because everything else is shut off right now, or at least it was for a very long time for a lot of people. A lot of people are picking things back up. So I want to ask you, on that note, I want to transition a little bit, and I want to ask you about what makes you feel organic with the music, because when I get down with you, it's always been like that. It's like we both have what I call another stream recently, which is like the dancer, it's like crackhead tick. It's like you hear something that like activates you, and you're just like, I got to get down. Like, this shit's crazy. Yeah. I'm just like, the dancer is like, we just look at each other, and you already is like, oh man, I can't leave now. Like, they just played my shit. So what is that like for you? Like, what is that journey like? Because I think everybody's inspiration is so important to explore. That I want to go there. And I will preface this by saying that I think our stream is going to cut off soon for the first hour. So if you get cut off, I'll let you know before it shuts off, and we'll keep going into the next.
Gotcha, not a problem.
Hour.
Cool.
Yeah.
But the tick. So for starters, I want to say that if I'm listening to new music that just happens to be good, that's one thing. So that's the reason why I'm so sensitive about what I get down to. If I'm hearing new music that moves me, and whether if I'm at the club, or if I'm at a battle, or if I'm at a jam, or even like in the freaking, I don't know, supermarket, and I hear like a boom boom bop bop boom bop boom boom, boom. And if it's really like just hitting me, that's it. If it's something that's new, and I get so excited down to, excuse me, not favorite types, but they have their favorite tracks to get down to, right? But
For sure.
I think that for me, one of the dope things about going out is discovering new music. So if I'm at Funkbox, or if I'm at Soul and a Horn, or if I'm at Tuka Tuesdays or any other party or an event, one reason why I go is to discover new music, believe it or not, because
No, I believe you, bro.
like Natasha Diggs and Tony Touch, and shout out to all of the DJs. Like like they play a lot of music that I already recognize because I'm me doing my own digging. But every single time that I go out, I go home with like new music, and I'll Shazam it, or like I'll Soundhound it, and that makes me so happy because then I'll take that music that they spun, and then I'll research that artist to see if there's any other songs, and then my music
Go down a rabbit
library
hole.
gets boom. So yeah, like there's that. But aside from me discovering new music when I'm out dancing, I think that um the song that's being played, I just have to really be able to truly say that this is something that is moving me. If it's a song that's being played, and even if everybody else is about it, and if I'm not feeling it, like kind of like what you said before, like I don't want to fake the funk just because it's a hype song that everybody else loves. So I see this a lot of times at battles where the DJ plays a song that everybody knows, and then I'm kind of just like, yeah, it's a good song, but I'm just so burned out from hearing it. So then that
It's
actually
like
lowers my energy
we all doing the
sometimes.
chai side again.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's,
so it's
yeah.
it
You don't
depends,
have to
but
do it.
yeah, it's like I don't want to like move if it's forced, and that's one of the dangers about battling, because with me, I rely solely on music so much that as a competitor, if I get a track that I don't like, in the back of my head, I'm like, all right, so I'm in top 16 right now. I don't like the music. How the fuck am I gonna do this? And that's where I think it's important as a competitor to have sets. And I don't really have sets because I know a lot of like B girls and B boys, they create sets that they can kind of pull out of their pocket to be able to do in situations.
Who don't know what a set, like what that
Oh,
vocabulary means. They
so
break that.
yeah, so when I say a set, I'm referring to, think of it as like your own personal little choreography of moves put together that you worked on in your own spare time. So this, like for example,
Yeah.
one set might be like you starting out by doing a front flip, and then you go into you doing the worm, and then you'll do a head spin, and then you'll end by doing a baby freeze. And that might be like one of your signature sets. So with me shooting a lot, I feel that I'm able to recognize a lot of the sets from a lot of like the B-boys and the B-girls within the community. And I think that it's also important though to also upgrade your sets over time, because I've seen some dancers win battles using the same sets that they've been doing for years. And to me, I just feel like I don't know. It's like if I know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it already, it makes you super predictable. And if I'm competing against you, or if I'm judging, or if I'm just watching, I don't want to watch somebody that's predictable. That's just my personal opinion. Because I'm so attracted to just watching people move in the moment.
I mean,
That's
even as a judge, like that day, like all the sets you have to watch throughout an event, and then to see someone who is already boring because you already seen them at the other event,
yeah,
even
doing the same
like when
exact thing.
there's two jams in the same day, I'll see dancers hop jams, like they could be using the same shit later.
Mhm.
And so for me, and this is me, right? And I
Mhm.
definitely identify with how this can be viewed as a traditionalist point of view, but I also feel like that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think the word traditionalist has such a negative connotation, but it doesn't. All it is a description, right? And
Mhm.
so I feel that personally, that's why you have to be so strong at freestyle. Like you have to be like to me, you're not really dancing hip hop if you're not freestyling it. Like I don't think a set is really hip hop. To me, I feel
Mhm.
like other people will get mad at that statement. I don't really give a fuck. TBH, get off my
Mhm.
stream. But I also but like you're in my room, man. But I think that it's like it's not. It's like if I have to do a routine, um, in a battle situation, like a battle is supposed to be. Remember what a battle is and what about where a battle comes from, right? And battle started with the stick up kids in New York that became the dancers. You were walking around and you never knew when you were gonna get jumped. You know what I mean? There's no, hey, meet me here, we'll jump you. Like,
Mhm.
even if it was planned, you never really knew if they were gonna bring guns or knives. Like, it's like, all
Yeah.
right, we're all bringing knives, but you know one of them got a gun. Like, come on. So stuff like, and that's not something that I can identify with because I didn't grow
Yeah.
up in gang culture. But that's the history that I know to be true and to be that I've been taught, right? So I can't speak from an informed place of experience, but I can speak from an informed place of tradition. And so
Mhm.
when you think about a battle and what a battle is, it's like I was always taught that you have to be ready to battle at any point, anywhere. Even if you came out the supermarket and another dancer was there and they asked you to battle, you had to do
Mhm.
that. So you had to wear clothes that was like you could wear it every day, but you could still dance in it. You know, I don't
Yeah.
buy any clothes that I can't dance in unless it's like for an office job or something.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so I think things like that comes back to like the traditionalist essence of like what a battle is and what a competition is in hip hop. And so for it to say that you have a set in a traditionalist context is like saying, like I can perfectly foresee every time. And
Mhm.
like that's not really true to like the history of like what gay culture is. And it's funny, I think a lot of people like want to take what we do in breaking and separate it from like the tradition of like the ideologies of where it came from, where it's like, this comes from the ghetto, this comes from gang culture, this comes from what it is.
Yes.
We may
Yes.
not
Yes.
be gangsters now, like we may not have that chip on our shoulder, we may not have those experiences, but there's something to be said for understanding that and respecting it, even if you don't adhere to it, even if you make all the sets in the world. I think that you have to acknowledge why that is not the essence. You know what I mean? Even though
Yeah.
it's allowed. Like I think that's everything you said is correct. I think everybody should have sets ready for a competition, but understand that that's different. It's just different.
Mhm.
And people would say otherwise. People will be like it evolved. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
I think that just to transition a little bit
For
with the
sure.
whole idea of sets,
Yes.
um I think that it's very interesting to see how if you expand a set, and I'm mainly referring to a lot of the choreography dancers that I've met in New York. It's interesting to bump into them, and I would watch like their Instagram videos. I would watch them on YouTube, or I would even
We got
watch
30
them.
seconds
Yeah, it's
before
like
this shuts
they.
off. Static. I'm
Okay,
sorry to interrupt
so
you.
so you
30
do want to just like
seconds.
Hey guys, so yeah, the stream ended on his part, but I'm gonna like bring it back up. Just give me a second. Give me a second. I'm waiting for him to call back. And
Static. I'm
okay.
sorry to interrupt
So
you.
so
30
you do want.
seconds. York. I'm just gonna say that every time, even if I'm not speaking to somebody from New York. What's up, New York? Shit.
People that's in Twitch, how's it looking? My Twitch people.
It's coming back.
Alright. Cool.
There we are. I see myself and I see you on our screen.
Alright, so let me hide me now.
What's good, Twitch?
Alright, cool. Thank you, Drew.
Yeah.
Uh,
Anyway, you were talking about sets.
yeah, so
yeah.
I was mainly saying how it's interesting. Yeah, watching like a lot of the choreographers within the scene, that they are killing it on stage and they're killing it on these gigs and performances and yada yada yada. But a lot of these dancers, you know, I won't ever see, you know, at the parties that we go to. And if they are there, they're only vibing. And when I'm like, yo, like, let's go dance, or like, let's go hustle, or let's house, or like let's just, you know,
Let's
like
party.
group.
Let's actually celebrate.
It's like, you know, I've had moments where some of them are kind of like, yeah, like I'm not really, you know, comfortable. And I'm like, what? Like, I just seen you like kill it, you know, and you're averaging, you know, like 20,000, you know, K in your videos, and like you're doing all this dope stuff, you know, like on the gram and on Facebook and on YouTube and at all these auditions, and you're a performer. Like, how can you not like
Get down.
like okay, you know? And that made me understand that, you know, that's what I kind of feel that a lot of b-boys and b-girls are like when it comes to the like intermissions. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, like at some battles, how like they'll have like an intermission where like the DJ will play like party music, and then you'll see like all the other dancers just like, you know, just like getting it in and being able to just like groove. And then like the people that are like the super competitors, they're kind of just like,
Yeah, they're not trying to party.
they're kind of just chilling.
Let's talk about that for a little bit. I love this conversation. I've seen that happen everywhere, whatever city I'm in, and
Yeah.
whatever event I'm at. And one of those things, I think for a long time it bothered me actively. Like, it was one of those things where I was like, if you're really about the culture, then you need to like learn how to cipher and party, and like you're not really about this life unless you're also comfortable getting in the cipher. X, Y, and Z. And then also on another side of that, I understand that there's a lot of people, like you said earlier, that take battling really serious and they go to events just to battle, right? And for whatever reason, right? And so I also see that a lot of those are the same people who, like you said, like won't be trying to party like that, either because they won't feel comfortable, or they're like, I'm saving my energy for the next round, or I'm saving my moves so no one can see it and like strategize. And that, you know, that's valid. I won't shit on that, you know what I mean? But I also like don't necessarily agree with it in my practice of the culture. Right? Like, I'm a cipher head for sure. Like, I'm a party guy, and one of those things is I was explaining to another one of our guests who tuned in a second ago, but I was telling her how, shout out Rachel, I was telling Rachel, my friend Rachel, how for me a party isn't like what a party is to like everyone else. Like, to me a party is like part of my culture of celebration. Yeah. And it's part of like the traditions that go back to Africa and that go back to the slave trade and plantation America, you know what I mean? So I think that all of that lineage, that's the context in which I move, and that's the context in which I celebrate, in which I dance. And that context is not necessarily everyone's context, is what I've grown to realize with my time around people and being like, my intentions and my teachings for why I do this, I knew it wasn't the same for everyone, but I think when I was younger, I thought everyone had a certain understanding and a certain like right way to do things. And the older I've gotten, the more I'm like, I let it bother me less when I don't agree. You know, like I may not agree that you're not ciphering. I may not agree that you're saving your moves. I may not agree that you think like this way, but I also think that who the fuck am I to tell you otherwise? Like,
Yeah.
you know, unless you're actively hurting the culture, unless you're spreading misinformation, you know, like things like that is a different conversation. There's that, and then there's also like b-boys that I've seen and b people who I've seen that like will hug the wall until the breakbeat comes on. Yeah, you know who you are, and it's like, and they're like, well, that's like, for me, I'm like you said, I'm a dancer, and I happen to break, you know. And so I'm like, if you can't get down to anything, if you can't just groove, then what the fuck are you doing? You should just be having a good time and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's me all day, right? But at the same time, like, I had another OG of mine be like, you know, well, that's actually the original b-boy ideology. Like, you don't dance unless a breakbeat comes on. You wait all night for your breakbeat. And I was like, nah, you know.
So, but that's technically that's the difference between like a breaker and like a dancer. And I've had this conversation with my crewmates, because I'm in 2 crews, like multiple times, that I guess with all of us having breaking as like the main source of like bringing us together, like that's dope and everything. But I'm like, don't just limit yourself to just one style. And I try to put them on to other styles, because at the end of the day, it's going to help out your breaking too. So hence why I try to bring them to, once again, a lot of the things that me and you go to. I don't know how many nights I've gone out by myself to Brooklyn, to Manhattan, to Queens, to the Bronx, whatever, you know, just to get down. You know, I'm all the way out in LI, but I'll drive out there. And, you know, I'm like, yo, like.
You're far as hell, dog.
Yeah.
You're far as hell.
And the fact that you see me all the time says a lot, because I want it.
You're more consistent than a lot of people that live right there.
Yeah, so, and Pete, that I'm the one with the car, and a lot of the times people are like, oh, well, yeah, it's deep, and I'm not trying to drive, but I don't want to go with you because I don't know what time you're going to leave. And I'm like, bro, like, I just hear excuses, and, like, now
you either want to go or you don't. You either want to go or you don't. Yeah,
now these same people are now complaining about how, like,
there's no parties.
Yeah, and I'm like, shut up. I'm not trying to hear it, because when I was going out, like, every Wednesday to BK, or like when I was going out to Funk every Sunday, you were not about it.
Every Friday we were asshole in the horn.
And everybody has an excuse, like, I got work or I got this, and I'm like, bro, we all have shit to do. If you really want it, you're going to make time for it. It's as simple as that. Like, I shouldn't have to, like, beg you to do something that you claim you want to do, you know? So it's like, I would always go out there like, yo, yeah, I'm like, yo, I'm going to go do this, this, and this. And if you guys are down to come with me, dope. But, like, I'm not trying to hear the whole, yo, blah, 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 blah. So
let me line up all the reasons why I don't want to go, instead of just telling you I'm not going to go tonight.
Yeah, it's just like, I want to go, but I'm like, all right.
But
and then this is happening for like months, and I'm just like,
who's going to be there? When people ask me who's going to be there,
like,
I uninvite them.
Questions.
I uninvite them immediately. I'm like, I don't care who's going to be there. I'm going to be there, and the music's going to be there.
Exact. Thank you. I'm like, why does it matter?
What else do you need, dog? Like I'm not dancing for no one else.
Like, this is the location, this is who's spinning, and that's it.
That's it. There's going to be a floor. That's all that matters to me, honestly.
Yeah.
When I was living in Boston, right, I was going to miscellaneous fucking bars all the time with like one other person or by myself. And the area in which I was living when I had my own apartment for 2 years was like a college kid area, and there was a bunch of bars and shit. And so they had like all these shitty ass like top 40 DJs and whatever. And it was like a bunch of like, you know, college people who wanted to go get drunk and like sing along to their favorite pops from the 2000s or whatever. So I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. But I went, and so there was nights where it was like I would just walk into my crib because it was like a 2-minute walk to the next club from where I was living. Like it was right there.
Yeah.
And so there would be nights like Thursday nights, Wednesday nights when there would be special nights when they have DJ spinning, and it could be like just me and the DJ one night, and I'm just like I would go as hard, and that was like my special personalized thing where I was like, I'm here. The music may not even be good, but like I'm here to practice. Like I'm here to influence how I carry myself when I am in something that's more to my liking,
Yeah.
And what I realized was that I could party with like the most random drunk white girls out there, and like that was just as fulfilling sometimes as like being with an OG in this place where there's like a Crazy Legs and a sponsored B-boy and all this stuff.
Yeah.
I was like, the music was probably really shitty all those nights that I went out by myself, but I needed to dance. I needed to dance, and I knew there was going to be music.
Yeah.
That's all I could say.
Therapy.
And so when I invite my friends, it is therapy. It's the kind of therapy that is really healthy, I think, if you use it the right way. And I think that when I was inviting people, like you said, and I used to get stuff like it's mad far, it's people that had car and money and time. And so I was like inviting my crewmates from my hometown, which is 45 minutes outside of Boston, or if they were in Boston already and they're not trying to go out, and they're like, who's going to be there? Or X, Y, and Z. And like what I said like earlier, like who does and does not show up is a really big indicator for me about who is really about this life.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Very simple.
And the culture, and this is something that I was able to explore with Brian Polite in our interview that we did. Shout out Brian. This is like the first or second cultural convo actually, so it's been a while. But I'm thinking back, and we talked about how, there is a way that the culture that we thrive within, whether it's house or hip hop or what have you, the underground, it filters out people who won't go 2 hours to go to a dance party to come back when the sun is coming up. It filters out people who would otherwise be a hindrance to the community because they won't go out of their comfort zone or put in the work to get comfortable or whatever have you to overcome the adversity to get there and be there and say I was there and that's where I learned. So that's where I got educated. My education in part outside of dance of the culture is like the struggle that I've gone through since I was like a young teenager, like 13 years old, to like get to practice, to like get to the jam, to get to the club. Like just getting there in itself is like a big educational process.
I agree.
For broke kids, because we're broke. Like I grew up broke. I'm still broke. You know what I mean? Like I went to college, but I'm still broke. Like I'm not balling out here. I don't think anyone I know is balling like that. That's not true at all, actually. But you get my point.
Yeah.
You get my point.
I wanted to add to that. So I remember. I think it was like my first year in. I was like, because like I started dancing. I started dancing when I was 19, and I'm 29 now. So, I remember I think when I was like 20, I was a year shy of being an adult, but I was still like that college kid or whatever, and I got into a really bad accident and I lost my car. So that devastated me because I live in LA. So my main source of transportation to me getting to like all these battles and these competitions and these jams and these parties, was my car. But I'm not gonna lie, it was like a week I was just like kind of like, like crying in my head, like how am I gonna do this? And I'm still trying to, go to work, and like my car was like my everything as a 20-year-old kid. And but I was just kind of like, yo, fuck it, man. Like if I really want to go, I'm gonna just go, and I'm gonna take the bus. I would walk like 7 minutes to the nearest bus station, and then from the bus I would take like the N22 for all my Long Island people, the N22 all the way to Jamaica Queens, and then from Jamaica Queens, I would get off at the station and I would walk like 5 blocks, to either like the J or the Z train. I peep. And then from there, I would just go into Manhattan. And then, like the trip, took me, like 2 hours and some change. And then after I got to Manhattan, I still had to take, even more subways, and I
You don't
remember there
gotta
was a
tell me
couple times
twice.
where, yeah, I was traveling all the way to the Bronx from Long Island with no car. Like, it was like a
That's like a
3 hour
fucking trip
journey, bro.
on the subway. Yeah, because I used to go when I was going to Soul in the Horn. I told you back in the day, like back in the day. I told you when I was in New York, like every time you saw me in Brooklyn, I was taking like 2.5, 3 hour trip back to Inwood. Every single time I went out, and that was during the winter, and it was miserable. It was some of the worst weather ever, and I was sweaty from dancing for 4 hours with your ass.
Yeah.
And so it was like one of those things where, for me, it was an obsession. It was like, you know what? Like, I'm in New York. I'm in the Mecca. Like, if I don't put in the time and the work to get out there, then like, like I was like, that kind of pressure is like the what I work under when I'm at the club, and people are like, why is he going so hard? Like, why is he going like every song? You know what I mean? Why is he going last? Like, it'd be like lights turn on and I'm still throwing sets.
Yeah.
And it's not even about like, the experience in the moment, it is, but it's about everything else that goes into the fact that I'm there. Like you said earlier with money too. You were like, why would you pay $15 to like, not get the most out of your experience?
Mm-hmm.
To not talk to everybody, to not be there, and to not take it in. Like, why would I go 45 minutes one way to Brooklyn to spend 4 hours getting down, to then spend 3 hours getting home because they shut down half the trains? And so it's like, when I'm there, you understand how precious my dance time is when I'm there?
Yes. Yes. I'm so happy that you're saying this, because at one point I felt like, are they right? And I started to question myself as if like I'm the crazy one who wanted to stay. And then I realized that that's not it, that we're just on two different levels,
It's a different level. That's all it is.
And that's it, and I'm talking about like, like my crewmates, I'm talking about, like people that I get down with too. And, I want them there because I didn't want to just like have, like them present only like at battles and stuff, because like at a battle, I know everybody's going to go because like that was like our thing. But like, I guess as I started to dive deeper into club culture, and that's where I felt that I really started getting like my props, in my personal opinion, not even as a competitor, in like the all styles and breaking scene, because
just for who you are, dog.
Like like people
you're
know
so
who I
lovely
am,
dude
but
to
like,
be around, dude.
Yeah, like I feel like I got like my true shine on, once again, going to the parties where I met you. That's where like I feel like I could truly just be like at 100% of like my potential as a dancer, because of the energy, the people that are there, like the DJ, the atmosphere, and all that put together. It just kind of brings out this new static that people won't see if I'm at a battle or even at practice. If you want to see me at like my prime or whatever, it's like me in the club, because
At
it's
the
a
club,
different
dude.
type of energy,
It's different.
So yeah,
Totally
and
different.
I wanted to be able to share that with everybody. And then there's like times where I know that, like we get to the club at like, I don't know, like at like 11, doors open at 10, we get there at like 11, like people dance for 2 hours, and then they're like, all right, it's time to go home. And I'm like, I'm just getting warmed up though, bro. Like,
That's
are
the
you
warm-up.
serious?
It's
And
not
then-
even
and then-
3 yet.
Yeah,
It gets
it's like-
good at
and then-
3. I've been here
And
since
then I
10, but it
had
gets
that
good at 3.
pressure, and then there's like that pressure of like people like low key looking at me to take them home, because nobody else wanted to drive their own car.
Oh, wow.
They all
That's
wanted to
something I don't
carpool
have
with
to do.
Static, because nobody wants to drive, even though they all have cars. By the way, to Marvel Heroes crew and Floor Militia, I'm talking shit, but I love you guys, and I'm not talking behind your backs, because I tell you this in your faces, and you know this. So I'm saying it again because I want Elmer to know. And
You gotta keep it real.
If you're lurking in chat on Twitch or here, I'm saying it again. When
Keep
the
it
fucking
real.
clubs open up after COVID, I miss you guys and I love you guys, and I want you guys to fucking come out with me. I miss
Big
y'all.
facts. It's big
Like,
facts. Because
stop
it's all
playing.
love.
Stop
You know?
playing. Yo, what up, Jay?
Exactly.
What up, Jay?
Well, you know what I mean? Like, I appreciate you doing that. And it's funny because I do the same thing with my homies, like my crew from my city. I'm just like, I'm always like, all right, listen, you ain't shit. Like you had no reason to stay home. You know what I mean? Like, or I'll be like, you flaked on our plans. You know what I mean? I'm always
Yeah,
like, I call out
man.
the people that I really am
Bro.
comfortable with, like, and I love. I'm just like, hey, listen, you know me better than to fuck with me right now. Like you should, you know. So holding each other accountable is a part of, you know, being in a community and being friends, I think. And I think that when you come from this culture, like, I want that. Like, I want people to hold me accountable. I feel like I would like people to be like, hey, man, like, what the fuck? And I appreciate that from you. And that's something that I want to delve into a little bit. And so let's take this road, this opportunity, right? So being
Sure.
in a crew, you mentioned your crew throughout the interview. And
Yeah.
I want to talk about, like, what is a crew to you first? What is a crew?
Okay. So I think that my initial interpretation of what crew is might be different from what crew is, if that makes sense. So
I hope it will when you're done.
Okay. Before I got put down in any crews or whatever, so the first representation of a crew that I saw firsthand were X Fiend's crew.
Shout out X Fiends.
My current crew, Marvel Heroes, before they put me down. Supreme Beings crew.
That's
Floor Obsessions.
Jigs. That's Jigs' crew, right?
Yeah.
Shout out Jigs.
Well, they're not called Floor Obsessions anymore, but the Obsessions. Who else really stood out to me? Rhythm Junkies. Like all my Long Island people. Floor Royalty. And the Titans. Thank you.
The Titans.
Yeah. So
Word.
all of
I'm
these
not
crews.
hip to a lot of them because I'm not from out there.
All of these crews that I just mentioned, these were the crews that stuck out to me in the very, very, very beginning in regards to the people that showed me love. I remember not necessarily like every single person from every single crew that I mentioned, but the majority, like the big chunk of each crew that I mentioned, they showed me and Beats crew as well, which is like the first gen of like Rhythm Junkies, and Step Fiends too. So like that,
he's like getting love from everyone.
Yeah, man. Like all of these crews were like the first groups of people that ever showed me love, whether if it was in the ciphers, whether if it was at a competition and or at practice. So me, like getting love from these crews and being acknowledged, right, as a dancer first by these guys, and then taking that in and then seeing how they treated each other at practice, peeping how they would train and go to each other's houses and see that they're involved in each other's lives outside of just dance. That was like my foundation of what I believe crew was, right? So then fast forward, you know, after I got put down to Floor Militia and after I got put down to Marvel, like I realized that like the definition itself had a lot of different meanings because like my crewmates, like my crew with Marvel Heroes, I feel that with them it's more of like a family community. Like we go over each other's houses and you know like I know like their family and like their family knows mine and like we all came together through dance, but we don't really like travel that much. We don't really compete that much together. But
do you
like
not
Marvel
see
Heroes
yourselves as like you're not like an organization. You're like a group of friends.
Nah. Yeah, it's like we're family. It's like I feel like all those dudes are like my fucking cousins, you know?
I feel that way with
like my brothers in a sense.
my people too. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so it's like like we have dance as like the mutual foundation of how we all got together, but like when I'm catching up with, you know, like shout out to, you know, Chris You know, shout out to Spidey, shout out to, you know, Colossus and Emmanuel, Judah, and you know, like Sanjay, and the list goes on. Like when I'm with those guys, it's like, yeah, it's more like we're kind of just vibing or whatever. Even though like we might go out or like we might compete together once in a blue moon, but I don't really see us like as like that. Like that's that one crew that you will see rocking together frequently at jams. Ironically, with Marvel Heroes crew, yeah, like they were like fucking on fire like when like back in 2009, 2010. Like when I first started, you know, getting to know who they were, you know, these were like some of the guys that I was just like, damn, yo. So if it wasn't for Marvel, I don't know if I would even be having this conversation with you, because like they were like the very first people to invite me, you know, off of campus to come to like my first jam and stuff. So
Right. There's a different relationship there.
yeah, but then when I compare Marvel Heroes crew to my other crew, which was Floor Militia, and this is, you know, shout out to, you know, Saul and Kevin and Colin and Jay.
These are the homies that I met some of them, right?
Yeah.
I
So
know
yeah,
Saul.
the event
Yeah.
that we judged together,
Yeah.
that was done by Floor Militia. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like
Kingdom
with those
Breakers
guys.
Studio.
Yeah.
Shout out Kingdom Breakers.
So
Good people.
with those guys, I feel that our relationship is a little bit more like dance oriented, where like I won't really kick it with them as much as I would like to on like a personal level, but I know that when it comes to like competing and traveling to compete and actually trying to like get our name out there, like that was like the crew that, you know, that I traveled to Europe with. That was the crew that, you know, I traveled to other states with. This was the crew that I was teaching with. This was the crew that I do jams with. This is the crew that, you know, it's like when I think of dance, like and competitions and competing and stuff, you know, it's those guys. So they're more of like my competitive, like we're trying to build each other up, you know, to get better type of crew, if that makes any sense.
Yes,
So
of course. That makes total sense.
I have like a different relationship with both of my crews, and I love them both dearly. But you know, with one of the crews, it's more dance oriented. I'm not gonna lie. Even I would love to see them more outside of, you know, just doing something dance related and just kicking it together. But with the other crew, it's kind of like the exact opposite, where like, you know, I chill
We
with
just
them a
happen to
lot,
be
but
around each other.
yeah, you know, and I want to be able to compete more with those guys too. But you know, like a lot of my crewmates in Marvel Heroes, you know, like they're dads now. So like,
Wow.
like Manny has a kid coming.
Was
I know.
did I meet one of these people? We had a live stream like in the middle of COVID stuff.
No.
And okay.
No. That was, well, one of those guys, his name was Ronnie. Ronnie is a part of he was a part of Rhythm Junkies, but now he reps X Fiends. But he's pretty much like, I call him like my unofficial crewmate, because he's been there since almost day one of like showing me love and stuff. And then the other guy, he reps Break Fresh, New York City, and that's Rocket. And Rocket was once again one of the first people who showed me love in the ciphers, because, you know, I don't know if it's the hair, and we both like got big hair and a crazy like facial hair and whatnot, and we both have like this really, you know, like broad style of just like loving to get down anywhere. But Rocket,
you know what's funny?
was, like,
you mentioned the hair. You mentioned the hair. First of all, shout out Rocket, shout out Ronnie. I love those guys. We had a really cool 4-way like stream at one point a few months ago, and it was like really, really, really dope. So I appreciate them. I learned so much from them just talking. I've gotten to know Rocket. He was actually part of that event I told you about with Ready to Rock crew when we did that park jam. I met him there, and then I kept seeing him at everything after that. and at that moment, that was the first jam. That was the second day I moved to New York. Like I went to New York one day, and the next day I was at that jam because DJ Ruggs let me know, because I met Ruggs in Boston at Harvard University at a jam I was at. And so yeah, we when I moved to New York, I was like, yo, I'm in New York. What's good? What's happening out here? Like, let me see everybody. Like, where are the jams at? So he put me on. So I wouldn't have been able to like explore New York the way I did if I hadn't been for Ruggs looking out for me and showing me love and respect. So thank you to him.
Shout out to Ruggs.
I want to say yes. Well, I'm gonna finish this before I let you go. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna let you finish, okay. Mama. I just want to say on the hair and the beard and that you and like, you know, Rocket and other people partially were inspirations for me on like growing my hair out personally and like growing my beard out. Yeah, like all this, like, cause when I went to New York, like I was able to be someone who I wasn't back home. And so the part of me you met was like definitely me, but it's like it was New York me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
The energy is different. So I think going out there and seeing like people, my contemporaries, like be able to express themselves naturally, whereas like I had always had a very specific hairstyle that was like very branded and stuff. I think during BML and during George Floyd and during all this, taking back the power of like, this is how I look as a black man with nothing. Like, this is just like, this is how I look. This is how God made me with no other edits, no filters. You know, like I feel beautiful in this way, in a way that I wasn't able to feel beautiful about this before, even when I was still in New York. But New York helped me get comfortable to the point where I could build up my confidence as a black man to where
I'm so happy to hear that.
To wear my own face.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Because you are not the only person that has recently told me that. And when I say that, I'm referring to some of my other international homies that gave me a similar feedback. Not about, you know, being able to like accept and embrace your blackness, but in the perspective of them being able to let go of their insecurities, being judged, and just fucking doing them. Because New York has that super raw competitive side, but it also has that beautiful embracing, like, you can do you, and nobody fucking cares, and we encourage it for you to like wear what you want to wear. Like it's not like
people celebrate that like, in New York.
Yeah, it's like
people celebrate you in New York.
Type of way. You don't have to look a certain type of way as long as you're there for the music. Like, and you could be, you know, gay, straight, trans, like, you know, rocking a fro and have a crazy, you know, whatever, like
whatever is your thing. If you're wearing goggles and shit like me, like, you know what I mean? Like, people will be like, yo, I remember I had people just complimenting me in New York, like, yo, your style, like, keep doing that. And that's not the same. That doesn't happen where I'm from. It doesn't. People are too scared here. People are too scared here, you know? And people just don't have the balls. I won't say the ball. I don't like that term anymore. I'm trying to be woke. People don't have the courage. People don't have the courage, right? To like, to live authentically. I feel because people out here, like I am from an urban city. I am from a very diverse place, but I'm still in northern Massachusetts where everybody around us is not the way we are. And so that definitely comes into the culture of my city where I grew up. And I want to reflect on some things that Julia said in the chat, which is New York is a city that transforms people, as well as it was therapy for her too. And that was part of, those weren't things that I was really thinking about when I moved to New York for the time that I was there. But they became very real, relevant facts of my experience very immediately after I was living in the city. And I don't even remember necessarily where we met at all at this point. I'm trying to think back. It was at a cipher. It was Solon It was you. Yes, because there was a few people I met there that night, and then I kept meeting people. So you were definitely one of the first that I could get down with, and I'm like, this dude is just here for the music. You know what I mean? You can't fake the funk. You can't fake that. It's like an antenna. And so I want to say to that effect, like, thank you. And I also want to say, like, what Julia said is true. Like, it's a city that transforms people, and it's a city that it's so big that it gives you the space to transform. Because I think that where I'm from, we have 100,000 people in my small city in Massachusetts, and so that sounds like a big number. But if you grew up here, like if you grew up anywhere, you know everyone in your generation because you went to school together. You know what I mean? And you know their parents and shit. And so it's one of those things that there is a version of expectation around who I am from where I grew up. They still want to see that high school version of me. You know what I mean? They still want to see that kid. And I left for 5 years, came back, you know, and I'm a different person for the better, you know.
Yeah.
That kind of doesn't always fit into the mold of where we're from. So I think people like you and also New York is a place where you can grow. But I want to say thanks to Julia. We actually, shout out saying we met at Kingston, New York, and you love my energy. I love your energy too, which is why I'm so happy. I'm happy you're here. It's a good time. And I'm sure that we will have a really interesting conversation about our time in New York because Julia and I actually haven't had like a full conversation. Like we met at the event and then like I keep seeing her on the internet, but like I would love to talk to you about life because you seem really fucking interesting, dude. But yeah, back to Static. Static, I want to ask you a little bit about some other things.
Okay.
We were talking about breaking for a long time.
Go ahead.
And that's great. That is what it is. I don't care. But I also know that you're such a good house head, in my opinion. And you know I love house, and you know what it is, so I don't have to explain that. But I want to ask you about your journey with house music. I want to ask you about your journey with house dance, and I want to ask you about what that is because yes.
Okay. Diving deep.
Deeper.
Deep. So my first experience of house, 2009, Kings of New York. 10 years ago.
You're so old.
That was the first time that I witnessed house. And this was, Rue, if you're watching in chat, yo, I love Kings of New York. I love it. But I remember Kings of New York, and there was house battles in the back room. Kings of New York used to take place inside of this giant church/cathedral.
Wow.
And
That
it was such a dope space. And I remember like the main like breaking battles took place on like the main floor or whatever. But then like they had I think like popping battles. And there were house battles on like the back room. So I remember
so even
during,
at the event, the house was like underground.
Yeah, it was some true underground shit because like you know like the majority of the people were like chilling on like the main like breaking floor, and then I saw like a little room in the back where people were like coming in and out from, and I'm like, is that a bathroom or something? And I remember hearing other music coming from that room, so I was like, all right, let me go check that out. So I went back there, and that is the first time that I witnessed house dance. And at the time, I confused house for Vogue and for whacking because I had very small knowledge of what the dance was from just watching TV and stuff. So I remember when I was watching these men dancing to house music, I thought that they were voguing because this was the first time in my life that I saw a male move his hips and to be able to really like get in touch with like, you know, like moving other body parts aside from just, you know, focusing on footwork, because keep in mind that I only knew breaking at this time. So I remember hearing that like
in like any of the mainstream movies.
Exactly. So like I didn't know what that was. I just knew that the music sounded weird. It made me feel something. And I remember thinking like the guys are dancing like girls because I wasn't used to men moving their hips and moving their shoulders and moving their head and doing body waves and stuff. Because this is coming from somebody that only knew breaking, and I was only in the scene for like I think like 6 months at the time, and I wasn't even I was not a dancer when I went in his house. I was just shooting at the time. So
Wow.
I remember thinking like, yo, this is weird, but weird in a good way. And I'm curious. So that was that. Fast forward, um, a year, I started breaking. And I remember one of the people at the school that I was going to, um, his name is Javi. You might know who he is.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you definitely met him. You met him at Soul on the Horn the last time that we
Perfect.
were all there. He's one of my crewmates. But yeah, shout out to Javi.
Fucking Jack Tavi, big ass motherfucker.
Yeah, I guess he
He's
is
not like
kind of.
super Jack, but the boy is fit.
Yeah, he's yeah. So
Yeah.
he
I only say that because that's how I remember. I was like, this dude is big. That's so funny. Anyway, please continue. Sorry.
he that's okay. He invited me to a practice spot here in Westbury. And the name of the practice spot was called Break House. So I'm pretty sure you can pretty like you can tell by the name that it was a practice spot that focused on house dance and breaking. And this is where I met the first two members of the Fiends. The first guy, his name is Swandy Wilson. And the second, he goes by Culture Lipsy. So Swandy and Culture, they both rep Step Fiends. And this is before I knew who the Fiends were. And the Fiends were so important to me when it came to my journey with house, because they were the ones that introduced me truly to the dance when it came to like technique, when it came to like like the music in addition to like the groove. Because when I first started, this is a beat, like you've seen b-boys trying to house, and it looks kind of awkward. It's kind of like
It's definitely awkward.
Yeah, so like
Because it's like they're scared. It's like
Yes,
it's like
they're scared to let go.
for the first time.
Yes.
Because b-boys are like,
Yeah.
fuck, I'm a b-boy. Like I gotta, fuck
Yes,
everything up.
because like b-boys, and I say b-boys, and I'm not excluding b-girls because I've never really seen b-girls have that thing,
It's the
because I feel like
anxiety.
girls have just like naturally, even the girls that don't like, even I'm thinking of like a couple of the b-girls that I know, like Vic and Lacuna, just to name two off the top of my head. But like when they started like diving a little bit into house through me, I remember that they had a lot easier time picking it up to moving like certain body parts versus a lot of the guys that I would try to put onto house. So I think that it might be like a guy versus girl thing, because I've never really seen a girl, be as awkward as like the guys that I tried to put on. So
I think
I
it
just
comes
wanted to
down
make
to
that clear.
no, I'm glad you did, but because that is a really good dance topic though, because it comes down to like masculine, feminine energy and what you're
Mhm.
comfortable with, right? Like I grew up in a Latin American house, you know what I mean? So for us to be moving our hips was expected.
Yeah.
It was mandatory even. Like I used to get scolded by my aunts for not dancing at the house parties. They're like,
Yeah.
get up, dance with me. You can't be shy. You can't be shy. They like smack the shit out of my shyness to be like, you can't be shy. Like you need to come up and dance.
Yeah.
And so auntie beat it out of me and with love, right? But I think those kinds of things are like, that's a privilege that I see now. Because back then I was like, well, I'm here. Like this is just what I have to do. This is awkward. I'm embarrassed. I'm scared. I was never like an outgoing little kid. I was always really shy and really afraid.
Yeah.
I was a fraidy cat growing up. And people were like trying to like, they were like, man up, you better dance, you better move your hips,
Mhm.
And hearing you say that is true, because you have, especially coming from b-boys, because b-boys, I feel like, the stereotype is that you're this big masculine figure and you're this warrior.
Yes.
And I'm not those things necessarily. I'm not non-masculine. Like I definitely carry my masculinity firmly, but I also am very comfortable with exploring the other essences of my energy because I understand that like I am not one thing. Like culture is fluid, and so is identity, and so is energy, and so is music. And so if the music can be fluid, why can't I be fluid? You know, and that makes sense. That makes sense to me because I was in an environment where the ideologies of being yourself were not only preached, but like I was surrounded by cool people who like live that way. So it was never weird to me. But by the time I got to house, so you said you got into house. How old were you? This 2009, you said?
Yeah, I was exposed to it in 2009, but I didn't start really giving it a shot until I want to say 2011.
Right.
Me actually like learning the dance.
I started learning in 2015, and that was right out of high school. And so I had already been dancing from the end of 8th grade to the end of high school before I really got into house at all until I saw house. And so I learned in the club. So the first time I saw house, I was already producing at the time. By the time I was 17, I was producing dance events. And I was with my crew doing a dance convention that we do every year called Eat, Sleep, Dance, Repeat in my city. And we brought out the only house dance teacher at the time in Boston, my OG, who became my OG, Sean. And so Shizmatic, as he's known, Shiz came out and he taught, and that was the first introduction. I was like, oh, house dance. Cool. But I was like a straight b-boy and like musical theater kid at that point.
Yeah.
So I was like already introduced to multiple dance. I was doing choreo, I was breaking. I was like 4 years into breaking at that point. I was like 3 years into choreo. I was doing musical theater, which was the reason I started doing breaking, which is to get good at musical theater.
Interesting.
So I'm a stage performer. I've done all that stuff. I've done a lot of show tunes, a lot of that. And that was like my high school experience. And so I got into house, and it was like all of the energy and feeling that I couldn't do in Top Rock because Top Rock had such a specific structure. I could do in house. Yes. And for me, I came from salsa. So I know salsa music like nothing. Like it's just air to me. So I was like, oh, this is like, I can actually express and emote while I'm standing up instead of trying to do footwork where my face is like pointing at the floor.
Yeah.
You know, I can be more musical and more exciting in this way. And so I got really into that environment because I'm a pretty positive person. And I think the message of house varies from the message of hip hop, in that hip hop ends up being a counterculture where house is a refuge. It is still a counterculture, but it's more as like from the origin, LGBTQ plus community was trying to find a refuge because they couldn't go to the regular clubs, so that got persecuted. Whereas in hip hop, and I said this at the last stream, whereas in hip hop, like you end up having a culture that is against something, which is the oppression of POC, BIPOC in the United States, especially in the South Bronx at the time when it was created. So where one thing is pushing against something, one thing is creating a safer space. And so house and hip hop end up being those two variations of things that I feel like constitute a lot of what I need. Like I need to be able to speak up against the shit that I hate, like the racist system we live in. But I also need to be able to go somewhere where I can just be with happy people and heal and just explore my feelings about always having to combat a system of racism that is so aggressive and has been for 400 plus years. I want to bring this conversation into your experience with that and how you translate your dance into the socio-political sphere of contemporary America, for lack of better term, right? It's like, I'm a dancer, I am these things, but like, this is also Black. I am also Black. And where these cultures come from are very rooted in the ideology of the country and the trajectory of the status of my people. here in this continent, and that's
Yeah.
just so vast and so overwhelming sometimes. And so how do you approach that? I want to ask that question, and then I will also ask you to transition that question into 2020 and what we're dealing with today. And I know that may be a lot to ask, but I'm sure you have opinions.
Yeah. Mm. Well, for starters, I want to say that I think that when it comes to house, right? I think that this might sound very controversial, but this is my experience, and this is what I honestly feel.
Before you dive in,
Um,
I'm so sorry. We might cut off again during your
do you
explanation.
wanna
Just a heads up.
do you wanna
All right, so we're just resetting real quick, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. Drew, thank you for communicating. I like reading your commentary. And I know that you're probably the only one that's really speaking because you're probably the only one that really understand what we're speaking about. Um, but yeah, it's appreciated, you know, that that you're commenting. So I like that. Thank you. Thank you. I really, really, really appreciate that. Oh, both died? Well, you better throw it on the charger. Throw it on the charger. Actually, I need to put my phone on the charger too. Real quick.
Let's go.
All right, here we go.
And I'm back. Hey. I look so washed out. I feel like there's too much light on me right now.
Hold up.
So we are back. Hey. Just for people who'll be watching this. This is part 3. Welcome back.
hold up?
So we are back. Just for people who'll be watching this. This is part 3. Cultural Convos, episode 24. With B-Boy Static. And we were just talking about how our socio-political views have to do with our dance and hip-hop and house and whatever have you. So I'm gonna let B-Boy Static take it from here. You were in the middle of a really good point.
So
Right
yeah.
at the beginning.
All right, I'm ready. So,
Take your time,
yeah,
Pastor.
but I think I was saying something along the lines of, I feel that this is going to be kind of controversial, what I'm about to say, but it's my personal experience, what I noticed. And even though I know a lot of people say that, hip hop, brings people together and this, that, and the third, I've noticed, diversity within the scene. And I'm not saying that this is the only thing that I experienced, but these are some things that did stand out to me in recent years, meaning like this year and last year, in addition to like when I was new and I was only a photographer. So I've noticed that there were, cliques of people within the scene based on status, and based on race. And I don't think that this was intentional, but it's just one of the things with me being an extreme observer that I tend to notice. Keeping this in mind, with me being, a black man in New York and being the minority in a scene that my people, technically, created,
Yeah.
it feels weird.
I don't
It
like
feels
it.
weird.
I have a lot to say about that.
Especially,
I want to hear you first though.
especially when, like, I mean, for the people that are on Twitch and for the people that are here on Insta, maybe it's because I'm still like really new to the scene in comparison to a lot of you that are watching, but I felt that there were not a lot of like fellow blacks, within the scene, and
Like not a lot at
that
all.
and then there's even less like black female B-girls, because I can only think of
Yeah.
legit like maybe like 4.
I've only ever seen 2 in my whole life.
So
2
isn't that a
in my
little
whole life.
odd though? Like it's like
Maybe
this is where
maybe
it's,
3. Maybe
yeah.
3.
So and of course like when it comes to breaking, I know that there was a strong collaboration between like blacks and Hispanics and whatnot. Or I don't know if the correct term would be
It was
Latinos
mostly
and
Puerto
Latinas
Ricans.
or
It
Latinx.
was mostly Puerto Ricans, not even Hispanics. It was just mostly Puerto Ricans, and because of the Puerto Rican migration to New York in the 70s.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
grandma and grandpa were a part of that generation, and so they went to
Yeah.
New York when they were 19. They met in New York, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
I mean,
please.
yeah. So I guess just being somebody that's black, that's one of the first things that stood out to me, right?
Yeah.
Secondly, I noticed that within the scene that there were certain crews that were only made up of Hispanics, and then there were certain crews that were only made up of Asians, and there were certain crews that had like a little mix of everything. But I just remember there being like a lot of like Hispanics and a lot of Asians. There weren't a lot of white people that I saw in the breaking scene. There were like a couple here and there, but yeah. And then but then like like the blacks that I knew, yeah, like there were a couple here and there, but there weren't like a lot. Like I just remember the feeling of feeling like I would expect for there to be more African Americans, especially because we're here in New York City. And
Right.
I always found that was just like a little off to me. And then I'm like, is it because all the other African Americans are doing other genres of dance? Or is it
Right.
that like
It's not that it's not that black people are not
Yeah.
dancing. Maybe they're just
Yeah,
not doing this anymore.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was the reason or if maybe, they thought that, breaking was played out and they, because like I know that, for example, I went to a primarily black and Hispanic high school and middle school. And so a lot of the dancers in my school growing up, they didn't even know that breaking existed, probably. And I feel like even if they did, actually, there was one B-boy. Oh my God. There was one B-boy in my school who ended up joining my crew at the time, like in the very beginning, and he doesn't break anymore though, but he was like super like low key and underground, and he like would, I remember, practice on his own spare time, but like nobody cared about top rock or footwork or freezes or power moves. People just wanted to like do chicken noodle soup and like the Superman and all the trending dances,
All
that
the
we can
party
still see.
dancers.
Yeah,
Yeah, hell yeah.
So
Well,
I
breaking
feel
was a
like
party dance.
Yeah, yeah, and I
You
think
know,
that maybe that's why a
I would
lot of,
say is the party dance, in my opinion.
I
Sorry.
mean, technically, if you want to go to the root, yes, even though a lot of people wouldn't consider it only because they don't know like the true history of breaking. So it's kind of like how I might cringe a little bit when I hear somebody using the terminology of, yeah, so are you a breakdancing teacher? And I'm like, I'm a breaking instructor. And then they're like, what's breaking? And then I'm like, okay, here we go. And then I talk about the history and the differences between the terminology of breakdance, which was something that white America gave us because it was just easier for them to group the poppers, the lockers, and the b-boys all together and the hip-hop heads all together to say, oh, they're breakdancing, even though he might be waving or doing something like that, versus, the authentic b-boys and b-girls that are just getting down. So a lot of the times I've actually called out like the studios here in Long Island that are, primarily just advertising, this is a breakdance class, you
Or hip
know,
hop,
yeah, and
the
I'm kind of
the
just like,
umbrella term of hip hop.
yeah, and I'm kind of just like I get that from a business perspective, they're using breakdance because that's the word that most Americans recognize that's associated to our culture, but technically, you know, I would prefer, the terminology of, breaking because that's, like people of color, this is our dance
People of the
and
culture, people who created
yeah, like
this
exactly. So
and
I
passed
feel
it
that
down.
we should continue to use like the correct terminology. And I know that there are a lot of like influential b-boys that are like, yo, shut up, it's breakdance, whatever, it's not that big of a deal, but
That's not the hill
I'm
I'm gonna die
somebody,
on.
yeah. So I mean, this is a really controversial topic, but I felt that like from like a political sense, once again, just involving, like the people that are outside of the scene looking into our culture, that's important to me personally because I'm about the culture. I live
Right.
this. So yeah, like I actually did like a public speaking project on um, breaking versus breakdance and how the two are coined and how they're actually different and I was very happy to be able to put on like my college classmates on the differences because once again the majority of the people that aren't in the scene don't know, so I never take offense when somebody says it, but I like to just at least educate them that there is a difference and I would prefer that you say, yeah, like either b-boying, b-girling, or breaking versus breakdancing. Even though I know that it's harmless, but I just want to. I feel that if I have the information, if I have the knowledge, then it's my responsibility to educate those that don't, especially if it's something that I care about. So
Right. And the thing is, like, it's harmless until it's not. You know what I mean? And I feel like, with this example, like, all right, technically whatever you call it, what it is that I'm doing, like, I guess supposedly doesn't really have an effect on me immediately. But I feel like when we think about systems of ideology and what you label something,
mhm.
it does go a long way because eventually you see if you keep calling me the wrong thing for 3, 4, 5 generations, eventually I'm just gonna whatever you're calling me that's wrong is gonna be the truth. And so that goes for so many concepts in race relations. And it's like, no, I should take the time to tell you what it really is because and around the world, and when you don't call something by its name, you get a different expectation and understanding of what that thing is. And so, in a way, yeah, it is harmless immediately. But like, let's talk about 50 years from now. I'm thinking about 100 years from now when I want breaking to still hold roots. And for at least, even if it's not even called breaking in 100 years, right? I want people to be able to read a book or watch this interview in 100 years and say, oh, wow, there's a history there.
Yeah.
That's what it was called before we called it this. At least, I think that it's important to preserve because to understand what came before is to understand the future.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, I just wanted to say that note on your same topic. But please, as you continue to explore, I'd love to listen.
Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of how I feel about, I guess, like the breaking or hip hop aspect of your question. And if I take the same question and apply that to house, I think within the house culture and the house community, there was a lot more of a positive takeaway from me being able to associate myself with the scene, by how many people from different cultures, backgrounds, sexual orientations that I met for all one mutual thing, which was for the music. And that's not to say that the people in breaking, like we weren't all connected by the music either, but I never felt that disconnect that I felt in the breaking community based on the things that I just mentioned, from like just me dealing with like, studios that are labeling like it as breakdance versus breaking because they don't know the history, or people, kind of like having like, like nothing but, this race of people on their crew and this race of people on their crew, and I know that it's nothing intentional and it's probably just coincidence, but with
A
me
lot of
being
it
a
is just who
sociologist,
you're around.
yeah, and like with me being a sociologist, like these are things that instantly pop up in my head. Me always kind of like analyzing and paying attention to like, like race and ethnicity.
Mm-hmm.
So, and especially applying that to dance, because I think that there is a high level of sociology and psychology when it comes to dance, and understanding like, for example, why is it that there aren't that many, once again, like Black Americans, within the scene, you know, like there's answers there, and I would love to dive deeper into that, but but um but yeah, yeah, going back to house, yeah, with house, I felt that it was like the complete opposite. Yeah, I felt nothing but love, and like that whole, nobody cared about, like what you were wearing or what you looked like, how old you were, and or
What
how
set
young
you
you
rep?
were.
Nobody
Yeah,
cares in house what set you rep. Nobody cares.
like
Hip hop, it's all about what set you rep.
yeah,
It's
like
different. It's
like
different.
yeah, it was like you kind of felt like that intimidation, or like that pressure going into like a breaking cipher, like that rawness, like yo, you got like legends and your
You gotta
cipher,
represent.
and
You
then
gotta
and
represent.
then and then like there are people, like I forgot who made the shirt, um but I've seen it around, like you can't cipher with us, and that says a lot.
That's
um
hilarious.
and I understand like the concept, but if you dive deeper, it kind of like goes hand in hand to like what I'm referring to, how the whole terminology of you can't cipher with us, kind of represents that like you got to be on that certain level, you got to be, on like a certain yada 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 to
You have
even
to prove
fuck
yourself.
with our circle. You feel me? So
Yeah.
there's like that, like that like that level of competition, even if you're not competing, but just with the ciphers and like that call out, and just going backwards into to
Certain
how,
elitism. There's certain
yeah,
elitism that comes with
you
a
know
certain level of dance,
yeah,
where it's like,
yeah,
oh, you're gonna get down with the big boys.
yeah. So like
That's
let's
why you
see,
see at
like
events.
yeah,
You
so
see more
and
than one cipher at events all the time. All the younger dancers will be off on the side doing their own cipher with like
and
newbies,
then
and then they'll have like the
there's that
OGs
one
or the big
cipher,
people with
yeah, like with
everyone's
all
like
like, yeah,
power head. Everyone who's
yeah,
anyone is trying to get down, and then there's like the
yeah.
side
So
cipher for like
you want to
people who
keep
are not confident.
that certain level, I feel like, in breaking, when it comes to like, like ciphering, hence like that terminology, like you can't cipher with us, because not everybody, and I know that a lot of b-boys and b-girls are going to deny this, but I think that they're like a white lie, but they're like, you're every cipher is not like open to anybody for like, you know, like a couple months, and then you got people, you know, like, I'm not saying that like these crews aren't gonna let you in the cipher, but I'm only using these crews to give the audience an example of skill. But like if you got like people like Dynamic, like Ready to Rock, once again, like Supreme, you know, and you know, like all like the top tier crews in New York, like going at it, you're not gonna really see somebody that's new try to go in there, and then if they do go in there, if they do somehow squeeze their way in, you're gonna kind of feel people being like, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, I laugh. I
and-
laugh not because it's bad or funny. I laugh because I have been in those situations so many times now, where because you have to read the room. Like, you know, you have to read the room. You have to like. It's like I remember being a young teenager, like a very young teenager, 14, 15, 16, 17, being like, can I go in this cipher? You know, I'm there. It's my song, right? It's my song comes on. I'm hype. I'm having a good day. I'm just like, they're gonna have to fucking move out of my way. Fuck it. Like I'm gonna get down. And I'm going with like, and for me in Boston, in New York, in my area, it's Floor Lords. You know, it's
so then, you know, with El Nino and
it's El Nino and them. It's fucking Del Fuego Wolfpack with Brian Lim and freaking who the Top Rock B-boy who's really famous in New York now. Ivan.
Yeah,
I'm forgetting his B-boy name. Heat Rock. So Heat Rock, like, you know, like that's people who I was around when I was 14, 15, 16. I was around Heat Rock. I was around El Nino. I was around all these people from Boston. And I'm from like a smaller city in the north. And so the way Massachusetts breaks down, it's like you got Boston, you got Lowell, where I'm from and where I am right now. And then you got Lynn and you got Lawrence. And so there's like 4 cities that are like breaking hubs. And it's like, or hip hop hubs, right? In the state. And so I'm going to jams in Lowell, where I'm from, and these cats are coming out from their cities. And I'm like naive enough to think that my little 6-step and my CCs and my little, like, you know, B-boy stance is cool enough to like get down with people who've been doing this for 20 years.
Yeah.
But you know what though? I encourage it. I encourage it in anyone who's new, because like you said, there's also a level of, between the levels of like, oh really, what are you doing? Because you don't even know enough to know that that's a certain thing happening here.
Yeah.
Those people sometimes surprise you. Sometimes you're like, your whole set was trash. You obviously been breaking for 5 months. But
everybody knows that you've been breaking for 5 months, and so some people might actually give you love for doing that because they see the hunger, even if the skill isn't there, but if the attitude is there and the intention is there, they will. That's how you start that, because that's where I was when me trying to transition from a photographer to a b-boy. That's the vibe that I got, and I was kind of like, nah, like, I'm about this, you know. So, yeah. I
think a lot of people will be like, you know, this is my community, right? Boston and Massachusetts is I just want to say this for people watching. We come from different scenes, right? What we do is very similar, but the way we carry ourselves is very different when it comes to developmental process of hip hop. And so my developmental process of hip hop was like a lot of very welcoming people who wanted there to be a next generation here, because it's not like New York. There's not a million dancers. You know, like what I'm doing, like I'm one of the youngest cats in my scene. I'm 23. I'll be 24 soon in October. But like, I'm still like really young. But it's funny because to a lot of people who are coming after me, I'm old, really old, like really, really old. Because a lot of these kids just started dancing like a couple years ago. And so like we don't have New York. We don't have all that. Like for me, like when I'm there, I feel really young. And I'm like, oh, this is cool. I get to keep learning. I get to be a student, blah, 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 X, Y, and Z. But when I'm here, it's kind of like, oh, it's Elmer. Like I have a different stance here. It's like an older person. I'm older than a lot of people in my city. It's weird. Within hip hop culture, not within choreo, because choreo is a whole different conversation. So I want to say to your effect, like, as you explore breaking in house and the socio-political effects of both in your experiences, today in quarantine era America and in Rona era America, as I like to call it, Rona era America, coined the term.
That's good.
And what do you think that, how does your dance translate when it pertains to these same overtones of race and when it pertains to these same overtones of inclusivity versus exclusivity? Obviously, we haven't been in the club for many months. Obviously, we haven't been at events for many months. But as you digest the situation today and you continue to want to pursue this culture, how do you relate to both of those things? And how do they intersect for you? Because I think all of us have to ask ourselves that question as people that benefit from Black identity.
So you're pretty much just referring to, you know, like, I guess, I just want to make sure that I understand. You're referring to, I guess.
Dancing to 2020, how are we going to move forward? What is your stance in that?
Okay. Well, for starters,
I said all those complicated things for no reason.
No, it's okay.
I just like to break it down.
Alvin, what's up, man? I'm actually live streaming on Twitch, so whatever you've missed, I'll just send you the full video. Not to cut into like my own conversation, but I didn't want to ignore you because you were asking us the question. And Drew, if you put 100, you're gonna receive love anyway. I always admire so much new dancers that are into it and don't care about others. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. And I feel
and
the
you're
same.
Gonna receive, you know? Yeah, you're gonna receive love anyway if you're 100% yourself. Shout out to Julia. That's real.
Yeah. But
2020. I think that's two questions. I want to dive into 2020 first, and then I want to go into authenticity a little bit more and in your relationship to love and in expressing yourself, because I think what Julia brought up was really important. So let's do this, and then let's do that. How about that? Yeah.
2020. I have not been dancing a lot at all. This has been the longest time in my life that I have not danced, due to me being cooped up in my room legit for like the past, 3-4 months now. And I mean, there's been a handful of times that I have danced. I'm not going to say that I didn't dance at all, but literally since I started dancing a decade ago, this has been the longest hiatus of me not dancing ever. Due to, me kind of just feeling under the weather and absorbing the energy of the world of being in my feelings, and me, unfortunately just starting to realize that people allegedly now care about Black Lives Matter. And it's fucked up that it took, like another death for people to wake up, because this is the same issues that Black people were talking about amongst the Black community to white America. And
forever.
People are kind of just like, oh,
forever.
Like, it's like, so it blows my mind, and I have to say this, but it blows my mind that, like, I feel that, like, for like the people that are being supportive now, it's beautiful, and I love it. But prior to the issues, a lot of like the people and the big companies that are now showing this support now, hoping that it doesn't stay a trend. I'm hoping that these conversations that me and you are having, just throwing it out there, like, it doesn't die down. I'm hoping that it becomes an issue, because, like, and not to take away from like the question, but I just wanted to express that.
No, speak your piece, Pastor.
I think that it's Oh man, I'm getting emotional. I think that
Please.
it's very it's very concerning that people understand the reason why the riots and like the burnings of buildings are happening because I don't advocate violence, right? I want to make that very clear. However, what do you do when the system that is created to protect you and serve you is doing nothing when you are presenting problems to that system and nothing is changing and nothing is happening when you're doing everything the correct way? Do you sit back and be patient and hope for the best, or do you take action? Because what I've learned in history is that a lot of the shit that got changed was from black people speaking the fuck up and making shit happen. And this is all together. So I'm mixing in some of the more aggressive tactics that, the Black Panthers did, going to the peaceful, protests that we see happening, now. And I'm not saying that like you destroying property is right. However, the reason why that even exists is because people are not listening, and it takes for us to throw a tantrum and to destroy shit and to make things, I guess, critical in our cities for like America to really wake up and see what's happening within like our communities. And once again, I'm not saying that like keep in mind, I'm not referring to um like stealing and shit like that and causing like raw chaos for the sake of causing raw chaos. I'm talking about making noise so that people are paying attention, because apparently you doing something peaceful results in, I don't want to say results in nothing, but I think that a lot of the chaos resulted in the frustration of Black America of not being heard, from us doing all the peaceful shit prior to Black Lives Matter trending again.
Right. Right. Because the thing is,
So
it's not like this is new, like you said in the beginning of your statement. It's not like this is like, I'm like, dog, like, I live this every day. It's not like you just decided to listen to my frequency today on the radio. Like, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Like, this is
yeah,
ongoing, and it's been ongoing much long before I was born. It's been ongoing much long before, any modern American ideals
yeah,
were created. It's one of those things where it's a problem, it's an issue, it's a crisis, right? And then that word is so played out today, but it is a crisis where I don't necessarily know what else it is you want me to tell y'all. It's
yeah.
like
It,
I'm here, you're here, and we have to reconcile with the fact that we're both here now. And
yeah,
we have to reconcile what James Baldwin said. You know, they don't know, they don't need me to pick the cotton anymore, and they can't send me away.
pause. Is
They,
that from? Is that quoted from I Am Not Your Negro? The,
uh,
the or am I confusing that with something else?
that's
The
one
the
of his
gentleman.
speeches. This is one of
Okay,
James Baldwin's speeches,
okay.
and
All right,
so he
continue.
says, and it might be something that somebody else shared somewhere else. I'm sure it is,
Okay,
because this sentiment is universal, and this is why I'm saying it. And it's like,
okay.
you can't send me away. You no longer need me to pick your cotton, and you can't get rid of me. So it's like, you don't know what to do with the black man in this country anymore, because the reasons why you brought us here are no longer satiable. And so we need to reconcile with the fact that none of this was originally thought of with us in mind as
Mhm.
individuals, as human beings. None of the, I say this all the time, college wasn't built for black people. Are you kidding me? Education to black people? Are you kidding me?
Mhm.
Yeah, right. And everyone's like, oh yeah, I mean, black people have been going to college for so many years. No, no. This is, when you look at history and when you look at how young our country is compared to the rest of the world, and compared to the rest of Western thinking and Eastern thinking and ideology, This is but a blip. 400 years is nothing. Nothing. You know what I mean? And so when you think about where we're at today, and everyone's so overwhelmed, like you said, and so surprised, and it took another death and it took another viral sweep of Black Lives Matters. And I'm like, you know what? Like, dog, like, I'm just like, okay.
Yeah,
I'm jaded and I don't want to be. I'm jaded and I don't want to be. And to say that I'm jaded and to laugh is only, you know, another, like, I laugh not to cry, dog. Like, I could say that same statement in tears, but I feel like you won't listen to me. Like, you know, it's like I'm desensitized to the point because I understand the point and I see the system because I live the system. So it becomes this deafening frustration where I'm like, well, why would I even post that anymore? Because obviously, like, we're not having the same conversation yet. And what is it going to take to get there? It's very distressing. I'm very worked up right now.
Yeah,
I'm very worked up.
I feel it, dude. Like,
Sorry.
I had some conversations about this on prior streams on my Twitch channel, and it bothered me a lot that I had to explain to some of my viewers that yes, racism is still a fucking thing in the United States, and people were acting so shocked that, oh my god, like, you guys still have to deal with things, like, but we're living in 2020, and I'm like,
look at the rest of the world, though.
It's like, I don't know, bro. It was just so.
That's so outlandish to me. That's so outrageous to me.
And it's just like, I don't know if like the world thinks that black people are fucking exaggerating about all of our stories. Like when I tell like
because you can't make this up.
Like it's like a lot of like my white friends, bro. Like some of them have to. Like I've had some of them ask me like, yo, bro, like, did that really happen? Or like if I'm telling an experience about like how many times I've been pulled over or how I feel uncomfortable in certain, like, you know, like upper rich class neighborhoods, you know, where like I'm the only black person that exists and how everybody stares at me, and they're like, oh no, like that's probably just all in your head. And I'm like, I know that I'm not fucking crazy. Don't gaslight me, you know?
Wow.
And
I
like,
haven't had that happen to me. That's so frustrating to hear.
So it's like, yeah, like there's like all these little small experiences that I've had from a very little kid when I first experienced that I was black, because, you know, going to like a black and Latino school, you know, like I didn't really understand or like embrace my blackness until I went to an all-white summer camp.
That's how I felt about college. I felt about my summer camp, and I also felt that way about college after high school.
Yeah. Well, with college, it was actually the opposite. Well, I'll get into that later. But with college, it was mixed. But I remember, like, as a kid, like at 9 years old, like I went to this all-white summer camp, and it was me and like there were two other black kids there. And we instantly like kind of clicked because
you have to.
I don't know if it's that we were kind of like, oh, did you just hear what Jimmy said? Yeah, I did just hear what Jimmy said. Like, we're instantly being picked for basketball because allegedly we're the best in the camp and nobody has seen us play. They just made that assumption. Or the fact that, you know, oh my God, like, you like anime? Because I thought that Dragon Ball Z, what the fuck? Like, why wouldn't I? Right. And I'm like, just hearing all this like outlandish things as a kid, you kind of like take it in, but it doesn't really
register
until you become older. But you look backwards,
and you're
like,
and it's like, oh,
you're
shit.
Like, yo, that what Jimmy just said was like fucked up, like indirectly, and it's like it's even worse because a lot of them don't even know that it's a problem, that it's a thing, because they get it from their parents or they get it from their older brothers, or because that shit is taught. Nobody comes out the womb like that.
It's normalized, fam.
So it's
just like, this is what we are. This is what our country is, dog. You know, that's the other thing. It makes me annoyed because I'm just like, y'all so outraged. Really? Come on. If you live with yourself this long, into adulthood, and you couldn't.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you know what? I say that, and at the same time, I'll say this, right? On the other side of that coin, which is like, I genuinely grew up in a place where we were led to believe that the world was a very diverse place, and it is, right? But in saying that the rest of the world was also as accepting and as proud of the diversity of where I grew up. And when I left where I grew up and went to other places, I realized for the first time that I was a minority at the age of 18. So it's like, you know, a lot of kids today, you know, they see what's happening today. But when I was growing up, when it wasn't like I was talking about this in school. I wasn't talking about this. I wasn't thinking about this until after I graduated. I was a grown-ass person already, you know? And so I say this only to say that I can see, because I have experienced the ignorance that this country perpetuates in my own safety place. You know what I mean? Like, I was very safe in where I grew up, and I was very exposed to the world where I grew up, and that a lot of diversity. When I left that comfort zone, it was like we were like 50 years ahead of everyone I met in college. And so I was like, holy shit, people from other parts of the country really feel this way. This is not just what I read.
Mm-hmm.
People feel this way. People act this way. People make choices based on this. And that's when I realized that the things that I thought were true just weren't. And I had to process that, and I continue to process that in my relationship to where I'm from, and to my relationship to how I see the world and how I perceive things. It's real. It's really real. I want to ask you, in your dance, and when you meet other dancers, I think this is an issue that I've had, is other dancers who want to celebrate the dance and do all the things we've talked about for the last couple of hours, and really like live the culture, but don't want to have this conversation. How does that manifest in your experience?
I think that exactly.
I'm sorry, I am reading all your comments, Julia and Mary. I am reading all that, but I just want to keep the flow going.
I think they go hand in hand. I was actually thinking about this last night. I remember, this is so random, but I was like streaming Tekken, which is a fighting game, and while I was just reading chat, this is like a random thought. Exactly what you just asked was a random thought. So it's a little interesting how this is popping up again, and I don't know if that's a sign from the universe or whatever, but
I don't think there's an accident. I feel like these things, like, we need to talk about these things, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, once again, I believe that everything that we just spoke about goes hand in hand with street dance culture. Boom. So I believe that if you're somebody that isn't willing to have this conversation and acknowledge what's happening and how fucked up it is, but you're reaping the benefits of, once again, street dance culture, I think that's an issue for me personally. Especially because I've seen a lot of like media outlets talk about how a lot of like the bigger, sponsors and stuff, like Red Bull or Monster or, these are companies that have, invested, millions of dollars into competitions and stuff. But why isn't it that like some of these outlets aren't like speaking up about what's happening? And
or
I think that
providing platforms for our
for people
leadership,
to, yeah,
like like the Box Ones and the Brian Limbs and everyone who's Red
yes,
Bull or
yes,
Monster
yeah,
sponsored. It's
hmm
like Heat Rock, even. It's
so
like people who work with these companies. I feel like these companies should have reached out and been like,
yeah, because
y'all,
these are the people that are kind of like, at least on a competitive level, these are the people that are already kind of like well respected and well known and have a high following. And I think that,
yes, and are
being able
speaking
to,
on this,
on their
are
own though,
on
on
their
their own,
own, on their
but not
own.
in collaboration with, it's like, if it's not like a big battle or something like that, like I feel that it's not going to really be spoke about. But if it's like, individuals speaking about their own personal grievances, then that's normally coming from like their personal IG. That's why I
Hmm.
appreciate Nemesis. Shout out to you, man. If you are lurking or if you did pop in somewhere, if you do watch this later, Nemesis. You know, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's first and or second generations breaks crew, and he is a major influencer when it comes to like putting b-boys on and being able to just give his guidance. And he was working with Silverback, I know, for a minute, and he also was the main MC for a lot of the Silverback events. And I appreciate him for being able to. I don't know if he is the one that organized it, because I've worked with him personally, and I could definitely see him being the one that was responsible for the recent panel that Stance put out. And if I'm not mistaken, I think like Stance
I
is
think,
like the first or second biggest like dance social media platform in the world, if I'm not
wow,
mistaken. And
I
just in
believe it.
regards to like their viewership on YouTube and stuff. So the fact that they were able to get like, black dancers together, the black dancers that are kind of like at the top of their game right now in the scene, and to create a panel so that they can kind of speak their story and put other people on until like what's happening, it's like this is the time where black voices need to be heard, you know? So I
Hmm.
feel that that was a great example of what he did with being a part of that collaboration, and or organizing that with Stance.
I
And I
will
would love to see
say,
more things like that.
to that point that and I can't not give credit where credit is due, which is why I will say this is I know that Box One did a panel at the very beginning of a lot of these things
Hmm
with Monster Energy. I think he was able to finesse some resources within Monster and his
hmm
sponsorship to set up a panel to talk about this within breaking as well. Unfortunately, I was really busy that day. I have not made the effort to personally go back and rewatch the panel, and I do intend to. But I will say I want to give that shout out to the Monster collaboration with them, and I want to say hello to Mary, and you're saying
Not a
hello
problem.
from Croatia. It's all love. It's all love. And yeah, it's so cool. I mean, and that's the other part. And I think that's a really good segue. Acknowledging the issues and and the progress within these companies and their relationship to the movement. But I also want to acknowledge the universality of hip hop, and to the fact that we can have this conversation in the United States within Boston and New York, to then also expand that to other places in the world, and how hip hop has been a source for cultural education
Yeah.
for decades since it's spreading. And even with Julia, I don't think that Julia is still in the United States? Question mark. I didn't know if you were still here, but just the fact that it's going all over the world. And so, how do you see what we do here? Like, what's your perspective on like the way other countries are handling this lineage? right? Because we have our issues in the United States, but also we live in a globalized society now. And hip hop it goes way beyond our borders. So how does that, I don't know, how do you come to terms with that spreading of knowledge?
Well, when it comes to spreading the knowledge, I think that for the people, for example, for the people that had the luxury to be able to come here to learn from the OGs, to learn from the locals, and just to take part of our culture, I think that, for people, like Julia, or for people like Mary, because like they were here and they got down and now they're back home. I know that Julia's back home, and for them to have the opportunity to take, even if it's something small, and to be able to like spread awareness, because they had the opportunity to like see what it's like here, and to meet
Word.
some of the people that are like going through what some of the popular like topics and or issues are. And I think that that would be a really efficient and or effective way to just keep the conversation going. And there's the power of social media, or them just having a conversation with their family, and or friends, and people within their scene and their countries, because I feel that um, this is gonna kind of sting to say, but once again, like, I'm not gonna say his name. I'm not gonna put him on blast. But one of my viewers, you made it very clear that, yo, whatever fucking happens in the United States, that's your problem, and y'all are kind of fucked. Thank you for the raid, Hush. I appreciate that. He was kind of just like, yeah, whatever happens in the United States, that's your problem. Your country's fucked up, and I'm just happy that I'm not there. And I was just kind of like, well, you have, you know, like an outlet. You have the power to be able to continue this conversation just from helping people in your neighborhood be aware of what's happening. Even if it's something as simple as like linking, you know, conversations like this, or being able to share posts. And I know that a lot of people feel that that doesn't really do much, but I think that if everybody has that mentality, like, okay, well, it's happening in the United States, so why do I care? That
It's
type
not
of
my
mentality is
problem.
how nothing fucking changes.
Sounds like
Because I
that's
think
your problem. That's like a you
it's,
problem.
yeah,
Racism.
it's like, so
Yeah,
it's
right.
like, I didn't like that. And I remember we got into like a really heated debate on Twitch, and I was explaining to him that like that mentality that you have is the reason why like shit is so fucked up globally, because a lot of people don't care what's happening in other countries. And I think that we are
But you have
one
to
because of you.
understand that a country today in 2020, a country is really more of a state, and the world is really more of a country. I don't know if we're at that point, like where
Hmm.
people get that, because we still think about borders. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
You got to start thinking about, because this is why I think this way, and I'll explain myself. Because
Yeah.
the economy of the United States, and right, the world runs on money, right? Supposedly, right?
Hmm.
That's what
Yeah.
we have. That's what our governments have agreed to. That our relationships, if nothing else, are economic and resource based. So I would say that if we are operating under the pretense that all of the money from one country affects directly the institutional,
Yeah.
then we live in one world, is my assumption, right? That might be obvious to a lot of people, but it's not the way a lot of people want to act. Like, I say that and it sounds 101. It sounds basic. It's like, oh yeah, like all the money in the world is all technically affects every country, because like we all exchange money. We're all codependent on trade. We're all codependent on these things that keep your economy going. So if your economy is dependent on these things, and you want to ignore the state of another space, another country, then you're ignoring the state of your own, because we're all in one interconnected universe right now. Everything is connected right now. Social media is an addendum to that. But even before that, if you had the crash of the 1920s in the United States, the Great Depression, if you study how the Great Depression took out Europe, the Great Depression here took out Europe. You know what I mean? Like, don't tell me that we're not living in one system, a system that interlocks. And so for you to ignore the issues that are happening in a leader culture, then you're ignoring the issues that are perpetuating into your own society because you're not even ready to have that conversation. Well, at least we're having the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're not even ready to acknowledge that it affects you.
Yeah, I think that, but I guess going back to the example that I provided, I think that he felt more like, you know, he was kind of just like, yo, yeah, like, I'm going to just do me. I'm just focused on just living my life, and I understand that the world's fucked up, but that's like, you know, out of my control and blah blah blah, but the thing that I really didn't like was that I guess I felt that he was being very dismissive of a lot of the things that I kept bringing up that are happening.
Mm-hmm.
And he was kind of just like, yeah, well, like, yeah, it kind of sucks, man, and it's not really my problem, so why are you even,
to be
like,
you.
like, yeah, you know, that's the type of, instead of him kind of just being like, damn, that's fucked up, and I acknowledge that, like, yeah, like, you guys are struggling over there, and, like, what can I do to, like, bring awareness, you know, even if, like, he doesn't know a lot of people, or even if it just means, I don't know, just, like, just being open to acknowledging that there's a problem, and like just being
it
a little
comes down
bit
to
more
compassion. It comes down to compassion.
I don't know, man. It was just.
It really does. It comes down to your humanity. It really does. At the end of the day, I feel that because you can think about all these reasons for it to care and not to care, but there is some sort of part of human beings. Call it whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, there's a part of you that will say, there's something about that is incorrect. I don't know if you want to call it a moral compass, call it whatever the fuck you want. But I feel like you can tell when something is wrong and something is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's entire systems of study that go into that question. But I think this goes a little bit in tandem with the conversation I had the other day with B-Boy Excel from Floor Lords. I had him on the show. He's a good friend of mine. And I was telling him, like, how do you feel about the fact that culture around dancing in clubs with, like, the opposite sex or the opposing, like, attraction, right, is changing? And I was kind of discussing with him, like, grinding culture and touching culture at a club today versus like cultures where this is normalized. And, you know, like I think in my culture, like grinding and touching at a club is a very normal part of communication. And it's something that I was taught very young. But whereas where I came to an American collegiate culture, it was like a lot of times an issue, and people don't want to be touched, and people don't want to be asked to dance with someone else. You know what I mean? And that's, you know, that is what that is. But he was saying how there will be like, you know better, like you know whether you're being creepy or not. You know whether like you're being like too much or not. Like taking stock of the room and understanding and trying to like.
I disagree.
Well, he was saying that, right? And this is not my point, but this is me reminiscing on the point. And so I think that,
I'm gonna comment that.
we will go there. We'll go there. And so me saying like that, bringing it back to our point about culture, like people who know better in some situations where it's like, you know, that's wrong on the very basic level, you know, like it's right to care about what's happening, you know. And if you don't believe that, that's okay, but that's not a belief that I can get behind. And so, you know, and that was an example, like I said, but I'm sure we can go into that example since you have opinions there too. So I do want to transition the conversation a little bit, and I do want to ask about more contemporary dance issues when it comes to touch in in the club, because I'll reiterate the question the way I spoke it to Excel. And the way I brought it up to Excel was that, you know, I am Puerto Rican Dominican. I grew up in cultures that celebrate like communication within dance, like touching and grinding and stuff like that are things that are normal to my culture, right? Like these are things that are not hypersexualized versus separating the sensuality. Like dance and human nature is sensual. Every human has sensuality within them, right? I think it's a normal part of human nature. I separate the act of sex from my sensual energy. Just like I can identify that there's feminine energy versus masculine energy, sensual energy versus sexual energy. And I'm just like, my intentionality is not necessarily to fuck, even though I cannot deny that there's a component of sex in this culture, because sex is natural. It's a natural reoccurring thing, right? And so I'm interested in how this is going to look moving forward the next few decades, where if you're at a club, and this goes into the conversation of the Me Too movement, you know, it's very heavy. It's like, all right, well, am I entitled to my culture versus like the nuances of what makes other people uncomfortable, and how do we communicate today in that context?
All right, guys. So yeah, we're gonna restart the stream again.
In that context too, because that's important.
Here we go. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. Tackling a lot of different topics, and yeah. What's up, Andrew? Once again, Haas, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, I would like to do more streams like this, where we tackle these issues. And yeah, I'm hoping that getting tired. Well, once again, I appreciate you for hanging out with us, because I know that it's late for you. And yeah. So he should be calling me like any second. Waiting for him to go live. There he goes. Alright guys, give me a sec.
And shit like that. So if you're around, I'm actually living in Lowell right now, indefinitely, because New York shut down. So I'm here. I'm just here in good old 978. But yeah, welcome to the live stream. This is the third hour of the interview, and static is popping back. Here we are, and we're back. Out, which was you know, as we move forward in dance culture and club culture and dancing with other people, partner dancing, social dancing, you know, the Me Too movement and the conversation around touch and what's appropriate and what's not appropriate, and like how that comes off to us as people who were raised in cultures that are like, it's normal to grind, like that's not necessarily sex, but like it is sexual components of what is human life. I'm gonna leave it to you on that point.
Okay.
Hell,
So one thing that I have heard many times from girls that I've danced with over the years is that unfortunately a lot of them feel that they have to cater to the attention that they don't want from a male only because they don't want to cause a scene. And hearing that breaks my fucking heart.
That sounds nuts, bro.
Um,
Holy shit! I've never heard that before, actually.
Yeah, so
Honestly, yeah.
I kind of want to like. Actually, it's funny because the girl that I'm thinking of is the last girl that I danced with at Funkbox, and we ended up having a really great conversation, and we exchanged information, and like now we're like Facebook friends, and I would love to have her on the stream to talk about issues like this because I think that I would love to pick her brain on to exploring deeper what I'm about to say that she said. But I remember, I think this was the last night that I went to Funkbox prior to COVID, and I was just doing my thing by myself, and so you know how, in a non-creepy way, like you could be doing your thing, right?
Sure.
And then you could see a girl doing her thing, and you guys are kind of like keeping tabs on each other because they might be like, like the only person dancing by themselves and you're dancing by yourself and everybody else is dancing together. Because like I was kind of like near the front, like near the door, and she was kind of like standing near the bathroom. So we were kind of like doing our thing on the opposite side of the room.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody else in the room, they were dancing together. So I remember feeling like, should I go home? Like all my friends left, like I'm by myself. And I'm enjoying the music, but when I'm dancing, sometimes I want to share that energy with somebody else. So I remember, like, I think, like, 10 minutes later, like, we were just, like, slowly, like, gravitating towards each other to the point where I was just, like...
We might as well dance.
not like that, but,
No?
It was,
Okay.
it was, like, it was, like, without me even saying anything, we made a connection that was non-verbal to the point where like we were both okay to be in each other's space. From
I love
us
that.
making
I
eye
really,
contact,
really like that.
from there being a smile, from me kind of like just dancing and then looking to my side and seeing her, and then slowly like changing like my body facing her.
You were
And
aware
then
of
it
each
kind of
other.
just naturally, yeah. So it kind of just naturally happened. And then after dancing without even speaking first, after about like 15 minutes of dancing, she stopped and she said, "I'll be right back. I need to grab some water. Do you want anything to drink?" I said, "No, thank you." She comes back. She gives me a water anyway. She's like, "Yo, just drink water so that you don't die." And I was just like, "Okay, thank you." And it was bottled water. Um, and then she
So
proceeded to
she paid
talk
for
about,
it and stuff out of her own, like,
huh?
she paid for it
Yeah,
out of her
yeah.
own, like, volition.
Yeah, it was just a cool gesture because like from dance to dancer, but yeah. Then she was just like, "Yo, like she does a style. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think you would know this more than I do. But I believe she was doing a style called Zuko.
I've heard of it, and I cannot identify it because I've not looked into it, but I know it exists.
But it's like it's one of those It looks like a Latin dance, but I forgot exactly where.
This came up earlier today. It's funny you say this because it did come up earlier today. I'm on a few Latin ballroom pages on Facebook because I do go salsa dancing all the time, and I forgot somebody was making a meme. Someone was making a meme out of it. They're like, "Oh, when Zuko dancers come out and versus blah blah blah." Yeah. It's just like petty drama. But yes,
yeah,
I know it exists in the Latin ballroom universe.
So, yeah, that was like her like main style of dance or whatever, and she was saying that like the style that I was just housing, so she was just like, yeah, like I don't know what you're doing, but it looks cool and it looks similar to my dance because there's like we're both like doing footwork, and at the time when we were dancing together, she was just mirroring me, so in a sense she was kind of like stalking me where I would do a move and then she would follow, and then I would do like a different move, and then she would follow, and then I could see that it was like the first time that she was doing like house foundation, but she still had that high sense of rhythm where she knew how to follow and she knew like how to keep up with me and whatever. And then that ended up going into us just having the conversation and blah blah blah. But yeah, I told her that like I've been dancing, and I told her like I'm from LI and blah blah blah. And it was like a pleasure to meet her. I shook her hand, and she was like, "Yo, like if you could show me some more, I would love to," And I was like, "All right, bet." So then I just proceeded to like explain to her that like without her having to imitate me, I want you to just follow my lead, and that was cool. So once again, I would do a move, but then she would kind of just add like her own little twist to it because I didn't want her to like be like a clone of mine. So like we were kind of just vibing together, and then out of nowhere, there was a guy that went like this to her, then like this, and then pulled her away from in front of me. And I look to my right, and she looks at me, and she's like, sorry, and she goes like that.
Oh wow.
And so when that happened, I was just standing there like, I'm assuming that that's like her drunk friend or something.
Wow, yeah.
Because
Holy
the guy
shit.
was just like, oh, like, hey, love, like, how are you doing? It's good to see you again, and blah, blah, blah. And then he then proceeded to take her arm, go like this, and then he, like, grabbed her by the hips and started, like forcing a dance upon her. And I was very unsure of if she knew him or if this was just, like, a stranger. So I was just like, all right, like, whatever, like I'm gonna just do my thing, and I proceeded to dance. And then sometime later, she came up to me and she was just like, hey, like my bad, like I don't know who that was, and that kind of scared and shocked me, and I thought that I should just dance with him because he seemed like he was drunk, and I didn't want to cause a scene.
Oh wow.
And I looked at her, and I'm like, you do know that you just empowered him from not speaking up, because now he's going to go on living his life, whether if he was intoxicated or not, thinking that was okay.
He could just grab someone's wrist, and pull them over.
Yeah.
There's so many situations where I've seen shit like that where it's like it's usually older men too. It's usually like people in their like mid to late 30s and 40s, and even like they're later, even like their later 20s too sometimes, where it's like this man feels so. It's just a different way of carrying yourself where it's like, I'm this and you're that, and I'm gonna tell you what to do. And I'm like, I didn't come up like that. So I just don't understand. I've seen it my whole life, and I've never connected to that truth. I'm never like, I can never do that to someone. I'm like, oh, hey, do you want to dance? Oh, you don't? Okay, cool, bye. Like,
like it's nothing personal. It's like, and it's cool. Like I've been turned down. I've been rejected by girls, and this is me just trying to make myself more confident.
If it's not like, okay, so like you described one way of asking someone to dance, where it happened very organically, and you were aware, you obviously wanted to dance with each other. And that's like part of the fun of the adventure of finding a partner where it's like that. That's awesome. But the flip side of that is like, you gotta ask people to dance. I'll be like, yo, can I have this dance? Yo, you wanna dance with me? Oh, like, would you like to dance? Or I'll like reach out my hand. So like asking someone to dance is one thing. But then, when it happens organically, that's also beautiful. But then I also see, like you described, it's like people who are like, she's just gonna do what I say. And I have a weird relationship with that, not because like that's not necessarily my style, but also because I have received that from women. Vice versa, where it's like, well, I want a man who can like tell me what to do. And X, Y, and Z. And there's nothing wrong with your preferences. Like everyone's into whatever the fuck they're into and whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, well, where I thought that there was once one universal method, I realized that everything is so individual, and it's always down to the circumstance. Because people change within a second. And I think when we talk about consent, which is what we're talking about, it's like when I ask you for consent to dance with you, you may change that consent. It's like sex. You know, when we talk about consent and sex, that consent may change via that.
I had this conversation before.
That consent may change in the interaction of the sexual intercourse.
Yeah.
Whatever, however that might look.
And then,
and so if we're dancing, and if we have to admit, like I said earlier, if we have to admit that there's sensuality and sexuality in dance, your intention may be beside the point. It might be beside the point because the way that somebody else is interpreting that might be like, yo, I'm uncomfortable now. It may have nothing to do with you, but I just got triggered and you didn't know. You know what I mean? At that point, I can't feel defensive. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, all right, cool. Like, you need to do what's going to make you feel safe and comfortable. And I hate hearing what you said because it's like, you know, to know that people feel subject to have to go along with something that they don't agree with or feel comfortable with or consent to based on, like, you know, whatever stigma that may be. Like, I don't know what leads people to that point necessarily. I'm sure I can speculate all I want, but I've not been in that situation myself, right? And so, like you said, I think it'd be really interesting to have conversations with more women about it because, like, we're two men. Yeah. And you know, we can do what we can and we can talk about what we know and what we experience. But when it comes from a woman, it's like that is the experience. It's not a speculation. Yeah. And so those truths are so unique and ridiculously, unfortunately, common. It's like when we were talking about race. We were like, it's laughable to us that people are surprised. Yeah. I'm sure it's laughable to women that we're approaching this conversation now in some ways where it's like they just noticed this. So and again, I laugh, but it's not like a mocking laugh. It's like a damn. It's like, God, wow, that's deep, you know. And somebody said someone probably told her to just go along with it, right? I'm sure there's some sort of like perpetuation of an idea of like, don't resist. Right, it's like cops and black people don't resist, and you won't get shot. You won't get hurt if you just go along with it. Just do what they say, and it'll be fine.
That was basically what she was getting at because I spoke to her in private about it after because we ended up speaking like after like the party got shut down, like before she went home, and I wanted to address it again, and I was like, yo, like. Yeah, like you can't let that shit slide. And I think it was actually like her first time there too.
Oh wow.
And I'm like normally like this is like for the most part I like to believe that like that party like Funk Box is like the majority of like the regulars there are good, you know, because they're a part of like the community. Everybody knows everybody, but you get you get randoms there too. You know, so if you ever feel uncomfortable, like you need to speak up, and I made it very clear, like as a man, I'm like you cannot let that shit slide. And I had to really like, and it's funny because it's like I don't even really know her at all. I literally just met her like 2 hours prior, and I'm like kind of lecturing her. But for me to like witness that, and then for her to come back to me, and for her to express that she was uncomfortable, and that, you know, that's when I was just like, all right. Hopefully this could be a learning experience for her because she honestly felt that she didn't have her power. She felt that a man took her power. And I'm like, nah, man, that's not cool with me. That's not cool at all.
It's not.
And I want to learn to take your power back.
Exactly. I want to talk about that as I read this comment from Julia on your stream, which is once a guy came to me with a very negative energy. I saw him trying to come by me since a while, so I kind of felt already his intention. Because if you just want to dance without expectation, you do that without taking too long, which is true. Like if you're trying to just dance with somebody, you just start dancing with something around. You know, you're dancing, right? And so the other part of the comment is, and I told him that I didn't want to talk or dance because I was in a bubble and wanted to dance on my own. He got mad because I rejected him. I had to become mad myself to make him leave me alone. And that's you had to like tell him to fuck off aggressively, you know, like, and not necessarily use those words, but you had to tell him you didn't want to dance before it was like apparent that this was a situation that was not necessarily mutual in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm sure,
Yeah.
and I say these things now, and I'm sure that as a younger man, like I had been in situations at parties or at a dance party in high school or something where I probably perpetuated that. Because I love to dance with everyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I'm finna dance. I'm down. I'm here for the music. And I grew, again, like we have described over and over. Like I grew up like this way. This is my culture. This is normal. And so I'm like, yeah, let's dance. Let's dance. It's gonna be fun. Or like you described, there's the nonverbal communication aspect where you're like, we're gonna dance together because there's something there. We want to. What Julia is describing, it's very frustrating to hear because it's like, how many times, like how do I have to get upset before you understand that there's certain boundaries that are not for you to control?
And commenting off of what you just said, it's a shame that a lot of the women here in New York have to have that really fuck you, and you know, they have to be so aggressive towards men. And then it's fucked up when a lot of the guys here go and call girls, you know, bitches and blah, just because they get rejected by a girl that does not want to do something with them or that does not want to entertain their energy or their presence or whatever the case is.
Julia is adding to that same comment, saying that she was very gentle, too, with how she let him down.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think a lot of men think that it's a game. A lot of guys think that, oh, she's playing hard to get. Or they think that, oh, because she didn't curse me out, I can still keep speaking to her and blah, blah, blah. And it fucking infuriates me. It infuriates me as a guy, because it's like, this is why, as a man, I am so skeptical about approaching women, because I put myself,
I'm like, I'm a dance alone.
I put myself in the mindset of a girl almost like 90% of the time that I'm out in a public setting, and I have second thoughts about approaching a girl with no negative intent. I am literally wanting to dance, but I'm like, okay,
I'm not trying to
look like this,
do all this scary shit.
Bro,
I'm like, you know what?
like,
I'm gonna just dance until a girl comes to me. How about that? Because I don't want.
That's Julia. Like Julia can back me up, because when me and Julia met the same way me and you met, I met Julia on the dance floor at a club, right? And I told her this not too long ago, that when we met, like, I was not paying her any attention. I noticed her from the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh yeah, like she's doing her thing and she's chilling, she's vibing, and I would like to dance with her, but I'm not gonna give her any attention, only because I'm so accustomed to like my female friends telling me like, oh my god, so I was just there to dance by myself, and this fucking dude came up to me, and I kindly told him like, yeah, I'm good, and then he proceeded to try even harder. And I'm like, that's when a woman has to go and be like, yo, not to come up as a bitch, which I fucking hate that terminology with women, but like, fuck you, and fuck you. And they have to take it from 0 to 100, because when they're nice about it, I feel like so many dudes are fucking airheads.
It's not enough.
And it's not like enough. They don't understand, bro. And I've witnessed this. Yeah. I've witnessed this. I've been a part of it.
I've been a part of it.
Oh
I'll admit that. I've been a part of that when I was like,
What's her name?
When I was younger. I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll see you in 2 hours. Like, we're gonna dance together before I leave. Like that shit. We have to outgrow that as a society, dog. I definitely been that dude too, where it's like, oh, she's so cute though. I'm gonna dance with her. I'm gonna dance with her eventually. She's gonna soften up. You know, no, like it's different. Like, I feel like that's not okay. You know, personal space, not men, just women as well. There's a few great comments that I want to touch upon. You know,
Victoria and Soleil, what's up, girls?
Shout out. You know, saying how they've encountered this a lot with males that come to her and they like to kiss me on the cheek, and I'm like, I don't know you. First of all, that's a little terrifying because like a kiss on the cheek is different from a dance. Um, if you
I
really,
feel like a kiss on the cheek, that's more of like if you're like friends, and that's if you're like not an acquaintance, because a lot of people mix up an acquaintance from a friend.
yes,
I feel like for you, I mean, I understand that in some cultures, men do that as a greeting and women do that as a greeting, especially within like, like the Hispanic community, because like I've met many, like, I guess, like Latinas that, but it's different. Like,
there's a
it's all about the
difference.
intention, you know? And I feel like a kiss can be harmless, with the right intention as a greeting and not as like a,
Well, it's a cultural
like a
content.
good,
If
you
you're
know?
like, if you're culturally trying to greet somebody versus if you're trying to take advantage of somebody's like niceness and get a feel, you know what I mean? I want to talk about
Yeah.
a little bit of the other comments because we're talking about a topic that I think is just so important to hear the comments of the women in the chat. And Julia was just continuing to describe her experience for a second, which was that she was alone too, but that day she was in a mood to dance with people. And then also she wanted to be precise that the guy in question was not a dancer. And I think reading that was a very interesting thing because we think about our dance parties and the dance scene, like Funk Box and all these other things that we go to.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a component of non-dancers there. And how do we interact with non-dancers within a space that I think we consider our space, but in reality is just a party, right? I think the dance scene takes claim over these public events, which are catered to us. However, the fact is anyone can walk in.
Yeah.
And so how do you feel about that ratio and how has that affected your time dancing at clubs and within this topic and within other topics?
I think that it's a double-edged sword.
Okay. And I want to say real quick, again, before you go into this topic, we have about 10 minutes-ish before I'm trying to get off because I have another one of these interviews for my friend from California in 30 minutes.
Okay.
So I want to give myself like a little bit of a break before I go into another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
But please, we got about a good 10, 15 before I want to cut it off.
Okay. So you said you're speaking about like the ratio of like, like dancers and non-dancers in the same space, pretty much.
And how that affects this topic and the rest of the experience.
So when it comes to that, I think that's a pretty good question. The fact that so let's start with acknowledging that a lot of the dancers within the scene already know each other, at least on a, high and by basis. So, if I think it's a lot easier for me or you to approach a woman that we recognize in the dance scene, even if we're not super close outside, like we're both comfortable enough to be able to approach each other. For me to do some,
an artist.
Yeah, so and we know each other, we've seen each other, and we know that like there's no other intention other than us dancing. So I think that for people that are not a part of our community that are in the same space, and I'm referring to the non-dancers that are coming to like these parties for the first time and witnessing guys going up to girls, and and then like they just start instantly dancing, that might set a different intention inside of like the men's heads that aren't regulars, that don't know anybody, into giving them this idea that it's okay for them to just go up to a girl, grab their hand, or just try to initiate something without them understanding that we're a community, that we all kind of already know each other, so
right, for sure.
I think that maybe for them, and like some of these guys feel that a lot of the parties that we go to are like those type of events where things get a little bit more crazy. And when I say crazy, I'm referring to more of like the college, like where people are just like, I'm talking about like like twerk, 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 grind, 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 kind of like more like the dance hall, like the heavy dance hall, like that type of vibe where
Yeah, Afro
it's
beats.
really rare. Like I've never really seen consent, to be honest. That's just from my experience from going to like house parties and clubs that have that heavy vibe where I just see dudes like will legit they'll see a booty, they'll see a girl shaking her booty, they will not say a damn thing, and if the booty doesn't already have a crotch in front of it, they will go and put theirs there and they'll just dance with the girl, and there's no communication. Half of the time the girl doesn't even know who's dancing behind her because she's shaking her ass and she's, having a good time, and the guy is just grinding on her, and then the guy might
I've been a part of that so
yeah,
many
so
times myself.
yeah, so like
Yeah,
keeping that in mind with
yeah.
how
Growing
those
up,
type of
it was
parties and
just like that.
interactions work,
Growing up, yeah.
and then taking that to the type of parties that like me and you have been going to more frequently, like since we've met and stuff. Once again, I keep referencing Soul in the Horn and Funkbox and stuff like that. That shit does not fly at those type of parties because
Nah,
I feel that there's a different type of energy there. You know, I think that with a lot of the other type of parties, it's a lot more of a cultural thing. It's more cultural and it's a lot more sexual too. I feel like people are kind of going there to fuck. In my blunt opinion,
oh hell yeah.
like the sexual energy is very high at those type of parties. And I'm not saying that like
It's not a bad
you
thing.
know
It's just different.
yeah yeah, it's just different. So like
It's a
I feel that
cultural
when I go to
experience.
like exactly, I feel that when we go to like once again soul and funk, I feel that there can be like sexual energy there too, but I feel that it's a lot more of a spiritual or
It's about the music
um
more
yeah,
than
it's like
going
that
home with
sense
someone.
of togetherness, versus like I came here just to shake my ass. There are some people that go there just to shake their ass too, which is fine. However, I just think that the intention of the party is different, just based on like the vibe of the people, the DJ, the atmosphere. It's different, you
Right.
know.
What's being
So
presented, the context.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's real. It's really real. I'm glad that we can make those distinctions. And even though again there's a lot of crossover and there is always gonna be that variable of like you can't vet everyone coming into the space, right? You don't know everyone's
yeah,
intention in the space. You know what I mean? And it's not always
yeah,
like you can control that. And I think that being holding each other accountable, like as a scene and as friends and as community members, is like really vital outside of like just what, like we said when we were talking about battles, like what the producers can control versus how the event goes. And like if a judge is being petty because they know there's a specific beef against you that that judge has, and in an event like what we're talking about, like the club parties where it's like
hmm
it's about spirituality and music and connection and the scene versus like it's about sex and about getting to go home with somebody, which I
yeah,
don't. And I want to be really clear, I don't necessarily shit on those parties either because I come from those parties. Like that's like I grew up
hmm
in dance hall and reggaeton and grinding,
hmm
but like I said, like I did that with my family first. So my version of that is like really about having fun, you know?
yeah,
And I could dance, I could have a girl grind on me that I'm into. I could have her grind on me for 30 minutes straight and walk away and be like, okay, that was fun.
yeah.
I could
But
do
I think
that.
that I think
But
that goes with the intention
the intention.
though, because it's like when you go to those I'm not saying that. Okay, so I have to be very carefully how I word this. I say it's all about intention because if I relate those type of parties, for example, to like once again like a breaking competition, if you go to a breaking competition and you're a b-boy or a b-girl, you can expect that somebody might call you out, right?
Hmm.
Versus you going to a social dance, like swing party, that nobody's gonna like call you out there because like the energy and the intent is different of like the type of party. So I think that you can expect certain things depending on the setting and the environment of a particular venue. So while keeping that in mind, I think that you should be mindful and cautious at the same time of you kind of just like trying to like feel out what's happening. Like if you don't, it's like if you see that it's acceptable, at like at a breaking competition to like be aggressive at somebody and to call somebody out, and that's what you're in the mood to do, then go and do it. But could you imagine going to like a swing party, like where they're listening to like music from the 50s, and you're like, oh, I'm a better swing dancer than you. Fuck you. Eat a dick. Blah blah blah. People are gonna look at you like, what is this man doing?
Yeah.
We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
So
we don't do that here.
I'm not saying that you can't do that in general, but there's a time and place for everything, and a lot of people tend to like not know that.
And at the same time, we're thinking about parties, and something that I understand to be true in my experience and my friendships and the scene is like a lot of dancers not really like drinking when we're out because we're trying to get down. I can't really be shit-faced college rager Elmer and also be like Elm Street in the club floor, like actually putting in work, because if I'm shit-faced, I can't do that. So I'm not drinking at these parties. I've never been to a club event where I got shit-faced ever, and it's not because I shit on drinking, because obviously I'm like definitely tipsy on this stream, but it's one of those things where it's right, and it's one of those things where like you said intentionality. Dancers have a different perspective because our intention when we show up, when we plan to go, is not about necessarily walking away with somebody on our arm or in the same Uber or whatever. And I mean, I won't say that that's not true, because I definitely am 23 years old. I mean, I'm definitely a part of hookup culture. Like I'm not ashamed of who I am and decisions I make, because I know what I'm doing when I make them. And I definitely am a single guy out there looking for whatever is exciting, and that's fine. But I think
y'all heard that, ladies?
Y'all heard that. Just saying, quarantine's not gonna last forever. So you already know what it is. I'm mad woke. I'm mad cute. I can dance.
My man can dance. I can vouch for that.
You know what I mean? So you already know what it is. But the point is, not that I'm lonely, but that when I'm trying to get down, I can control myself. Like I have certain intentionality, because I'm cognizant. Like I've grown. I have done enough. I have made enough mistakes in my dance self at parties to know like the difference. I know the difference, and I'm not ignorant to it. And I feel like anybody at this point, like you have to hold yourself accountable, and not be like, oh, I'm a saint. And you're right. There are so many layers to this topic, and we can go around this topic forever. But I think that just knowing, like, yo, read the room, dog. Like, read the person you're trying to communicate with. Like, do a little bit better. Maybe if you can't tell, maybe that means that you need to get to know yourself better and what you're putting out. Because I know what I'm putting out when I'm putting it out. Don't get it twisted. If I'm trying to like get to know you, you will feel that. You will feel that. Yeah. Like I'm like, oh, you're cute as hell. What's good? You know what I mean?
And I also think that I think that, once again, maybe you guys will disagree with me, but this is my personal opinion. I think that it's very important for the guys or girls that's receiving that energy, if you don't want it, to make it clear and not to go with the flow. Because if you don't speak up, then how is the other person supposed to know that there's even an issue if you don't speak about it? So, like, that's like if Elm, is feeling somebody and the girl is just, she keeps smiling and she keeps reciprocating that everything is chill,
he's gonna keep
going if he doesn't feel that things are cool. It's up to you ladies to speak up sometimes too. And I understand that it's scary. I understand that it's uncomfortable, and I understand that you don't want to come off as the bad guy for expressing how you feel, which shouldn't even be a thing,
and
for you feeling guilty about expressing how you feel.
Yeah, and being really nice, or you could dance with me, and that there's gonna be men who are still gonna not be okay with whatever it is you chose to do with their energy. And that's the issue I have. I feel like that's the thing. It's like, okay, well, I could say everything you just said, Static. It's like, yeah, there is a certain responsibility. And I do agree with that. I do agree that there's a half and half, you know what I mean? but I understand that my half is a little bit more historically traumatizing to your half.
Of course. And to be able to express that shows maturity within itself, because a lot of guys ignore that.
Yeah, I would never
They don't
say
even
that
they don't even think about that. And that's the reason why I'm so cautious about speaking to women. That's the reason why I'm so cautious about, I never want to make somebody feel uncomfortable ever. And I know that I'm a man, and I know that I'm a person of color on top of that, which adds another layer if I'm speaking to somebody that might not be a person of color. So I'm very mindful of how I act, and, and just being aware of, what energy am I putting out there. And sometimes it's to the point where I won't even direct my energy to a person at all, and I'll wait for them. And if I don't sense or feel anything, then it's okay, because I'm just so conscious of not wanting to come off the wrong way.
I think I want to read some of these comments as you talk, as we reach
Okay.
the end of this.
Okay.
And it's just from some of the women in the stream, which includes Vicky saying how but see, everyone isn't on, not like y'all. Some women speak up and get backlash again, which is true, which is like why I take the cognizance of like I could say like women speak up, you have a responsibility to speak up, but then also like you said, like there's backlash, and that is what I meant to say when I said like there's more trauma in your half of the responsibility than there is on my half of the responsibility. You know what I mean? And as well as Julia's comment, I think she was talking a little bit about what we mentioned a few minutes ago, which was as a stranger being at some parties, I could feel other intention that just dance, then just dance from dancers, which is annoying because you really just want to get down and you don't want to create a weird vibe because you might see the guy again in a dance community. But yeah, I really felt that as strangers, we attract a lot because we are new and we don't know anyone and we don't know yet what's going on within the community in New York. And I felt vulnerable because of that. Not me wanting to be rude or wanting just to be like, she wanted to get to know new dancers. And so, and hashtag Team Water, which is big facts, And so I think that is one of those things where, like what you said, Vicky, and what you said, Julia, is real because there's so many specific circumstances. And like I said, it comes down to like understanding this other individual, but you can't read another person if you don't know what you're bringing to the table. I think like for me, again, like as we continue to the conclusion of our stream, I always like, the dance comes first. The music has to come first for me. That's me outside of like trying to attract someone else. I'm here for this music. I'm trying to get it in. And this goes back to the beginning of our conversation. It's like I showed up, I traveled bumfuck far, I'm gonna leave, and it's gonna take me 3 hours to get home, and I'm here to dance. And so I actually realized like the younger version of myself that was like, trying to get girls more, getting up, like if you go to a club and you're like, oh, I'm trying to dance with a girl, I'm trying to make out with a girl, like all these intentions and stuff that's about women. And that's the reason I came out tonight, because I'm trying to get some in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Versus, and then when that doesn't happen or when you get rejected, you set up expectations for yourself when you went out. You set up what are your expectations of these other people, right? Or what you're gonna encounter in that night. And when that doesn't come to fruition, you're automatically let down. And it has nothing to do with the women, and it has everything to do with the expectation you set for yourself when you went out. It's like, why are you here? And I have had to personally work on that, like from when I was younger, and be like, oh, this girl didn't want to dance with me, or she's dancing with another guy and she was dancing with me first, and now she's like making out with this guy. He ended up with her at the end of the night. Like that was a shitty ass night. That ruined my night. Like, no, like letting go of those expectations around like the opposite persuasion and whatever you're attracted to, and being like, I'm here for this reason. I'm here for the music. I'm here to get down. I'm here to cipher. I'm here to do these things. That's where I can separate myself from like the other version of me that's like petty and is like hurt over like someone I don't even fucking know not owing me shit, and acting like they do owe me something, which they don't. And so I think that managing your expectations and managing how you react to those expectations being adhered to or not was a big growing process for me through my partying experiences as a man, you know? And as a man that wants what every other person wants, which is like to have fun and like to also get laid sometimes as a single man, you know? Like that's a thing. And I also feel like acknowledging that is also a first step in getting to a point where you can say, okay, well, that's not the beginning and end of why I came out here tonight.
Yeah.
And I don't have to take that out on my place. And I know that I've been a victim of that and a perpetuator of that in my time as a person, you know? So that's real. I think about this often. But I want to pass it back to you. And I want to say, you know, thank you so much for being with us on the stream, dog. Like 3, almost 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
And everyone who's tuned in so far, it's been really cool to have y'all. This stream was a long time coming because
we've been talking about this for a minute.
We've been talking about this for maybe 3 months, actually. I took a little break because George Floyd happened and all that happened, and you know, it didn't feel right. But I'm happy to be back with people like you, and I'm happy to be back with all of the people that tune into your stream because your fans, your friends, and your community are so cool to me. I really love it, and I consider myself amongst them. But if there's anything you want to close out with, like, here's the mic, dog, and then we can wrap up, and I'll get ready for my next stream in 20 minutes.
For sure. I'll be quick.
Please.
For all the people that are currently watching Elmer's Instagram, if you guys are coming in and if you want to see everything that we spoke about prior to you coming in, I'm also live streaming on a different platform called Twitch. I don't know if you guys will be able to see this, but I'm going to try typing it. I'm going to go into the stream and I'm going to just put the link there.
Word.
And I just wanted to throw it out there that for some of you that might know of Twitch is just for video games. The website offers a lot more. And, you know, like I do a lot of dancing on there. I do a lot of talks like this on there. I am a big gamer as well, but it's not just about video games. I have to make that very clear because a lot of people think of Twitch and they think gaming. But that's the link. I don't know if it's there.
I don't see it. There it is.
Yeah, so
Perfect.
and then that's that. And then for the people that are in my stream on Twitch, if you guys want to check out Elmer, I put his Instagram in the title. So his Instagram is the original 96. He's also a part of like our Discord server. So you guys
really
can like talk to him on there.
I've been really bad about Discord, but I'll try to get back on it.
It's okay. Yeah. And that's also a way for you to get people to tune in too, because I have a social, I have a self-promo channel. So whenever like you do a show like this, you can just drop it in there. So some of the people from my community could check you out on Insta, you know, and whatnot. So, but yeah. And what else? Shameless promotion. I am also a photographer and a videographer. So if you guys are within like the tri-state area, you know, like PA, Jersey, you know, Boston, New York, and if you need photos or videos done, please hit me up. I'm looking for work. It's been a minute since I've shot anybody. And when I say shot, I mean photography, not a gun. Somebody in chat always makes a joke about me shooting people. So yeah, you guys can just, you know, like check out like my Instagram. You can see some of my work. If you go on there like right now, like all the recent photos, those from the last event that I went to, which was Kings of New York. And yeah, it would be dope to work with you guys. And yeah, I think that is all.
Hell yeah, that's everything. That's it. You sure?
I think that is it.
Social security number, nothing. Credit card?
It's 79827, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Oh, stress. All right, bet.
Yeah.
We can't get the last four, but that's all good. Thank you all for tuning in. I would love to invite you back, you know, to do something else like this. You know, this project is open-ended. This is just like something that came up during quarantine, and it's kind of just taking a life of its own. So there's no rules to it, obviously. And, you know, everyone who's tuning in, you know, shout out to y'all. Thank you for fucking with us. And I really appreciate the energy. Julia, I'm gonna follow up because like you're cool as fuck. And everyone else, be good. I'm actually doing this again with somebody else. I've been sitting here for many hours today. So my homegirl, this is gonna be episode 25 in 15 minutes. Is gonna episode 25 with my girl Tay. We went to college together. She's a filmmaker, and she moved to Los Angeles, California, to pursue film after we finished college together. So she's dope. She's an Asian American woman who grew up in Boston, and she's just a dope ass artist. So I'm sure it won't be necessarily about this culture, but it'll be about more creative cultures and more dance and more exploration. And it's gonna be dope, and it'll be a different perspective, and that's what this is all about, these conversations. So I look forward to yes, I will need to eat and drink real quick in 15 minutes, and then I'll get back to this, and we'll see what happens. Thank you, Static. Be good.
You're welcome. I was gonna add that I think if you're cool with this, and if the people want to see, I'm gonna ask chat to see if they're down for another one. If they are, once we hang up, I'll leave like your Instagram open on my channel, and then I can just like live stream. Like I'll continue to keep the conversation going between two parties if you want. It'll
cool.
just be you and her. Yeah. So
I mean, I have to log out of this and then start a new stream.
Yeah.
But I could send it to you.
But I think that since you'll be live though, I can just like actually access it from the thing. I don't even have to be a part of the stream. I could just
cool.
You know, like you.
All right. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot of talking. That was long. I was not expecting the conversation to go that long, but yeah, I'm hoping that you guys took something from it. And wow, my phone is almost dead. And yeah, I think that I'm gonna go and grab like a snack real quick, but I'm down to keep streaming. And I can just talk like this and just make it just chatting, and then I can like continue streaming his thing. This is assuming that you guys want to continue to watch. Like if you guys want me to focus on gaming, whether or not me playing Tekken or me playing Call of Duty or something else, I'm down for that, because I haven't gamed today. I would like to do a little gaming. But if you guys are open to seeing another conversation with the girl that he was talking about, I'm down to live stream that as well, and then just do just chatting stream where you guys will see me in the corner and then see them in the middle of the screen. Just let me know. I'm gonna play some music, and I will be right back. I'll be right back. And I'm gonna play some music by my crewmate Jay Hershey. You guys should go all follow him and go support him. He is Jay Hershey on Instagram and Spotify and Apple Music and all other music streaming platforms. It is loading. So this is his newest his newest work.
of a comic book.
Hey, it's me, your cousin, from Boston. I'm on the radio doing ads for Sam Adams. Now I'll be known as the Sam Adams guy instead of the dude who fell in the quarry. Sam Adams Boston Lager is crisp and refreshing, which is why I bring a six-pack wherever I go, except the movies anymore. Sam Adams, from Boston with love. Here's the legal part. Watch how fast I can read. The Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly. Now, is that 30 seconds? Are we even close?
Summer seems even brighter when you've been inside a while. It's time to drive again with Honda, KVB.com's 2020 Best Value brand. You could get a great deal on the 2020 CRV or 2020 HRV with financing as low as 0.9% APR on select models. Visit the Honda Summer Clearance event today.
For well-qualified buyers, see dealer for financing details based on 2020 brand image source from Kelly Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Think you know the Home Depot? It's not just for flooring and lights for your bedroom. It's everything else for your bedroom. Mattresses you can't wait to sleep on. Nightstands you can't stand to be without. All with great savings, free and flexible delivery, and easy online returns. You know the Home Depot. And now you know there are even more ways to explore decor at HomeDepot.com. How doers get more done. U.S. only offer valid through August 5th. Limitations apply.
good, y'all? All right, we're just waiting for our guests to join us. So until then, feel free to enjoy this. Oh, look, right on cue. We were just talking about you. Welcome. Boom, boom. Oh, the phone is falling. Oh no. Here we go. One, two. There it is.
Can you speak for me?
Hello.
You sound much more inside my ears. I love it. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. What up, Sam? Quarantine is treating me like I have to have quarantine is treating me, just to answer the question on the chat, it's treating me like I have to have a live stream to feel sane. So here we are. That's how I feel. I feel like I have to have a live stream to remain sane at this point. But
Yeah.
I'm so happy that I get the opportunity to have a live stream, and I have the opportunity to have guests such as yourself. And the way I like to start the show, if anyone who's seen the show before, what's up, Melody? What's up? Is yeah, what's up, baby? I would really love to introduce folks who are not as fortunate as myself to have already gotten to know you and to who you are, and just like what's your name, you know, where you're from, what you rap, and like what do you do as a creative, and we can start there, and we'll just end up going wherever we need to go with it. But I'd love to just hear about who you are a little bit, and we'll start there. How about that?
Yeah, totally.
And I'm gonna preface this conversation with the fact that I have to eat dinner while we talk, because I just had another 3-hour long interview right before this,
Boy, what's
and I didn't know it was gonna go that long. But for dinner, I got some spaghetti and meat sauce, so I'm not that mad.
Nice.
So please.
Yes, I will talk so you can eat.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Tay.
It rhymes. Sorry.
What?
I was saying it rhymes with hey.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Whenever people say like okay or hey, I'm like, wait, what, me? Oh no, you're not talking about me. Okay.
That's what's up.
I'm Tay. I'm from Brockton, Massachusetts. Was born, raised, cultivated there, and now I live in Los Angeles, California, where I'm kind of trying to figure out who I am as an artist and a creative and human in this functioning society.
Fair.
Yeah.
And what is it you're doing in LA?
Yeah. So I moved out here primarily for film, but also just in general to become like a full-time creative. So when I first moved here, I was an associate producer at a production company, and that was super fun. Got laid off when the pandemic hit, because all production stopped. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Been kind of figuring out, you know, how to sustain being a creative and not really having like a very
an industry
and on right now. Yeah, exactly.
That's fair.
So,
well,
posting.
Well, that's what's up though, and you know, thanks for sharing that. And I just want to ask you a little bit about, you know, I want to preface that, even besides this introduction, which is a preface in its own, but I want to preface the rest of the dialogue with how we know each other a little bit.
Yeah.
Which I think is really great and important. And so we actually went to college together. You were in the graduating class behind mine, right?
Yeah.
And
I actually don't even remember the moment I like actually met you. I just remember being friends and just like vibing.
That's the best. You know what? That's when you know it's real. I love it. I actually, we never like partied together or anything like that because we were always really busy, trying to like do the most. But, especially you, I think you were always like, I have to do X, Y, and Z, and I live that far, so I can't make it to all these like gatherings that you're inviting me to, which is fair. I never took it personal, but I was always like, I really want Tay there. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. I'm always just like, she's working so hard, but like, I bet it would be the ill turn up if Tay showed up, you know? And so, because I know how we vibe when we're not even in that scenario. So I'm like, imagine if we were partying. Which is, we'll get there, I'm sure, one day. But I want to just say that to say that we were tour guides together in school. We hung out around similar social circles depending on the cause, and I think I just always had so much respect for you and your drive and your mission at school, especially, and then when we transition, post grad, how you continue to pursue what you're pursuing, whether it's individual articulation of yourself as an artist. Like, I think you have a very cool aesthetic, which I'm sure we'll get into, and I also want to just kind of explore the fact that you are a filmmaker and a content creator to that aspect, and so when did it start? Just when did it start for you, and why film, or why media in some way, shape, or form? What was that like?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because like I was never really one to box myself in as an artist. Like, even when people are like, oh, Tay, you're a filmmaker, I feel like I can list 5 people that I know personally that are way more of a filmmaker than I am. And it's
for sure. Okay.
Yeah, I find myself like delving into different mediums and different formats, and I never really considered myself just that one thing. But cinema is definitely, like, career-wise and in terms of financial sustainability, ironically, for some reason, I chose film.
Yes, and I chose theater, so here we are.
So here we are today having this cultural conversation.
Yeah, I agree with you because, I do theater, but I've never considered myself really, or presented myself like as solely a theater person. I think there's a distinction.
Right.
And yeah, so I identify with what you said. But yeah, please continue.
I always feel like there's like this stereotype, or at least like this certain image that people tend to follow when they are this one thing. Like with filmmaking, I feel like most people's stories start off with, well, I was like watching this one movie and it inspired me to tell stories, and now I'm a filmmaker. I'm gonna be honest, I watch maybe like 2 new movies annually.
Wow.
Yeah. And
okay.
Most of the time, if you've asked me if I've ever seen a movie, my answer will be no. I just like, I don't find myself doing like
the film buff thing.
I want to imitate it. I think it's like a cool practice to kind of inject all of my other ideas into. So that's why I kind of chose film, because it's so like loose and there's so many directions you can go with it. So I can really put as much creativity as I want into it,
Yeah, it's a medium that is very malleable to a variety of interests, and it intersects like such almost every other medium that's visual,
Totally.
And just outside of that, sound wise and everything else that comes down to the senses, film is one of those interesting mediums that connects people that are far away from each other, whether it's distance or time. And you don't have that in theater necessarily, because theater is live.
Right.
And so theater is like, if you're not in the room.
Expensive too.
And inaccessible.
Expensive.
And inaccessible as hell. And and so what you said earlier about how film is something that, you're non-traditional with, that's how I feel with theater. It's like, I didn't have money to go to theater. I didn't grow up going to theater. I don't watch theater now.
Yeah.
I don't. I watch the shows that I work on, but I'm not one to go after the show and like watch some more Broadway performances on like bootleg something or other. Like, I don't care. And it's not that I don't like it. It's that I am an artist that is, I use theater as an excuse to put all my other stuff in it too. Right. So I very much love that you said that with film. And so when I'm teaching lighting design right now for 6 weeks, and I was explaining, like, when we introduced ourselves, I was like, I'm not necessarily a straight theater artist, but I am an interdisciplinary kind of like practitioner of art, and so I have my fingers in a lot of different things, including this, and it's really fun to have those options. When did you realize that like you had a creative like inclination, and how what mediums kind of did you have you explored? Because I know you have watercolor stuff
Yeah.
and you have like a little bit of modeling going on and photography stuff going on. So like,
Yeah.
what is the other pies that you like to have going
Well,
on in the oven?
I realized that I was creative when I was just absolute garbage at everything else that every other Asian kid that I knew was good at. I was terrible at math. I was terrible at science. I just like did not care for authority. And I was like I was sitting there
Nice.
wondering like what is wrong with me? Am I a defective Asian? Like what's good?
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
it was something that I kind of practiced unconsciously. I started off with writing just short stories and drawing like little comics, kind of like manga, but not really, like really shitty manga.
Okay.
In my mom's salon, because every day after school I would be either dropped off at my mom's salon and have to wait till she gets out of work, or I'd go to my grandparents' house. Either way, I'd just like fill my time with drawing and writing. And
Nice.
yeah, so that's how I got started. I just straight up jumped into creating things because I didn't feel like I fit in any other space that I was supposed to fit in. So then that eventually picked up, and I lost it for a while, honestly. There was a period in high school where I genuinely thought that I was less than because I was a creative individual who was also like what the core curriculum says is intelligent, because I was good at testing and I was good at memorization. I felt like I had to be that person that fits in that box. I had to be the intellectual academic student, and all I wanted to do was create art. So there's a period where I just straight up rejected art, and I wanted to
Oh, wow.
be an anesthesiologist. This was like a solid
Anesthesiologist?
yes, anesthesiologist.
Outrageous.
Free law.
Waste of talent.
I know.
I'm baffled.
Literally, it was like beaten into my brain by both like the school system and also just being like Asian American and growing up in that like very academically aggressive household. It was like definitely concreted into my brain that I was wasting my potential on something that wouldn't be fulfilling in the end.
Right. And that's so real. I want to explore that a little bit more. And I want to ask some questions about that, if that's cool. Let's talk about it. So you're obviously Asian. I can see it on your face. And no, that's a joke. I stole that joke. That's from a Netflix special that I saw. And so I want to just say I don't owe the joke, but it's still funny. And your experience as such is obviously, attached to your identity and your intersectional personalities of what you're interested in. So being an Asian American, is that how you like identify?
It depends on my mood.
That's valid.
It depends on my mood, and it depends on who's asking, It depends
Yeah.
on the situation. I find that especially in this industry, you kind of have to adapt yourself a lot so that people can kind of take you in as is comfortable for them. So I am a first generation Chinese and Polynesian. To my employers, I am Asian. To the government, I am also Asian. And to sometimes the surveys that let me select to racial groups, I am Asian and a Pacific Islander.
Shout out to the nuanced surveys that aren't nuanced at all, that we all have to fill out like sheep. Anyway, that's real. No, that's really real. And in sociology, we talk about how different folks, that you have a different mask, right, for different parts of who you cater to, whether it's your friends, your family, your workplace, whatever.
Right.
And And do you feel like can we explore just like the what you just described, right? Like to certain people, I'm described as certain things.
Yeah.
It depends. It
I was
depends.
talking to my friend about this, specifically how it applied to Emerson, because that's when I felt it the hardest.
Hell yeah.
Feeling
Let's do
different,
it.
which is ironic because that school like champions itself on being so different and outside the box, even though I had never felt more different.
More inside the box.
At Emerson College.
Yeah, Emerson's hella full of shit, so we can go there, but I'm sure we will eventually.
Facts. I think that Emerson very much has kind of grouped all POCs together, you know? It's like...
And just for the people who don't know what Emerson is, like, can you just like, what is Emerson?
Emerson is our institution that we graduate from.
There you go. It's a liberal arts college in Boston. It's an art school for really elitist children of rich people, and which we are not of, but somehow we finished our way through it.
Sometimes they give us scholarship money, which is great, But at Emerson, okay, I should preface this by saying all of my life, I grew up in Brockton, and I've always been surrounded by people
in Brockton. Oh, Tay, I'm sorry. So there's a live stream right now happening. My friend from New York City, B-Boy Static, shout out Static, he was our last guest, and he actually is a streamer. And so he's streaming this stream on his Twitch account. So his friends from his network in New York are also watching this on another platform. So the reason I'm asking for you to elaborate on like, what is Emerson? What is this? Is because like, you know, people who have never heard of what we're talking about. And I don't want to act like it's just us in the stream. So Brockton is a hood in Boston. There you go.
Oh, yes. Brockton is my home. It's where I was born, raised, cultivated. The 508, 30 minutes south of Boston. Hop on the commuter rail, get there in like 45 minutes. Maybe an hour and a half, depending on the time. That's where I was raised. And Brockton is an urban city, and it's often described as an inner city. I don't think it is. I think it's just really urban, and the effects of industrialization have just hit it super hard. So I went to a huge high school. My graduating class was 1,500. And that was like all of Emerson. Emerson's like a super small school, and it made me feel very boxed in. So transitioning from a school where literally bigger than the campus I'm going to college for, so many more different races, people coming from different socioeconomic backgrounds, and more so people that kind of grew up in the same neighborhood as me and grew up in the hood and just know what it's like. Then transitioning to a private liberal arts institution where literally like, what is it, 60% or like 70% of our school's white.
Something like that, I'm sure. Yeah, something like that.
Person is white basically, and there's like a sprinkling of people of color. That was a culture shock for me. And I learned that even within that community, the POC community, I learned that you could be the wrong kind of POC, which I had no idea about, you know, not.
What do you mean by that? That's a very strong word. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so, you know, it all comes down to institutionally, students coming from communities like mine don't go to colleges like Emerson. Rarely, seldom do they ever get the opportunity to. And even if they get the opportunity to, half the time they can't afford it. So it's like, why bother? Just go to
Or it's a psychological, destructive environment and they leave, which I saw too many times, and which I was almost subject to, you know?
Yeah, even if you make it into college, they don't tell you, like, that's just the very tip of the battle.
That's the easy part. Getting in is easy. Getting in was easy.
Yeah,
Getting in was nothing. It was surviving once you got there.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So I didn't know. There were people that looked like me, but those were all like international students, so they didn't really vibe with me. Except for a few friends. Like I had a few really tight international friends, but for the most part, like I didn't vibe with like the international students coming from China because I was too American for them, right? And
it's also a socioeconomic situation where you, like, the kids who can afford to study abroad, have money for that, and or some sort of system where they're supported. They're not allowed to
Right.
work, so it's like, you know, that there needs to be some sort of financial backing to that
Yeah.
situation, whether or not
And
they're well off or not. And for us, it's like we're actually POC from American inner cities or urban environments, or the hood, as you would say. And it's like the experience is different. Like you can be a person of color or BIPOC and still not have the same experience as the American experience of being of color here, which is different, you know? And so that's something that, you know, comes up a lot, and I'm happy you touched on it. But yeah, please continue.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I found that at Emerson, you know, there were times when I would meet other people that were people of color, but it was different. Like we were different in some way, even though there was this understanding that we were united. It was that they're coming from like this very suburban white neighborhood in Minnesota, and I'm coming from the literal hood half an hour away. And there's always this disconnect. And that's what I mean when I felt like I was different at Emerson, because I looked like some of these people, and it felt like I was supposed to be integrated and welcomed into this community, but there was always that like glass wall that separated us, whether it be our socioeconomic differences or just differences in upbringing and values and morals. It almost felt like I just did not have a space in that circle because I was raised differently, you know, and I'm a little bit loud. Name out of their mouth. Yes, we are different in that way, but we are like, you know, like
You still present. I think that's a very nuanced conversation. I would love to touch upon that. So, you know, I often say in my experience, like I present as a black man. Like I present to anyone else that doesn't know anything about me. The first thing you see is like, oh, it's a black dude with fuzzy hair and like a black person beard, and I look like a black dude to you on the street. And so in my country, in my context, I'm treated the way I present. And you present as an Asian woman. And you present as these things. Like I consider you fashionable. Like you present as somebody who carries themselves, presents themselves well, right? And those certain connotations, like certain style choices, even it's like, oh, like that's like rich people like aesthetic, like, you know, oh, they're a little more glamorous, you know, stuff like that. I'm like, you know, I think those insinuations of where people come from are based on like a very outward appearance, and so I can understand when you say like, oh, or at least I can empathize, right? When you say, I feel like there was always like a last barrier, even though I fit into all these other things. Like I look right, I might have like spoken correctly at certain terms, but when it comes down to like when shit pops off, like my reaction and your reaction are two very different reactions to conflict, you know, or to communication, right? And so that's real, and that's something that when you say, for example, like there's like POC and there's like another way of being a POC, and it's like, you know, blackness or POC-ness is not a monolith, but at the same time, if you're in an institution, you have to recognize that there's a difference between where I'm coming from as somebody who grew up in poverty versus where you're coming from, or somebody who might look just like me but grew up like traveling the world because your parents had it like that,
right.
You know, and your context for like being at an institution like at Emerson is a different context. And for now, this is my problem with the institutional part of that, which is like the institution takes that information and raw data and they don't look at the nuance, and they look at, oh, well, they're all POC.
And then they put
you're all POC. Right. And so now you're a statistic, and now we're diverse. And now we're diverse here because we got all these, you know, people who look not white.
Yeah.
When in the reality is that's not how it feels.
No, it's like, no, we all are in different groups by skin color, yes, and we like out that statistic, but we are also separated by a bunch of other things like tax brackets and just
elitism. It's elitism.
It's like it's
And it matters on the ground because it matters in the classroom and it matters in our social interactions. Like you said, like, you know, there's like other international students who are Asian descent, but like there was always a wall. I felt that way with Amigos or whatever the group was at Emerson, the Hispanic group. 'Cause I think Amigos was UMass Lowell. My sister was in that, so I remember them.
Yeah.
But
there for like 2 days.
Yeah, and I say this not to like shit on those people, but I say this to explain like what you're saying as well, which is like there's a nuanced difference that is felt and is to us matters and marked our experiences. As we explore that, I want to ask you about those experiences and how you felt, and I want to relate that also to the work you produced on campus while you were there, because I think you've done some really, I think you've done some really great projects, and I know you're a workaholic, so I'm sure you want to talk about your work.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah.
So at Emerson, well, first of all, I'm like a filmmaker, but I studied journalism at Emerson, and I feel like people forget that a lot. But yes,
I definitely forgot that.
Yep,
Definitely
I
forgot.
have a Bachelor of Science degree in journalism, which is
nice.
Weird. It's super weird. But again, like my definition of journalism was completely vastly different from Emerson's definition of journalism. Their definition of journalism is like reporting, newspaper, unbiased, whatever the fuck.
Do whatever you got to do.
Let me get a little bit angrier.
Yeah, please. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Good.
I want to hear it because I also wasn't a journalism major, so I've never heard this before, actually.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
so please.
Yeah, the journalism program, like, it's great for so many people, but for someone like me whose passion isn't really news telling, like my passion is storytelling, and that's what the journalism program was advertised to me as. It was like, if you're into storytelling, this major is perfect for you. It combines multimedia, writing, all this stuff, and I was like, I'm into it. But lo and behold, when I got there, I found it more to be of summarizing than storytelling. You would get all of these details for a story, and then you would be put in a situation where you'd have to succinct that story into 10 seconds that would be thrown into the mix with like 20 other stories in the same 5-minute block. And
right,
like, story.
Feel that, yeah.
So it the journalism program really just made me realize how much I did not want to be a journalist. I actually picked up a camera, and I started off in the television studios, and I was a reporter in front of the camera, and I realized I hated it. Also, to preface, I'm 4'11", so like every time I'd have to report or something, they'd make me stand on 2.5 apple boxes just to be.
They still do that?
Yeah. So
I thought that was like an old-timey story that people used to. Wow.
That's like the one piece of technology they cannot get rid of is apple boxes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, there was that. So I realized I really hated being in front of the camera. So I eventually moved my booty to the control room, got to know all of the equipment in there. And from there, I got into broadcast. And then I realized after interning at a broadcast station, I hate how this industry works too. It's like whitewashed and gentrified, and all people care about is making money. So then I picked up a film camera and I started working on film sets because I felt like that was a little bit more personal, because at least it was someone's idea that I knew.
Mm-hmm.
And then I eventually, after working on a bunch of film sets at Emerson, I realized none of these projects are doing it for me, you know? There's something that's hungry in my soul as a creative that I know needs to be fulfilled that none of these are doing for me. It's like just barely like fulfilling.
Give me a hot second. I think my family just got home from hanging out with my sister, so I'm just gonna say hello. You knock on the door. Hello. Doing una entrevista.
Oh, okay.
Cool. My grandmother is home. All right, cool. I obviously had to move back home because of quarantine, so there you go.
I'm trapped out here, unfortunately. I'm homesick though. So homesick, I will say.
Fair. But yes.
I like so many days I wake up and I'm like, man, like I'm like laying there with my eyes closed and like, man, I want to open my eyes and be in Brockton right now, and I wake up and I'm in like LA. So
I feel like so many people would fight you on that.
I know, no. People have. They're like, why would you want to go back to Brockton? Like, what? There's nothing there. And I'm like, okay, first of all, LA's completely shut down right now. Second of all, food out here is expensive, and I can walk to Al's Grocery and get like a $5 plate full of fried plantains, rice and beans, and pork.
Yeah, all that good shit.
Yeah, nothing can replace that.
No, nothing can replace that. I was spoiled in New York. I was living in a Dominican neighborhood.
Oh.
So it was crazy, fam.
Dominican food out here, and I'm like...
It's no way, man. It's no way. I was out here eating all the shit. It was too much, actually. It was too readily available. I was on the opposite of where you're at.
I'm jealous.
It was a good time. But you were talking about a little bit with your, you know, projects at Emerson in the TV studio. And I'd love to hear more about that transition because, like you said, like most people would forget that you were a journalism major because you've been so heavily involved in the film side of things or the TV production as well.
Yeah, I feel like what it is I like to do. People, I very much put off this appearance of having my ish together and knowing exactly what I'm doing, but 99.9% of the time it starts off as an itch or like an instinct or like a feeling that I have that I just go for impulsively and I just run with it. And that's what happens a lot with my ideas. So yeah, I transitioned from journalism to behind the camera, and you know, honestly, I wasn't really that loud about being a journalism major. I just kind of shut up and pressed buttons and did as I was told. And that's how I think people learned to respect me in the control room, was just because I just did it. And when people would find out I was a journalism major, they'd be like, "Oh snap, I didn't know you like did the whole news thing, and now you hear from I'm like, yep."
Right, because I mean, right, that makes sense. That makes total sense. I think there was actually a lot of folks. If I hadn't brought it up, like you said, like you didn't make a lot of noise. I did make a lot of noise because I'm a big mouth. But like, if I hadn't told anyone, I think people would have thought that I was just a performing arts, like musical theater kid or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was taking like all the dance classes and I was taking singing lessons and shit. And I was like pretty much taking performance training.
Anything.
Huh? What was that?
You could have been anything. You could have been a marketing major or a business major, like just putting it out there, like put off the same ambiguity as I did.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're totally right. And you know what it is like I actually wanted to be a journalism major at some point too. Like when I was thinking about college, I really love doing this and you know, getting to know stories. Because storytelling, like you said, hello friends, welcome. And I just want to say, like, all the homies.
Talking about Brockton.
Hell yeah, shout out Brockton. And so I think it comes down to like people who, like you said, like you cared about storytelling.
Right.
And for you, and this is me taking context from your own story, is like you care about storytelling to the point where you decided that you wanted to change mediums, even though you were still studying a certain thing. And I don't know if I feel like that's organic for people like us who are like, yeah, well, that's not the point. This is the point. I feel like we're very like, this is more important than like keeping up a certain appearance or like staying on a certain like wavelength. Like, I care about doing this. I'm just I'm gonna try it and see how it goes. I personally, I had this conversation on another live a couple days ago. It's like, I'm passionate about people. Like, I don't care if it's via theater or hip hop or what have you, whatever medium, poetry or whatever. Where it's like, I really want to talk to people and connect with people, and people are my reason for like doing the work that I do. Otherwise, I'd just be living my own life and I wouldn't be doing all this. And for you, like, do you think you have a grasp around why it is that it's okay for you to switch mediums and feel empowered to do so? You know, like, how do you justify that for yourself?
Honestly, sometimes most of the time, I beat myself up about it a lot. Really, like, beat yourself up internally. Like, I put myself through
hell,
emotional turmoil whenever I get my hands on a project. Isaac, if you're still here, you know I do this. I put myself through hell for everything that I do, and the only thing that I can say to justify anything I do, anytime I pick up a paintbrush instead of doing laundry, it could be something as simple as that, or it could be something greater where it's like, I want to create a digital gallery because I feel like I'm the only one that can really do it, or there's something that's telling me to do it. Regardless what it is, the only thing that I can really hold on to at the end of the day is my internal voice telling me to just do it. Like, I kind of, like, the criticism kind of does get to me sometimes, and the pressure always gets to me, because I feel like I kind of put myself, not to put myself on a pedestal, but I've kind of put myself in this interesting place where people want to see what it is that I do, because I don't put out big projects out that often. You just kind of have to be confident in yourself as an artist at the end of the day. Like, you can put yourself through from that abuse that you inflict upon yourself. At the end of the day, you kind of have to just tell yourself, all right, you're doing this, so keep doing it, because it's going to be a waste of time if you just put all of this brain energy and creativity into an idea that doesn't even manifest into something.
It's real.
Honestly, most of the time I don't even go through and finish it. Like, there's so many projects that so many people have not seen, because I do reach that breaking point with myself where I just like lose faith in a project. But when one hits, that's when it really hits.
When it hits, it sits. I love it. No, that's awesome. And I love to hear you talk about that, because I personally feel like I go through some of those processes myself that you described, like putting yourself through some shit to find out like what it is that you're trying to say and how you want to say it. And if you can follow through with that message, and if it's as true at the delivery point, the presentational point of the process, as it is at the inception, I think that sometimes, like you said, you like would stop working on a project or whatever, and nobody sees it. And I think I relate to that only in my poetry, and as well as like the way I post on my Instagram story. And that's like a smaller version of that. So I'll talk about poetry first though, and it's like, I write a lot, and when my relationship with writing has changed as I have evolved as a person, and as my needs with writing have evolved, because my reasons for writing in high school are not the same reasons I wrote in college, which are not the same reasons I'm writing today. And when it comes to presenting that, I took a big back seat in my poetry journey or career. Like, I think at one point I was very vocal with poetry, and it was like oh, he's like the next slam poet on the scene. He's gonna like do some shit, you know? And people had that expectation of me. Like older artists were like, oh, that Elmer kid, watch him. And I like gave all that up. I just stopped. I stopped showing up one day. I was like, I don't care. Like and it wasn't that I didn't care. It was like that community wasn't my community. Like I felt other in that community. And so I started writing for myself, like in private. And so that was that. But then when it comes to a more relatable topic, which is like the Instagram story thing, I think during quarantine especially, I had to reassess like why I was posting. And because it wasn't about like what I was doing, it's about like how I'm doing. And in quarantine. And so I was like, I'll post a dance clip or something, and in the process of that inception of dancing and doing the clip, I'm like empowered to do it. I'm probably stoned. I'm probably hype. I'm probably listening to my favorite song. I'm doing the thing. I post it, and then 3 hours later, I'll look at it again, and I feel different about it, and I'll take it down. Mm-hmm. And I think those little things that I go through as a daily process as a creative individual are part of the psychology of being an artist, right? And like you said, sometimes you just gotta say, hey, like I'm gonna follow through, and this is like a thing that I care enough about to like put out there. So with projects like that, what have those projects been like for you? Like those projects where you're just like, people should probably see this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, there are two projects that I can, well, the last big thing where the last, like, I'd say really bold project that I did was a documentary, which was like arguably, like, it was just arguably a lot of different things. It was unconventional in every way, and also it was crazy. It was a lot of my ideas.
Sounds like my kind of documentary, though.
What?
Sounds like my kind of documentary. Unconventional,
yeah, well,
crazy.
All of my ideas kind of manifest from a place of internal misunderstanding, right? I'm a habitual creator because I feel like it fills me. Creating stuff kind of fills my soul with something, and it helps me understand myself better, which is why I do it habitually. And there was this point last year, actually. What month is it now? It's July, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Oh no, you froze mid-laugh. Come back.
Sorry.
You're still frozen.
Because I think my phone is about to die.
Are you back?
What?
Okay, I can't see you. You froze for a moment.
Yeah.
That's all.
Sorry, my phone is about to die, so I'm gonna.
That's okay. I got to look at your big smile for an extra like 10 seconds. Okay. You have one of my favorite smiles. I bet you get that all the time.
Many people tell me.
Your phone is acting all kinds of crazy.
Oh my god.
Are you back? I think if you just let it sit for a second, it'll catch back up. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh no, you froze. Okay. Are you back?
Let me know when I'm back. I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Oh, you can.
But I can't see you too well. It feels like you're going to be back in a second, though. It's like loading. There you go.
Okay.
Try saying something now. Yes, we're good. How about that? Something. Okay.
All right.
I was just saying how you have one of my favorite smiles, and how your friend was saying that just because you haven't completed a project doesn't mean something isn't complete. I could definitely back that idea for sure.
Thanks, Isaac. Isaac knows. He's been a long time kind of just companion within my like all of my big ideas also something greater or just
Word.
But yeah, okay, so I was talking about my documentary. So my documentary is called Love, and it is essentially like it is the documentary about love. At this point, had just gotten out of a 3.5-year relationship I was cheated on while I was out working. And
Oh shit.
yeah, that happened and it hurt a lot. And then I eventually met someone else, and like just like a lot of confusion, grayness was surrounded with myself and the idea of love and what any of it meant. So my crazy ass decided that the best way to address that was to invite all of my exes to be interviewed by me for a documentary.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Damn, I don't know if I would do all that.
Well, I did all that and more. I won an Emmy with this film.
Oh, is that what that was? Oh man, I love it.
Yeah.
Please tell me more.
Okay. So,
Give me the thesis.
Okay. So it's a really okay. So this was like the most abuse I've ever put myself through for one of my pieces. Because
I want to hear everything you have to say. I want to hear everything you have to say. I just also am losing you a little bit, and I was going to ask if you had Wi-Fi to connect to or something, because I found that to be really helpful for Instagram Live. Yo, yo, yo. Oh, you froze.
Sorry.
Are you back? Hello. Do you have Wi-Fi to connect to?
I'm connected to the Wi-Fi, however, LA Wi-Fi sucks. I could try to connect to my phone data if that works better.
Not if it's not unlimited. I don't want you to use your data if it's not unlimited.
It is unlimited. T-Mobile come in clutch.
Me too. It's actually stronger than my Wi-Fi, so I feel that. If you're joining us on Static's live stream, I am still watching Static's
You let me know if that
chat.
works better or worse.
Cool. I think right now it's catching up.
Dope. All right.
Instagram Live ain't shit, so just saying.
Are here. Oh my god, that's so awesome.
Hey friends. I love the friends.
Super dope co-assignment. Streetwear consignment. I miss that place so much. Oh, there's so much about Boston. Okay, I digress.
Yes.
My documentary.
Your documentary.
My documentary. So, I put myself in a very vulnerable situation that I have to interview my exes. One that is cheated on, the other one I spoke to high school. Somehow that was going to all of the feelings that I had about love, and it wasn't just love, also just what I wanted, where I was. I was in a relationship so long, like after you break up with someone, you're like mentally lost for a little bit. So I did that interview, and it actually went very well. I remember I hit up both of my exes the second I had the idea for this documentary. I was like, let me just see if they would be down. So I sent them both a message. I was like, would you be down to be interviewed for a documentary? Both replied in hours. So it was pretty cool. So I made that documentary, and I had about a month to prep for it, from the day that I decided to do it until the day of the interview, which was kind of like when I was and building up that I built up like sure as you do. I don't know if you find yourself doing the same thing with too much time.
I am catching. No, I'm catching every third word right now for the last sentence that you said. I'm not sure why you're phrasing like that. I'm so sorry.
All right. I just couldn't. Wait. I just connected to the Wi-Fi, so hopefully that.
Okay, it's buffering. I can hear you, but it's buffering. I'm so into your story still, though. I really want to know about all these details. So I think you're back. Go for it.
So yeah, I made this documentary, and it beat me up so much. I remember, coming up a list of questions I was going to ask. I had no idea. Like, there were so many questions that I wanted to ask, and figure out how to get the answer. So I just remember, and this is where kind of the medium comes in. I remember just spending nights writing poetry, thought vomit, painting sad things, and just finding a way to express the frustration I was feeling. That using to decipher what that was with this particular. So yeah, that's kind of what the process was like leading up to the.
And so I'm trying to contextualize this because I'm just like, yo, what would I do if I just hit up all my exes to do a project? I feel like, I mean, I wouldn't. I know for a fact I can't talk to certain amounts of those people anymore because of our history. And
Yeah.
I laugh, but it's definitely a sad thing, but I laugh. And so it's like, okay, well, first of all, I can't get them all in one room, one. And two, I think that it's so brave, I'll be like, yo, it takes a certain level of real intimate exposure to be let me put, and I'm not sure what your interview was about, but I'm sure you talked about your ex relationships with those people. I'm assuming.
I have everything. I made sure to completely. My goal for the interview was to strip them completely of their ego and go forth from there and unpack. So yeah, I
right. It's real intimate. Yeah.
It's an incredible amount of vulnerability that you have to both welcome and also be okay with sharing.
And I think that a lot of people who sign up for something like that would be like, oh, I can handle it. But then you start going there and it's like, nope. Oh, I didn't realize that I feel this way for X, Y, and Z, right? Or I think I can relate this. I had a conversation, I don't avoid this conversation at all, but I had my issues with Emerson administrations toward the end of my time at Emerson because of my situation. And I was like, a year later, had a Zoom call during quarantine with some administrators to follow up and was like, yo, what the fuck? And I think that I didn't realize how hurt I was about the way that I thought that they had handled a situation that I had. I wasn't satisfied, and I had brought it up a whole year later, being like, hey, what the fuck, And I actually ended up crying on the call because I was talking about something that I think I had buried for a year in a way that was so deep, where I was just hurt. I was hurt by having to bring it up, Oh, you froze on me. You're buffering. This is so sad. I wish that this would just work because I want to hear everything you have to say. Come back, Tay. Come back to us. Y'all, Tay is frozen. This is very sad. I don't know what to do. But for now, I'm going to see if she comes back in. I'm actually going to delete you. All right, so I'm going to re-invite our guest onto the stream because it looks like her phone dropped the call or died or something. Here's Tay. Okay, you're back. Awesome. I say it again, Instagram Live ain't shit, but we're here.
The internet is so, it's notoriously the worst.
It's okay. I had an interview with somebody from Montreal and it just didn't work.
Oh no.
Yeah, it just kept crashing the whole time and we had to go to Facebook.
like Spectrum. I don't know if you've heard about it, but it just sucks.
I hate it. But anyway,
yes,
just like those interviews, they bring out a lot. But yes, what?
Your qualms about the administration.
Qualms. So, like I was saying, so like, I had my qualms with the administration, and even post grad, I had a meeting with them and was like, yo, like the way y'all handled the shit that happened to me was not cool. But when I was having that conversation with them, like I also ended up very emotionally like crying on my end. I was like, it really fucked me up. I was just like, I didn't realize I cared to the point where I would be in emotional tears when revisiting the situation with these people. But then like it happened, and I was like, damn, that's real. And so, it's one of those things where, for you to go out of your way to be put in that situation, kind of to dig up emotions with other people that you've experienced them with, and put that on display to tell a story. And how was that process for you? How was it amongst your friends? Like, how is it amongst people who like you didn't even know who were seeing this?
Yeah, I feel like my friends have always kind of painted me as a strong person. So, like, they don't really see the behind the scenes of when, yeah. So they kind of saw that and took it as Tay's just having one of her crazy creative art episodes. Like, let's watch her do her thing and see what she comes up with. They don't really realize the amount of actual, like, kind of painful, ego-stripping, self-awareness, self-discovery, and conscious, like, shadow work that I have to put into in order to be able to put myself and to put the subject vulnerable. There's so much behind the scenes cognitive work that people don't really understand, because I feel like the thing that kind of gets perpetuated within Emerson, also the industry, is just kind of like how much something costs, what are the technical aspects that go into it, and the production process, and very much like the more tangible, like, checklist.
Right.
People, how's your treatment, or how's your script? How's
The
your
things that you can like quantify to them.
Right. And you can't quantify self-love or soul-searching, because it just sounds like, even saying it sounds foo-foo.
Right.
It's just a ridiculous concept, but
I also feel like I want to speak on this because I know we'll get to this later in the convo, but I want to set it up for later. Who you're around at that school is like a specific group of white people most of the time.
Yeah.
And it's like, I say this with some reservation, but I'll say it anyway. And I feel like the emotional maturity and the emotional depth that it takes to like be a person of color in this country versus being a white kid that grew up with money is not the same. And so like emotionally, the way I connect to my Oh, it's actually I feel so mean now. Oh my god. Hi Hannah, what's up, dude? That's hilarious. That's so funny. Oh man. Ugh. What's up, Tay? Our guest is back. Alright, this is part 2. And I forgot to put it in the description, but this is definitely part 2. Hey.
My
What's
English
up? You're
is
back.
better this time. Hi.
Hey. You have all the radiance of all the
Hi.
radiance of California's sun coming off of you right now. That's how I get down with the young kids. I'm like, yo, you wanna like tell girls how cool they are? Gotta tell them they are as radiant as the Californians. Bars. JK. This is why I'm saying. This is why I'm single. But please, you were saying, as we talk about love and my failure of love, I want to talk about your project some more. And so you were saying how, I was saying a little bit of how vulnerability, like a level of depth and understanding that I came into college with was a little bit different from like the kids I was surrounded with in that institution. And it was because of the background I grew up in. Like I had to understand like certain things a little bit before some of my friends had to understand them. When my Emerson colleagues, my classmates there, and it was just through my circumstances. It's not like I was wiser because or like whatever, like because I'm naturally a better person. It was just because like I had to live through certain experiences that they were not exposed to, and still haven't been exposed to, and may not ever be exposed to in their life. And so I ask that, and I say that only to set up like, I have a very third person perspective from like the people you were around at school, and I only saw like what was like my face value version of your experience at school, right? And so I always kind of saw you with like whiter film kids or TV kids, which was I really like fucked with the kids that you were fucking with too. Like I really like that group of people, and I really enjoyed that energy. But I think that between you and between them, like for me as a third party, who was kind of a friend separately with both you and them, like I know that there's a difference in substance and essence and intentionality. And I can tell my assumption has always been is like your culture is just different. Where you come from is just different. So how does that play into when you're talking about like what you just described, right? Which is like your friends at Emerson kind of taking it as one thing versus like what it really is to you, your process.
Yeah, I've always felt, especially within my community at Brockton, like it's exactly the point you make, and I think it kind of digs into W.E.B. Du Bois's idea or Du Bois' idea of double consciousness, and kind of like knowing that like you and white people kind of generalizing exist on one plane, but then there is another plane that you understand that they will never see or connect with.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always felt like that. I have never not felt like there was me and then there was another level of understanding that no one else felt. And I don't know if that's because I overanalyze everything or if it's genuinely because I've always kind of put myself in these situations where I've always been the other. And at Emerson, yeah, you're right. Almost all, almost all of my friends at Emerson were white. Um, Straight up, I think like yeah, they were straight up all white, and at times I would sit there and think to myself, I would commute back from Brockton to Boston the last 2 years there, and I always felt like I was living this like Hannah Montana like double life because my life and my identity back in Brockton is completely different from the one that I present at Emerson, that I often present around my white friends. And I feel like that's normal for people to put on different masks depending depending on what friend group or who they're around. I feel like that's natural. People adapt.
Yeah.
But there is this loneliness that comes with that, and I think that's where those feelings
Yeah.
mostly with the film, because they don't understand to the point where it feels like you're isolated with your ideas and no one is kind of on the same plane as you.
Right. Right. Oh, you froze on me. You're back.
I think. Am I?
You're buffering. I can hear you, but you're buffering again. I don't know what just happened.
Percent battery remaining every time it gets to 20%.
So it's like
Yeah.
knocking your signal or something?
It's like it gives me the notification and then like it for some reason stops my video.
Yeah, every time you get like a phone call or like an alarm or something like that from the internal system of the phone, it'll cut the video.
That makes sense. This is a third-party platform, but yeah.
Yeah.
God, what?
You're talking about the difference of layers between understanding with your friends at school versus your friends at home.
Yeah.
In your double life.
Yeah, there's a difference of layers. And when I was doing my project, Imagine Brockton, and for those who don't know, I did like a digital gallery interviewing artists from my hometown through photos, like text and video. And I would like go to the studio with my boy, record that, and basically just create vignettes for them. And even when I was producing that project, there was like there was an overwhelming amount of support, and there was like, you're doing a great job for your community, but there was like a level of understanding that just was missing. And my goal is to never, I don't like care if you vibe with my art or not. I know it will impact someone because I'm so deliberate and thoughtful that it will. It doesn't need to reach everyone, and not everyone needs to understand it.
It's not for everyone, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not for everyone. And that's okay. I think people need to stop trying to feel the notion that the more people that see it in like the bigger audience makes it more credible or makes it more valid or makes it better. It's like your art can't be better. It just is what it needs to be. And if that means that one person needs to see it or two people are watching this live stream, you know what I mean? Like that project is impactful to that one or two individuals. And I think that's like, why do we need to be, outside of the confines of trying to make a living? Why do you need to be more validated if you actually have the confidence in yourself to believe that that is necessary to do these things? There's a reason for us to be on this. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think
he has never something that concerned me ever.
I think that younger versions of myself would have said otherwise. I think younger versions of myself would have been like, oh, like I definitely feel like I want to reach more people, right? But I think my current, understanding and feeling is like what you're saying. It's like it doesn't really matter. Like my art is gonna reach what it needs to reach, right? Let's go there, and let's go there with you, and let's go there with this project too. I want to talk about documentary, the understanding portion you were explaining, and I want to kind of ask, like, how do you and did you reconcile with what you're describing to me as far as your friend groups at school? Because I think that was
How do I reconcile with that?
Yeah, like how is that negotiation for you? Because it was hard for me.
Yeah. To be honest, and I still grapple with this a lot, people look at me differently in my hometown now. Like I am so privileged in that I got to go to this school and pursue my dreams, and now I'm living out in LA. Like, I know I'm different, and that separates me from everyone else. And oftentimes, like, I feel like a traitor to my community because all of my friends on the other side of the commuter rail look completely different from the people I grew up with. I reconcile with it because I know at the end of the day, and the people that are close to me know at the end of the day, the lengths that I will go through for them, regardless of anything. Exterior. Like, I have so many people in Brockton that know I would go to the ends of them, just as so many people at Emerson know that I would go to the ends of the earth for them. And for me, it doesn't really come down to their skin tone. There are a ton of great people that I met working on set that we vibe in different ways that maybe don't parallel with me culturally, socioeconomically, but with the person that I'm growing and cultivating today, like, there's something that I see in them that is valuable to me as a human being. So, like, it's like that reciprocal, like, I'm there for you, you're there for me. So, that's how I reconcile with it. I just, like, it's just, like, it's all love.
Yeah. No, that's good though. I love that. I love that answer. I love that perspective because I was just talking to my buddy B-Boy Static from New York. Shout out Static. We had a 3-hour fucking talk. That was a lot. It was awesome. But one of the things we talked about was you can't fake the funk. Different things. One of those things. Sorry, I'm getting all these messages from my work group chat. I keep swiping them off the screen. But one of the things is, like, you reconcile with the shared experiences that you value, right, with people, right? So, like, you're describing how you just fuck with these people for whatever reason it may be, and that might always be different. That may not always be based on, like, where they're from or how they look, And I think art has a cool way of that. I think collaborating with people has a cool way of bringing about, like, those other shared experiences, like, that we are more the same than we are different. Like, I think that this show ends up going in the direction of, like, people wanted to talk about the issues that we have today with race and the history of all that, and that's great, and me too. And it is, a platform that I'm perpetuating. But at the same time, something that you touched upon in that dialogue is, like, you do find the people that you fuck with, and you do find the people that you're meant to be with in other ways. And if they know that you'll go to the ends of the earth for them, like, that is what that is, and it brings you closer. What is, for you, a way that you found yourself coming closer to people in your work, in your projects, and in your personal life?
I honestly, like, I am probably one of the most antisocial fake extroverts that I know.
Word.
As an extrovert, I can be loud. Like, I'm a loud person, don't get me wrong. I feel like that's just in my genetics because Chinese people are loud as fuck.
Okay.
But in my everyday practice, I am usually in my room painting and, like, doing my own thing. So I don't usually, like, it's very difficult to, like, get close to me because I'm, like, very comfortable in the kind of space that I've created for myself mentally and physically,
Yes.
I'm very a homebody.
I've become what you're describing during quarantine. Like, I set up shop, and yeah.
I quarantine though because
I love
like,
quarantine.
Not feel guilty about it.
I love literally just spending, like, 20 hours in my room and just, like, doing art the whole time, or just, like, studying something the whole time. Like, yeah, like, my dream is to just, like, wake up every day and just think about this and do this and talk to people about this. So quarantine is a fucking dream for that, Yeah. The other side is I miss the club.
Oh my god. I haven't been to the club in forever. It's literally been since, like, freshman.
Really? I see, like, you know me though, like I'm a club dancer, so like it's part of like my weekly activity is like I go to the club like it's
That's cute.
yeah.
Yeah, I miss like, house parties and like house concerts, and but that's like all Massachusetts. I miss that so much.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, people can get close to me. I don't know. I tend to gravitate towards people that respect other people. Like I think too often people will. Oh, okay. I'm gonna talk about the situation that annoyed me a little bit.
Let's hear it.
Okay. A lot of the time, people will try to, if they're interested in me, whether it be romantically or platonically, like, I don't care what it is, whatever your intentions are, a lot of the time people will pose it as, like, creative collaboration and try to get close. And
art boys, sad boys, sad boys.
like, literally,
manic pixie dream boys.
Yeah, well, not even that. Like people, I feel like the most people usually the people in Brockton and the Boston neighborhood, not necessarily sad boys. Surprisingly,
Okay.
and that's why it's so. I'm like, come on, I expected better of y'all. Like
maybe like that's like the only way they seem to like to start a conversation with you now.
Yeah, which is sad, I think. But I also don't like kind of dishing out my creativity as like a way to get an in on me, because like I don't know, I feel like that's like creative exploitation.
That's super fair. That's super fair. Yeah.
I'd rather you enter with like the purest intentions of collaborating, and then like naturally just kind of let a friendship blossom. Don't just like pretend to want to work with me just because you're trying to bag.
Right. I feel you. I laugh because I feel like I've been on the other side of that for sure, like throughout my life. You know, I'm guilty. I'm so guilty.
Straight up. Like reply to some memes that I'm maybe sharing or whatever. Like, I don't know. Just like, I think common interests are a great way to start.
It's like,
Normal. That's all I ask for. Just none of that fiction. Just be a normal human. Like, I swear.
yeah.
I'm already as is. You don't need to make it more awkward.
You know what's funny? I think I'm on the opposite side of that as a creative person, where I feel like people will not talk to me because, like, they don't think that they can.
Really?
Yeah, which I don't understand. I don't get it because all right, this is why. I personally see, like, I say a lot of things, right, in my art, and I say a lot of things in my poetry, and I say a lot of things when it pertains to what I do on my personal spaces in my media, not necessarily on my timeline anymore, but like on my stories. And I have found that women and or people, period, who are interested in getting to know me more, or whether it's, you know, like you said, platonic or otherwise, they're just like, sometimes it's intimidated by like how serious I am about what I do and like how raw it is. Like when I present it, it's like, yeah, this is what it is. Like, you know what I mean? Like it is what it is. Take it how it is. Or people just like don't understand it. They're just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, everything I'm talking about is like so obvious to me. So I think there's like a weird miscommunication happening sometimes with people who like are not on that level of wanting to like have dialogue and just like leave it at that.
Yeah, I feel like, I think most of the time, like 99.9% of the time, it's just that people aren't open-minded and they set up these expectations, and when those expectations aren't met, they either A, don't understand that and they're fixated on that one thing and they aren't open-minded, or two, they just like quit or just get distracted. So I feel like if people would just like stop fixating on like vanity and having certain expectations for things just because you have pictured in your mind that's the way that things are supposed to go, and just like let shit happen normally, like everyone would just be so much more chill.
Yeah, I found that to be true. Right before we
DM'd
had,
me.
oh, I'm sorry, what?
Oh no, I was gonna just say a stupid story.
No, I want to hear the story. Go for it. I'll come back to this.
Word. It was just, it's interesting because someone had literally DM'd me one time and said, I think you and I would be great friends, so we should talk. And I'm like, okay, well, how are you going to just come out there and say like that? Like, honestly, is like not like, that doesn't make me want to be your friend. Like, I
That's
know
setting
nothing
a
about you.
really intense expectation.
Right. That's like a very intense expectation and pressure that you're expecting this other person to reciprocate when they don't really owe you anything.
Yes, and so that actually comes right back around to what I was going to say anyway, which is right before we got on this, like I was talking to my buddy and I was saying to Static how we were talking about club dancing and social dancing between men and women and like kind of like the Me Too kind of like space thing, like what is and what is not appropriate and things of that nature or what have you, right? So we're talking about that universe and talking about how men like come into these situations where like they have an expectation of like dancing with a woman and like getting close in certain aspects of that experience attracted to is like now you're mad because your expectation is broken. Like you came in here with all this, you created this thing that didn't exist based on your wants and needs, you know?
That is like the telltale sign of someone that is obsessed with their ego.
Right. And then, well, that's the thing. And then it gets taken out on the person who like is not the one who set that situation up for themselves. It's like, why would you be upset at someone for like literally treating you like a stranger because you're a stranger? You know, and that's okay. Like, I don't understand. I feel like social media gives us this false sense of closeness to people. In some ways, where it's like, yeah, we can all be cool and we can all follow each other and shit and whatever, but like, I think there's a difference between like the people that I actually fucking know, that I like have their phone number in my cell phone and I could call up at 12 fucking a.m. when I'm having a panic attack, versus like the people who I follow on Facebook and like Instagram that I like their posts like all the time and I have like social dialogue with them. Like I think like there's a difference there in closeness and a level of friendship that is like you can't just thrust that upon folks, right? And I think like, you know, you and other people and seem welcoming. Like I think you're a welcoming person. Like you seem welcoming to me and you seem approachable to me. But I think sometimes that's misconstrued for like I can just hit this person up because like they're a cool, good person.
Yeah.
And they're gonna just deal with my shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Typically 9 times out of 10 I will, like, if someone hits me up on the internet, like I'll probably reply, but a lot of the time it's literally just like the wackest stuff. Like it's not even worth like.
You got war stories?
What?
You got war stories?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's
From
like
the
a
DMs?
daily occurrence. It's like my profile's on public because it's a business account, so anyone can like, hit me. So I get a lot of DM requests from random like people saying like the freakiest stuff, and that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, okay, well, and sometimes they will like wait a while and then like hit me up again and actually be upset that I didn't reply.
Oh damn! I'm
So it's
hearing
like,
you. I'm hearing you.
yeah, so it's like, you know, like you don't have like respect for me, and it's like you have this expectation. I don't know. I just feel like everyone in this world should reassess their ego. You know, it comes down to that.
It does come down to that. I think that I've definitely had to take that journey myself as a person, And as a lover too, like as somebody who like wants and needs things from English from my romantic needs and relationships, it's like being more patient with my expectations of a partner and being more patient with my expectations of my friends and even the way I treat myself, like being patient in those things and not creating a version where the outcome is literally the most non-probable way that this is going to end up, you know? I think that feelings like get in the way of that, like justifying something based on like, well, I really want it to be true, or like I really feel this way, or I think I feel this way right now. So it takes like a lot of getting to know yourself though to break down that ego, right? And being alone.
I don't even like a one and done thing. I think it's like a thing that you kind of have to do every day.
It's a practice, like you said earlier.
Yeah.
You know, in your creative practice, like I think everything is just a process, like life is a process, right? I wanna bring that into how has that manifested itself in your experience, you know?
Well,
because like you're mad mature, but I don't know, were you born like this?
No, I'm definitely like, I have my moments of immaturity like any other person. I'm like 22 years old. I do some childish stuff. I think it's okay to do that.
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't ever think that there will be a point where I am ever satisfied where I am emotionally mature, like to what degree of maturity or to what degree of, there will never be a level of satisfaction where I can sit back and be like, all right, I'm done working on myself. Now I can chill. No, it's a constant thing. So I just try to be conscious every day of, you know, my patterns and my actions, my interactions with people, my connections, you know, how I kind of manifest how I feel about myself through that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Children that grow up in like super strict Asian households tend to grow up with like narcissistic tendencies because they didn't get that love as a kid that they deserved or they should have gotten. So a lot of kids tend to fall in this pit hole of kind of having like control issues and having everything kind of have to be the way that they had perfectly imagined it. So this leads to so many things can happen because of that, you know?
Right.
So to really be conscious of that fact and be conscious of the fact that I don't have control of my life and everything that happens in it. I have to be open-minded and I have to be able to bounce back from whatever situation I'm thrown into. Whether that be interpersonal, whether that be financial, whether that be like a career circumstance or an actual like geological move from Brockton, Massachusetts to Los Angeles, you're going to be thrown in situations where you need to be able to depend on yourself at the end of the day, so you kind of have to break yourself down and build up that foundation as strong as you can.
Oh yeah. Right. No, that makes perfect sense. And as you were talking, I was reminiscing a little bit with my fucking high school experience, right? Like I grew up in Lowell, Massachusetts, which is like Asian central, dog. Like everyone here is Asian, dog. And I love it. Like I love it. Like I grew up with more Asian people than I did Hispanics, like personally in my circles, because I was like, and this is gonna sound a certain way, but I'm gonna say it, but like I was like in honors and high honors and AP and shit, and like none of the other Puerto Rican people were in that. Like it was me, the Asians, the white kids whose parents were like coming from money, who knew that they had to perform because their parents were coming from money, and then like the other first generation immigrants who had no choice but to be really smart because their parents came to this country for them to study, you know? So it's like,
right.
It's like I had a very diverse group of people around me, but like I was like the Hispanic one, you know what I mean? I was like one of the Hispanic smart kids.
The Asian one.
Yeah, I was like one of the Puerto Rican smart kids. I was like, oh, he's like, you know, our Hispanic smart kid. And so I was surrounded by Cambodian culture. I was surrounded by Southeast Asian culture. I was surrounded by Indian people and uh, a lot of people from Laos and mostly Laos and Cambodia. Not really a lot of Chinese people. Some Viet people. Some people from all over Asia, really. And with the variety of folks that I saw, like I came to an understanding of like what you're telling me. Like I was like, oh, like the expectations of these families and these parents are a little bit different from the way we carry ourselves in my house. And I was unfortunately, and I hope they never see this because they're still my friends, but I was unfortunately subject to like, we used to take rides back and forth from our choir rehearsals back in the day from this other Asian kid who lived in my street, who's one of my, lifelong friends, still lives down the street and came out for quarantine and everything. So his mom, though, they're Chinese, and his mom would like, I was always an overachiever and I was always like the captain of stuff and I was like that kid. I was like doing the most all through high school. And she would just compare him to me in the car, like going home.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, why you don't dance like Elmer dances? It's like, oh, why you don't blah, blah, blah like Elmer does? Like Elmer can do this, this, and this. I was like, how uncomfortable is it to be a 16, 17-year-old in the back of that fucking minivan with like an Asian parent telling their kid that they're not as good as you? And I was just like, I have nothing but love and admiration for this person, like this is one of my best friends still. And so I'm just like, yo, like my mom never did all that, and that comes down to the family, but I definitely saw more of that happening in those communities, at least outright, right? And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. I understand that this is certain stigma. But that being said, like, how is that now? Like, we are obviously of our generation, and so we're definitely changing the cultures of our parents and our families as we continue to teach people about us and have conversations like this, right? Since being home for quarantine, I've had a lot of discussions with my mom, especially because she's really open-minded, thank God, about like the way the world works. And as far as like my liberal points of views and maybe what I grew up hearing from my culture. I don't even say, I don't call myself liberal. I don't identify as a liberal, but my forward-thinking modern points of view versus some more conservative things. How does that work in your family for you? How does that work in an Asian aesthetic in the United States for
Right. Well, I mean, a large, like, what I experience as an Asian American is going to be different from what most Asian, I don't know, because, like, it breaks down to,
it's so nuanced.
Other things might impact that perspective. My mom literally built a salon from the ground up in Brockton. So her community and her clientele has always been brown, black, white, Asian woman. Like she's like maybe like more than she. I feel like 80% of her customers are Cape Verdean. So like
nice.
My mom has just kind of been immersed in this place where she fully accepts, the need for multicultural diversity. She understands that. However, not all of my relatives are fortunate enough to have this experience as my mom. Like, I have one uncle who got married to a white woman and basically like whitewashed himself and became super, super conservative. And he lives in Brockton too.
Wow.
But like on the border of Brockton and another rich town, I think Whitman. But it really is about what you kind of surround yourself with. And Asian people inherently like are high-key racist. Like it's kind of ingrained in our culture that we are racist. Like we are colorist. Like I am considered too dark and I'm pretty pale.
Yeah, wow. No, my Asian homies are black then.
There's colorism within the Asian community. Like there are so many facets that impact, what Asian perspective on this can look like. I think for the most part, Asian people are, we are that model minority, and so many times, like, we wouldn't be here without everyone else kind of paving the way. Like, I feel like we were kind of the last group of immigrants to really make our way into America.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I feel people, like my mom, recognize their privilege, recognize the space that they're in. But a lot of Asian people kind of side with the white people because we really do benefit from being the model minority. Like, I will probably get hired over a Hispanic woman if we were interviewing for the same job, and that's just it, because white people think that I am easier to work with. Statistically,
Yeah.
that is what companies are feeding to us as information. So,
And everyone also thinks that Asian people are just superhumans.
Yeah.
At everything.
Like, I'm not sensitive, and I cry. I literally fell asleep last night eating chips. Like, I'm not invincible. And I'm really...
I love that that's your kryptonite. You're like, oh, they got me again.
It's salt and vinegar chips at 2 a.m.
They're mad good though, especially when you're fucking stoned as shit.
Yeah, oh my god.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that's the vibe.
Yes.
But yeah, I feel like, it's the double-edged sword. You could either be really, just like informed and educated and, adapting.
Sure.
The time and the ever-changing global perspective, or not global, but more national, I'd say.
Sure.
Or not even national, but within the Asian immigrant community. Or you can just completely reject that and box yourself in and live in ignorance and accept, all of the benefits and privileges that you have, and then reject anything that threatens that privilege.
Yeah, and I think that I wanted to ask you. Huh?
No, I was just gonna say, so there's both.
No,
but
please.
Thank God my mom's not one of those.
Right. That's super real. I'm glad that you went there and that you clarified that. That leaves me the space to ask you about, like, how you currently are viewing the situation in 2020 America, right, with race relations, and this is actually interesting because I know that I had this conversation in a way earlier convo. I think it was like the third or fourth convo that I had with some of my other breakdance community friends who are also Asian American, and so I got their perspective, but I want to ask your perspective on, like, at the beginning of, like, all this chaos for the last few months. I feel like there was that huge conversation when we found out that Rona was a thing and where it came from, Asia and bats and all that shit, and people were like mad racist, and everyone was, black people again, it's your turn again.
Yeah.
And then, like, so, like, how has your experience with like what's been going on from that perspective, but also just from, like, any perspective, because it's so vast.
Yeah. Well, like, when I have my mask on, I look pretty ethnically ambiguous, so people usually can't tell that. So I have gotten, like, harassed or targeted. And, honestly, I knew that the anti-Asian sentiment was there, but since it was something that didn't really impact me because, like, I don't know. I kind of lived in that ignorance, honestly.
I think we all did, actually.
Yeah. Like, I kind of just rejected it because, to be honest, like, anti-Asian racism isn't the most severe that I've seen of the forms of racism that I've personally encountered in my life. Like, it's minuscule. I've never have gotten... Like, I've gotten called racial slurs, but that's to no amount of literally getting arrested for my skin color. So it's never really been something that's like, oh, like,
yeah,
watch out, Asian, like, everyone better, like, treat me fairly. Like, it's never been, like, I kind of acknowledged my privilege, and I don't really think, to me at least, like, that was a huge issue to me. I think for a lot of, like, obviously I was terrified for my mom, though. I was terrified that someone's gonna smash this one, and, like, my dad is not really in my life, but I still, like, have a lot of love for him. I was scared someone was gonna, like, break his restaurant. And I don't even think that was more so out of fear for the outward racist kind of atmosphere that was going on. That was just fear that my loved ones would get hurt. So honestly, like, unfortunately, I just didn't really pay attention to it that much. And when George Floyd was murdered, like, something clicked in me and I bounced to action, and I was literally out at protests every day, handing out supplies and doing all this work, and that impacted me way more personally than this anti-Asian sentiment that's going on. And I think that's because I kind of resolved it within myself that this hurt the collective good, which is what I care about more so than the other issue, if that makes sense.
That makes total sense. And I think that when we talk about the nuance different, by nuance I'll say just the differences between, like, the way racist systems work in this country, taking into account that the foundation of the country and the rules under which we play, that America was written into existence, right? And those words literally, like, discard Black people as property, but they don't say anything about Asian people. They don't say anything about Hispanics. They don't say, but it's just black and white. You know what I mean? And so all the rules that are fucked up are based on the persecution of Black people, and then it just kind of rolled over as prejudice to everyone else who wasn't white. And exactly. You know, in a very, you know, non-specific way, I can say that. So I think those are, like, the way that comes out today is that you were able to have all these different ethnic groups assimilate to the United States, or at least, like, live here in peace without major persecution comparatively to Black people over the decades and couple hundred years of people coming here. And like you said, you feel like Asian people are, like, some of the later groups to come to this country. But then you also went on to describe how, you know, you don't even have it as bad from your point of view as Black people here, right? And the way, and that's like me putting words in your mouth, but that's what I heard. Is that like how you would situate that?
Yeah, I mean, like,
right
here, having
right, and that's not what I'm trying to say either.
Fuck shit, but historically we weren't treated to a, like, even fraction of a degree to which Black people were treated in America, and that's just
right.
A point fact. You cannot do that.
Exactly, and so, like, you know, I just wanted to make sure I was, like, hearing you right before I made an assumption based on something that wasn't true or that you didn't say. But yeah, I know, of course, and I'm glad that made sense for me as well. And so that being said, it's an observation to say that, like, the plight of the trajectory of Black people in this country versus every other group that has come to this country and been able to get ahead of Black people, for even everyone else is, like, way ahead of Black people still. Even Hispanic people will be like, you know, it sucks for us, but, like, people like us, you know, people will be like, oh, it's my lad Hispanic. Like, we're like a more accepted minority in some ways. People, unless you're like, huh?
We're the model minority. Black people are, like, the token minority. It's like, it's fucked. It's like we all kind of have a designation in this country.
Around the white people's, you know, like, around their comfort zone.
Yeah.
And so we'll talk about white people. What's up, Tyler? Even though Tyler is not full white, but I joke. But anyway, I love Tyler. So one of those things is, I feel like, to your point, like, where can we come together as minorities and have that crossroads that you come to in your experience, where you're like, you know, George Floyd happened and it moved me into mobilizing myself. because I understood certain things about that to be true, that affected everyone, not just my group of people. What do you feel that that's true across the Asian community here? And like, I don't know, like, I mean, I can't answer for everyone, but I just kind of feel like I'm trying to see more minority groups come together for each other, is my point.
Yeah, it's kind of, I feel like a big part of it is that Asians are very comfortable in the world that they have created in America. Like, we have a huge, like, not even just by volume, by population density, a huge grounding here. Culturally, we have a huge grounding here as well. If you look at K-pop, if you look at the phenomenon
Anime.
of Chinese food, anime, all this shit, we have a deep grasp here in America that white people fucking love. White people eat that up. So a lot of people are very comfortable with keeping up that presentation of being liked by your boss, because to be honest, that's kind of what we are trained to do as Asians, is to be complacent and compliant with your authority. That's kind of what our parents feed into us.
And it's also how capitalism works.
Yeah, it's also how capitalism works. And my God, like, I know if you're Chinese and you're coming here and you're running away from the communists like my family did, like, you really fuck with capitalism.
Yeah. Yeah. Your parents are entrepreneurs, so.
Yeah, exactly. They're both entrepreneurs. Thank God they're not, like,
Republicans.
They're very comfortable in their worlds, but they will also, they have gone the further effort. Well, I can't speak for my father in any way, but I can speak for my mother at least. She in every way has gone through efforts to make herself a better person, to learn how to speak Creole, to be able to speak to her customers. There's a very active effort to immerse herself in a world that is greater beyond her understanding.
I love that.
So I feel like everyone just needs to reach that point mentally. They need to reach that point of open-mindedness. And that's the literal first step. You just need to, like, stop living in this ignorance,
Yeah, it's real. When you see the truth of the way that things are, like, you can't unsee that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you can't unsee the realities that people are experiencing in this country, and it does come down to, I think, in a lot of ways, what I have seen with the Rona situation, which is people, like, didn't take it seriously until someone they knew got it.
Yeah.
And it was like,
yeah.
It was like, wait, this is for real? What's up, Vicky? And it's one of those things where with racism, or with any issue that we touch upon, but with racism, it's like, it's not real for you until it's real for you. But what's funny about that to me is that it is real for you. You just can't even tell. It's affecting you right now, and you can't even tell. It's like, bro, like, they're like, oh, it's not my problem. It's like, dog, everything you do every day is a part of that, and you can't even see
You're
it.
just not aware. You're not self-aware.
Yeah. But what you were saying, though, like, as far as, like, you telling, what is that feeling where you got self-aware? You know what I mean? Do you feel like just growing up where you grew up, that was something that you always were around, like, that reality, that there was a separation, there was an issue?
Well,
or
I mean,
did that come later?
That was interesting. I was in school in Brockton, and then after school, I would go to dance, and I went to this really white dance school 2 towns over. So,
which one?
From a young age, I could tell the difference between the kids I was hanging out with at school and the girls at dance that did not want to hang out with me because I was from Brockton. I'd always known.
Damn. Where did you go to for dance?
Denise Buick.
Okay. Are they still open?
Yeah.
Okay. If I hear about them, I'll make sure to know. Because it's a small.
Wasn't, like, worth good experience there. It's just that, like, it was like inaccessible. Like it's a very like expensive dance school. I got in there from a scholarship, and also like not all parents have the time to drive their kids to dance school. Like thankfully that dance school was down the street from my mom's salon, or like around the like 15 minutes away. So
Right.
it was like not that bad.
It was not that bad.
But a lot of people, like most moms in Brockton, are working from 9 to 5. They don't have time to pick up their kids and bring them to things like that.
Yeah, and you get a lot of like, you know, in poor communities and like brown and black communities, you end up with like single parents a lot. And you know, we can go into those topics as well and why that happens. But I actually want to read a comment that we got on what you were just talking about from Victoria. What's up? Saying that, you know, it's true and it's crazy that her 9-year-old son got a taste of racism towards them on Fortnite. That's real.
Oh my god.
That's
nasty.
It
That's
sucks.
disgusting. But let me tell you,
Yeah.
kids, when they don't have to show their face, their name, their identity, it's like a switch just hits and they just go off. It's like just like all of that kid like pent up angst and curiosity.
Can you give me I would love you to keep having the dialogue real quick. I need to come back to the camera in a moment because my family needs me for a quick thing. But I want to just keep going. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. And yes, you are not alone.
Yeah, I'm not alone. But no, like kids are reckless on the internet, you know, like when you can hide behind a username, you don't have to show your face or anything, like they go off. I was literally a kid growing up with the internet, and like probably a few times I was that kid too, like calling other kids. But I think it's crazy that it's evolving to a point where racism is like gifts or memes to each other. Like I think it's alarming and concerning, and I don't know if it's because of the atmosphere or anything, but everything is so like racist now. Like why are kids racist? That doesn't make sense.
You know what's funny and fucked up?
But
is like everything, you know, like the Fortnite thing, like I see that and I'm like, that's just what that is. Like my younger version was experiencing that with Xbox Live when I was playing Halo in 2012, in 11 and 10. Like you're on an Xbox Live, and there's a lot of memes about this for my generation of like 20-something-year-olds, and we're like, yo, these kids today would never survive an Xbox Live chat from 2009. Like y'all think you're getting called names now? You have no clue how fucking, you know, shittily we used to treat each other, and we take pride. It's like a weird like culture thing because we all grew up like learning to talk shit because our parents couldn't control that, or like the other kids couldn't see us, and so you'd be on there with like a 13-year-old just going at it for like 2 hours, just like saying every name in the book, like every slur you could think of, everything.
Yeah.
And it was like no holds barred.
Definitely that kid.
Yeah.
On MMOs and stuff.
It's
like,
still the
I
same.
Definitely did it.
Yeah, it is still the same. You're right. And it's one of those things where it's like, and it's funny, like I still play video games, especially during quarantine. So I went on to Apex Legends, which is popular after Fortnite. And like I had like a little 12-year-old kid on there. Probably his voice hadn't dropped yet, so I'm just gonna say he was 12. He was just like, he was calling me a nigger. He was just like all this stuff, and I was like,
everything.
Yeah, I was just like, yo, whose child is this? But then I laugh because it's fucking. This is where we're at apparently. Okay, this is still going on. And so I kind of like, I feel like back in the day, like when I was a teenager, I would have been like, I would have swore back and be like, oh, well, your mom's a hoe. Oh, ho, ho. But like now I was like, it made me sad as an adult. I was like, damn, it's not funny anymore. Especially now.
No.
It's just not. And I mean, it was never funny back then, but I think the world was a little bit different 10 years ago.
And also the perspective of the world, you're a kid.
Hell yeah, right. The world is different to me no matter what, because it was 10 years ago. So you're right. And I think it was just a whole other thing. saying how your son told you that the kid that told the kid it wasn't cool, and I'm not the N word, and you should be careful how you speak to people. That is the most mature thing for a 9-year-old to say in that situation, to stand up for themselves articulately. Yeah, then you block them. Yeah, that's exactly the reaction. Those people can't, you can't necessarily cause justice on them in person, but you can allow them to feel that what they're saying is unacceptable and will not be tolerated by the community members. And there's going to be some sort of consequences, because I bet you that kid is going to be like, I don't know, hopefully reflecting on that, even if it's like in 10 years, like, damn, I got blocked once as a little kid for being racist. you know? Tay, I want to ask you some questions about your approach to how you present yourself. And by that, I mean, you are an incredible model, as well as you do other work, and you were doing self-portraits and stuff like that on Instagram. And what is that like? Like, why do you like that part of your creative spirit?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, it always...
Okay, interview over.
Huh?
I was like, okay, interview over. She doesn't know y'all. Go home.
Kind of just, it starts off with that instinct, and I feel like lately, especially, like, I've had so much time to self-reflect. I also have this huge mirror behind me.
Nice.
So I have nothing to do but to look at myself all day. So I guess that's just what inspiration strikes me lately.
I wouldn't be mad. Shit. If I was like a pretty person too, I'd be like, hey. But here we are. No, that's awesome. Well, that's great. I mean, I asked that and I joke about it, but I asked that because, I think everybody has a relationship with self-image. I'll go from like really annoying to like really serious really fast. So like self-image. That's how I get people. I'm just like, oh, ha, 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 looks. And then I'm like, so let's talk about your psyche. Right? And so I want to go there, and I want to ask you a little bit about like, because for me, and I ask you this because like, I want to hear someone else talk about it before I talk about it. And it's a journey. It's a journey into loving yourself. Like, I realized that I like being in front of the camera when I was a senior in high school, and I did my senior photo shoot, but it was like really, really artistic. Instead of just like headshots for the yearbook, it was like we like went off site and like found graffiti under a bridge and like did all these poses, and it was like really creative. Shout out Joshua, my photographer from high school. I know you're still out here. And that kind of led me on this little expedition in college too. Like my first couple of years, like I wanted to collaborate with photographers. And I was like, I want to like work with a photographer because I can tell that the way they shoot is different, and like blah, blah, blah. And we can like tell a story. And like, so I started connecting the pieces onto like what modeling could be and what it can represent. Because as we continue to talk about identity, especially in college, I realized I didn't really look like these people. So